don't think I need this. Hello, welcome back to my channel, Momo's Reading again. Today we are going to be taking a little pivot from the Frida McFadden books that we've been covering, which I promised. And today we are going to be covering everybody's favorite, Colleen Hoover. So when I originally started this channel, I told myself, like, one of the few books that, like, we'll never cover is this book that we're about to cover right now. But the reason is because I just felt like everybody had covered it. You know, it's been done before, it's been talked about before. And honestly, by far, having read not a ton of Colleen Hoover, but quite a few, I would say this is honestly one of her stronger points of writing compared to a lot of the other ones that I've read. Don't know if I'd stand by that quite as strong after rereading it, but I still do think it was better than a lot of the other ones. But I took the book we were supposed to be covering next, which is Woman Down by Colleen Hoover, which is a new one that just came out, and I got very little of the way through it and immediately was like, this has to be contrasted. Like, the way that she is talking about writing, and she'll die on the hill that it's not a self-insert. We all know it's a self-insert. Girl, be real. Girl, be real. We're not even arguing that point. It's a self-insert. But the way she self-inserted into that book, I live in the middle of nowhere. How are there sirens? But the way that she self-inserted into that book, and kind of the way she talked about writing, the way she talked about her experience, the way she interacts with the world, versus the way that she self-inserted into this book, which is something I thought from the very first time I read it. This was the first Colleen Hoover book I wrote, and I remember thinking at many points, like, this feels personal. Not that I'm saying Colleen Hoover wants to, like, steal some, you know, sick woman's husband or anything like that, but more in the sense of, like, when she's talking about her insecurities as a writer, when she's talking about, you know, just her general insecurities, how she feels in the book space, all of that. It very much felt like someone writing how they feel, you know? And this contrasted to how Woman Down handles the same types of feelings, very different. So I thought it was going to be an interesting look if we take a look at how Colleen Hoover used to write writers, and then next time we take a look at how Colleen Hoover is writing writers now. And I think that contrast even more illuminates the self-insert nature. And I also want to preface that I don't think self-inserting is inherently a bad thing. I think as writers, we all do that. It's literally impossible for you to write everything and never put any personal experiences, any personal feelings, personal perspectives into it. Like, you are going to. That's just what writing is. We write what we know. And I don't inherently think self-inserting is a bad thing. I just want to preface that. I really just want to study, like, the ways that she self-inserts compared to how she will when we look at Woman Down. That being said, obviously, this is not only going to contain spoilers, but this is going to contain criticisms of this book. If you enjoyed this book, that's fine. No criticisms in here have anything to reflect on your enjoyment of this book, or if you enjoy this book, or if you enjoy Colleen Hoover in general. You are allowed to enjoy something and also critique it at the same time. Or you're allowed to totally skip this video and say, this isn't for me, and that's totally okay. I'll never be upset at that. But I think it's actually really important to look at the things that we love and be able to, you know, see the ways that they could be improved upon, or maybe the ways in which they don't excel as much as others, and still acknowledge, like, we can still love those things. That's not a big deal. So that being said, this is not for Colleen Hoover. This is not for Colleen Hoover super fans. If you absolutely love this book, then maybe this video isn't for you, and that's totally okay. I'll catch you in the next one. Or maybe not the next one, because it's still probably going to be a Colleen Hoover. But wherever you need to pick back up, that's totally okay. That being said, also, I have nothing against Colleen Hoover personally. I don't know her. I don't really care about knowing her. This is all just in fun. This is all just flexing our media literacy a little bit and, you know, forcing ourselves to really kind of take a deeper look at the things that we're consuming. Doesn't mean you can't enjoy them. Doesn't mean you can't enjoy Colleen Hoover. So, we start Verity out with not Verity. One thing I loved, oh my god, opening the first page and just seeing a number and no name underneath it, no split perspective. Oh my god, I was so excited. I shouldn't be, but I was so excited. So this book is told from the point of view of Lauren. Lauren is a writer living in New York City. She, like, what's the words I'm like looking for? She's very shy. She's very reserved. She's very, we'll get more into it. We'll meet Lauren. We'll get into it. Oh, and I will say, I have like a compliment and a criticism for like the way that this book starts. On one hand, compliment. I do love that it just starts right into the action. We are not waking up out of bed. We are not giving me a boring character summary. It is just right into the thick of it, which I do appreciate. That being said, I feel like this could have been written a lot more interestingly, and I could just say that as someone who has consumed a lot of horror media in specific. I'm used to reading a lot of graphic descriptions of gore and violence, and I will say that there's so many more interesting ways to write about that than this, but I think it's well enough that it portrays the tension, it gets us into the story, so I'm not too mad at it. But the very first sentence is, I hear the crack of his skull before the spattering of blood reaches me. Sure. But essentially what happens is she's standing on a crosswalk, a guy's not paying attention, he walks off too soon, he gets hit by a truck and obviously killed. And she is like close enough to this scenario that she gets literally splattered with his blood, which is important because she's kind of having this moment where she's like, this is the first time I've gone outside in weeks. We don't know why yet, but you know, she's like, this is the first time I've gone out of my house in weeks, and I just watched a man die in front. Well, to be fair, she doesn't watch it because she's not also paying attention, but she is very close when it happens, obviously. And this man on the outskirts of the crowd, like, escorts her away, you know, is like, oh my gosh, you're covered in blood, let's go to this coffee shop, let's get you cleaned up. Which then he proceeds to, the only bathroom that's open is the men's bathroom, which he proceeds to let her go inside, follows her in, and then locks the door. And she actually literally says, like, the man pushes open the door to the men's restroom and motions for me to follow him. Blah, 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 blah. He hands me wet paper towels. And then she's like cleaning his shirt, or her shirt. And it says, he heads for the door, but instead of giving me privacy while I stand here in my least attractive bra, he locks us inside the bathroom so that nobody will walk in on me while I'm shirtless. It's disturbingly chivalrous. The man helping you getting cleaned up, which also he's not even doing. He's just standing there as you're cleaning yourself up. So like, really, was he all that helpful? Absolutely not. This strange man lures you away from a crime scene takes you to a place, and instead of, I don't know, giving you space and standing outside the bathroom door saying, hey, you know, there's a woman in there that needs to, you know, get cleaned up really fast, you know, just give her a minute, the bathroom will be free in a second. Instead of, I don't know, doing that, he locks himself in this bathroom with you as you are undressed. And your first thought is that this is chivalrous. My first thought would be like, I'm getting murdered right now. Or this man's gonna sexually assault me. Like we just started and I already think Lauren is brain dead, because like, what are we actually talking about? That is not chivalrous. That's fucking chivalrous. That's fucking creepy. And she literally says, I relax a little, comforted by the thought that someone outside this door would hear me scream if I needed to. Well, they're not getting fucking in because he's locked the door and locked himself in there with you as you are undressed. Whatever he's gonna do to you is gonna be long done, but by the time anybody gets in there, most people do not have a lock to their bathroom door like that where they could just unlock someone out of it. That's not really how that works. But okay. I mean, sure, maybe they do. But still, it's just like, by the time that you could get the people who work there, get the key, unlock it, whatever he was gonna do to you, like, he's done to you. So, I don't really know what you think that's gonna help. But alright. And then they have a little moment. She finds out, you know, that he used to work in real estate. His name is Jeremy. Also, I totally forgot. How did I forget already? Her name is not Lauren. It's Lowen. Even weirder. It's Lowen. I don't know how I misremembered that. It's literally been like a week or two since I've read that, and I already, like, my brain is like forcibly trying to shove this book out of it. Yeah, no, it's Lowen. That's a real name. Basically, Jeremy's having like this emo moment where he's like, I've seen worse than that man getting crushed. It's not a big deal to me because I've seen worse. And so, of course, she's like, okay, then what was worse? And he tells her that he just pulled his 8-year-old daughter's body out of a lake that she had drowned in just a few weeks prior, which arguably, I will give him, is worse. I do think that is worse. So, you know, I will give him that. She also admits that she just, you know, kind of had her own upsetting moment because her mom had cancer and her mom had moved in with her so she could take care of her, and her mom just passed away very recently. And like I said, this was Lowen's first time outside of her apartment, and that was because she was taking care of her mother, and her mother required full-time care, and she just like couldn't really leave her apartment. And then of course she went through a period of, you know, being upset about what happened and not wanting to leave her apartment because she was upset that her mom just passed away, which very reasonable, I will give her. But her, well, we don't find out exactly why she's out and about yet until the very end, but she talks about at the very end of her chapter that she has a meeting with Corey and the editor from the book publishing company that she's been working with, Pantem Press. And she has this really weird comment that like never really gets addressed again, because she does drink on and off through the book, and it does, like, when she's drinking, it is kind of implied that, like, it's not always necessarily, like, in the healthiest way. Like, it's definitely in a coping mechanism sort of way. But I wouldn't say she's, like, really portrayed as, like, you know, an alcoholic or an addict or anything like that. But she has this line at the end of this chapter where she says, morphine would definitely help, but hospice removed it all from my apartment last week when they came to retrieve their equipment after my mother passed. It's a shame I was too shaken to remember to hide it. I could really use some right now. She says that like someone who has been recreationally using morphine and has been using morphine as a coping mechanism. Like, I get, maybe that's like an offhand joke, but like, unless you're like doing morphine, like, why your instinct like in a stressful situation would never be like, wow, I should be doing morphine right now, that would totally help me in this situation. Also, if you've done it, like, it's not something you would do and then go to a meeting on. Like, it's not like having a drink before a meeting, or like, I don't even like smoking a joint or something before a meeting. Like, this, it's just like kind of at a weird aside, and then it was like never mentioned again. Like, that never becomes relevant. We never touch on that again. It was just a super weird little aside that we put in there, and I was very confused because I really thought that was like, when I read that, I was like, man, like, does she have like a substance abuse problem that I'm like not remembering, or like, you know, issues using substances to cope or anything? No, 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 not really. That was just in there. Sure, man. That is one thing I will say about Colleen Hoover, is that her chapters tend to be more of chapters. They're a lot longer. I'm used to Frida McFadden, where every chapter is like 2 pages long. So we start chapter 2, and we kind of get this introduction to Corey, who is her agent. She hasn't really heard from him in months. They haven't really been communicating frequently. And he kind of texted her and was like, hey, you know, meet me at this, you know, at the publisher tomorrow. I have a possible offer. It's good. We should go. And she kind of establishes that they very much have crossed the line in their agent client relationship and slept together almost immediately, but have recently, you know, a couple of months back, broken up and are no longer sleeping together. And so she gives us this little, you know, aside, explains this to us a little bit. And then she gets to the building and she runs into Jeremy again, now wearing a new shirt. And he's like, oh yeah, you know, like my hotel was just a block away. I just changed real quick. And he's talking about, oh, I don't work here. You know, I have a meeting on the 14th floor, which is coincidentally the same floor that she has a meeting on. And so she's like, you know, what are the chances we're going to the same meeting? And he was like, well, your name's Lo and Ashley, and I'm meeting a Lo and Ashley, so it's pretty possible. And they kind of, you know, split off, have their different moments. You know, she finds out Corey lied to her about the time of the meeting because he thought that she was going to be late. She's kind of irritated about that. They kind of have, you know, this weird, awkward interaction. You know, it's the first time they've seen each other for months, and like the first time they've seen each other since they're no longer sleeping together. So, you know, they just kind of have this little bit of, you know, awkward back and forth. He gets a little upset because she finally tells him that her mother passed away and she hadn't told him yet, and he was kind of like, why would you not tell me this? Though I think it's very reasonable why she wouldn't have told him that, but I digress. And they talk a little bit more too about her mother's financial situation. Her mom essentially lied to her towards the end and basically like said she had all of this money and stuff that she didn't. She was actually very much in debt. And if you don't know, if you have a parent pass away and you are the person responsible for taking care of that, and they left a bunch of debt behind, you are on hook for that debt. Depends. Some once in a while not, but largely, yes, you are then responsible for that debt. And so, you know, they're like, hopefully this offer will be really good. It's really mysterious. I don't know what the offer is going to be. And so they even like have them sign a non-disclosure agreement beforehand. And so they sit down with Amanda Thomas, who is the editor, and Baron Stevens, who is their lawyer. Neither of those people are really relevant. And Jeremy Crawford. We find out his last name for the first time, which is, you know, the Jeremy she met before. So essentially right away, they tell her, like, you know, we're just going to cut to the chase. One of our authors has a contract with us to write a certain number of books. She has been in a very serious accident and she can no longer write these books. And so we want to hire essentially like a ghostwriter, like slash, you know, co-writer to finish the series and finish, you know, the contract. And she finds out that this person is Verity Crawford, which is, you know, in their world, a very, very popular author, very famous, who is really well known for writing these series of books that are mostly told from the villain's perspective. So it's like a very, you know, kind of unique take. This is like, you know, they want someone to take over like the book tours and the press releases, and, you know, this book series is a really big deal. So her being unable to finish it is, you know, consequently also a big deal. And so he offers, they offer, the team offers $75,000 per book. And then, of course, you know, has to do the press releases, book releases, all of that. This is immediately like stressful to Lowen because, one, she is not the type who wants to put herself out there. She is very like self-proclaimed insecure. She does not want to do these book releases, press tours. And also, like, she is like excited about the money, though I feel like that's like honestly a little low. I guarantee you Verity was getting paid a lot more than that for these books, but I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. I'm not a publisher. I don't really know. And then they're talking about, you know, we want the first book in 6 months, and then the other two we would like preferably, you know, in the next 2 years. So essentially kind of roughs out like the taxes and stuff, about 50 grand a year, which honestly, pretty low salary. That's like honestly not a very high salary. So even when I was reading that, I was like, girl, you need to fight a little harder for a little more money. They kind of are like, well, let me think about it. They kind of clear out the meeting, but before they clear out the meeting, she's like, you know, her and Jeremy have a word in private. And so it's like a little unconventional, but she's like, no, it's okay. Like we can talk. And so they send everybody out, and he's like, are you good? Like, I know what you just had to witness, like, right before you came here. And she's like, I mean, to be fair, so did you. And, like, you're here. And they've already started this thing, and I hate it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I've now read this book multiple times. It still does not make sense to me. They have this thing where they don't say like okay or whatever. It's only all right. He really reiterates that, like, when they're in the bathroom, like, I'm all right. Are you all right? And it's like, that's a fine word to use. Obviously, plenty of people use that word. That's fine. It's just weird, like, how, like, specific he is about it. And, like, she, like, notices that he keeps saying this. And, like, honestly, I didn't even peg it until she started bringing it up. Because it's so, like, innocuous. Like, it's such a weird thing to care about and to be focused on. And to be like, no, we say all right in this household. Because it does kind of get like that later. And it's just like, why? It doesn't, I don't understand besides, like, giving them, like, a catchphrase for the two of them, like, which, like, I'm all right is, like, not a good catchphrase, or, like, a good, like, oh, this is, like, a little thing we say to each other, like, the whole thing was, like, I get what you're trying to do with this, but this is not doing it for me. This is not doing it for me at all. But he says, you know, I'm all right, and then, you know, she asks why his wife can't finish the series, and he tells her that she was in a car accident, and they thought that she might recover, but it seems like she's probably not going to recover, so they're kind of to the point where, you know, they need someone else to read it. And he also mentions that, like, he actually brought her up. Well, that's not true. He says that Verity had read her book and brought her up because she liked her writing so much. And Lowen is very, like, over the moon. Like, she's very much like, oh my god, I've only ever wanted someone to, like, read my writing and think it was good. Which, like, literally that's the whole reason you and Corey started hooking up, is because you thought your book was good. So, like, we've already had this and it proved to be a nothing burger. But okay, sure, we'll pretend like this is the first time we're hearing that, even though you've literally already told me in these 30 pages that that's not the first time. But, and, you know, she's like, oh, we think you're gonna be the next big thing, we want you to do it. And then she, like, I get why she's, like, asking these questions, so, like, we as the reader can, like, learn about what happened. But the fact that she just, like, keeps blatantly being like, why can't your wife finish the series? What happened to your daughter? What happened to your other daughter? Like, girl, you do not know this man. And he is telling you about some really traumatic things. Like, maybe this is not the way to bring them up. And maybe this is not the way to talk about them. Because she literally said, like, you know, he said something like, after our daughters died. And she goes, daughters? Because he only mentioned the one earlier. And he's like, yeah, twins. We lost Chasten 6 months before Harper passed. And she literally says, I don't know why he's telling me this, but I don't question it. You literally asked him. You directly asked him. What do you mean, I don't know why he's telling me this? You asked him. You started the conversation. Girl, what are we talking about? And she's literally like, he just wanted to be alone, but, like, maybe he always feels alone. Like, girl, you asked him. What are you actually saying right now? So essentially he's like, you need to, if you're gonna do this, you need to fly all the way out of state. You need to come to our house. You need to sit in Verity's office. You need to go through all of her stuff. And, like, that's the only way this is gonna work. Like, I'm not gonna digitize any of it. I'm not gonna send it to you. You have to come stay in my house. Which, of course, she is like, no, I can't do that. Oh my god, I totally couldn't do that. Like, and again, they have a all right moment. This isn't cute. This isn't what you think it is. This isn't a cute little it's the word all right. Oh my god. I can't get so focused on this, but it's so irritating. And then, also, Jeremy tells her that they're lowballing them and to ask them for way more money and insist that you want to write under a pen name and you don't want to do the book tours and everything, and then he'll approve it. So, I will say I do give him that, because that was definitely more of the deal that she needed. So, I do appreciate him being like, push for more, we're gonna pay you more. Like, don't accept that low-ass number. Which, I mean, generally, you shouldn't have accepted that lowest number. That was not, for all of what they're asking her to do and what they're asking her to write, 50 grand a year is not enough payment for all of the work they were expecting her to do. And Lowen continues to have this, you know, these thoughts of insecurities for, like, several pages. You know, she establishes, you know, like, she doesn't know if Verity can, like, communicate at all, because Jeremy didn't, like, specify that or not. So, like, she has no idea if she'll be able to have any help, or if Verity will know that she's, like, doing this and, like, be able to approve or not. Because she even said, like, but once my work is out there with Verity's name on it, it's going to be read by hundreds of thousands of readers with built-in expectations for this series. And if I fail, Corey will know I failed. The publishers will know I failed. Jeremy will know I failed. And depending on her mental state, Verity may know I failed. Which, like, girl, I get it. Like, I get having insecurities, not always being the most confident. And that's a big stage. Like, that's a big jump to go, because she's not like a unpopular reader, but not, or unpopular writer, but, you know, obviously not to like that extent. So like, I get that. That is a very big jump. People do have a lot of expectations. Very reasonable to be nervous. But I don't know, there's just something about it, like, this is one of the few times that Colleen Hoover writes like emotions that I'm like, no, that feels real. Like, that feels like it's like coming from a place of familiarity. And then she complains for several more pages before she's like, Jesus, Lowen, I roll my eyes at my inability to realize how many writers would kill for this kind of opportunity, and here I am thinking my life has hit rock bottom. Ungrateful, party of one. Like, well, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, we're 43 pages in, all you've done is complain so far. And this is like a really big opportunity to do like a really cool thing, and all you've done so far is absolutely complain. And the complaining doesn't stop, because she's, while all this musing is happening, she's driving the last little leg to Verity's house. And this is how she describes the house. Dark stone works its way across the front of the house, broken only by the blood-red door, the only relief of color in this sea of gray. Ivy covers the left side of the house, but instead of charming, it's threatening, like a slow-moving cancer. My entire apartment would probably fit into the entrance hall of this monster. My mother used to say that houses have a soul, and if that's true, the soul of Verity Crawford's house is as dark as they come. I feel like that description would only work if we're talking about, like, you know, like the stereotypical like old Victorian house that's like haunted as hell in like a horror book or a horror movie. Like, that type of description I feel like would be appropriate for like that type of house. But they like establish it many times that I will probably not repeat because it's not nearly worth mentioning. The house is like very modern, you know, very clean, very up to date. There's like an absolutely beautiful scenery outside. There's giant windows everywhere, so you can see this beautiful scenery outside. There's like a mountain and a lake, and it's gorgeous, right? And it's like that you're like describing it like it's, yeah, like a scary old mansion that it's probably full of ghosts, and it's scary, and it's like every other picture you paint of it is like this beautiful, modern, sleek, like nice house. Like, it's not scary. Like, I don't know why you're describing the outside of the house like this. Like, the image that she paints in this first like page is not replicated anywhere else in the book. Nothing about the house is scary. The house never spooks her. The inside of the design of the house is not scary. She never thinks it's intimidating or threatening in any way. Like, this is the only time we ever mention that, and it does not gel with anything else in this book, and it doesn't make any sense. Like, its inclusion, very weird. She talks about how she stalks the house on like realtor websites and like Google Earth and stuff before she comes. And yeah, like literally then like, the lawn is lush and manicured, at least 3 acres deep. The lake behind the house stretches from one end of the property to the other. The green mountains paint a picturesque backdrop so beautiful, it's hard to believe the awful tragedy its owners have experienced. So it's not scary. Why? Like, you just want to say something mean about Verity. Like, why do we say that about her house? Like, it just doesn't make any sense with the rest of the book. And then she gets spooked by Crew. Yeah, you heard me right. They named their son Crew. Some white people should have ever heard it. And it gets worse. There's a reason behind why he's named that, and it's actually fucking disgusting. So, look forward to that. That's so exciting for you. Anyways, he scares the hell out of her. He's 5. He's a literal toddler. That's really important to remember later. I will rant about this later. He is a toddler. toddler. But he is just like staring, like standing outside her car door, just like staring at her and like not laughing, not smiling, like just staring. And I get it. Little kids are kind of creepy, especially at that age. And you know, she tries to talk to him, and he's like very like kind of resistant. He like answers, but then like you know, because she says like, "Hey, do you live here?" And he says yes. And she goes, "Must be nice," which like a weird fucking thing to say to a 5-year-old whose mom and 2 daughters just like died, but okay. And he goes, "Used to be," which also feels like way too witty of a response for a 5-year-old. Like, don't get me wrong, like they can say some crazy things. The kids say the darndest things exist for a reason, but like I don't know. There was just, it didn't read like a 5-year-old toddler response to me. And then he like walks up to the door, and then she like, you know, goes to like follow him inside, and he just shuts the door in her face and locks it without saying a word. And I was like, you know, I think I like this kid, because she needed a little dose of that, I think. And so she's like ringing the doorbell. Nobody's answering. Eventually she like pulls out her phone, and she, you know, texts Jeremy, tells him, you know, she's there. He comes and gets her, and she immediately, this will get so annoying. She immediately starts like having a crush on him and like hitting on him. She's like, he's in sweatpants and a blue banana fish t-shirt, socks, no shoes. I don't like the buzz rushing through me right now. Girl, we're on page 47. Like, you just got here. Like, you literally haven't even walked in the door, and you've called this house a cancer, called this kid creepy, and now are immediately wanting to fuck this man. Like, do you have no decorum? Like, who are you? What are you doing? Why are we doing? Why? Also, complaint on the romance side of writing things. It's not interesting when people just like have a crush instantaneously, because also like we've seen them interacting several times already, and that like wasn't there. So it's like weird that like the second she like shows up at his house, like she immediately is like attracted to this man, because like you've met him several times, and like we didn't have all this weird, like, don't get me wrong, like she was interested by him, and like she thought that he wasn't like bad looking, but like it's not this like, oh my god, there's a buzzing in my chest all the time. Like, that just starts like the second she shows up at his house, and it's like, oh, so you really do just want to like steal this sick lady's like husband. Like, you literally haven't even given 30 seconds to breathe. Like, not everything has to be like, you know, like enemies to lovers, but like nothing. Like, we don't even get like a second for this to build up. Like, you haven't spent any time with him. Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't, it's narratively, it just does not work for me. So, you know, he takes her inside. They kind of, you know, do like a little tour around the house, and Jeremy tells her that she is going to be sleeping in his and Verity's bedroom downstairs, because everybody sleeps upstairs now, because like Verity's hospital bed is upstairs, Crew's room is upstairs, and he doesn't like to sleep alone anymore, so Jeremy sleeps upstairs. So they're like putting them in their master bedroom, and literally like when they go in the bedroom, like first thing, like she literally just like walked in the house, like been here like 5 minutes. She looks around the room, and this all feels so bizarre, especially that I'll be sleeping in their bed. My eyes are pulled to the headboard, specifically to the teeth marks bitten into the top edge of the headboard in the center of the bed. This is another reason that you can tell that Colleen Hoover has never had good sex or has never had anything but the lowest tier mediocre sex, because she actually thinks something like this is a thing people do and a thing that's like possible. As the daughter of someone who worked in an orthodontist office for like 30 plus years, no. The teeth are not made for that. I'm not saying it's like physically impossible for like a human to leave a tooth impression in wood. Like, depending on the type of wood, like, it is, I guess, technically possible, but not only would it be severely detrimental to your teeth, they're not really made for that. You're like the chances that you could like be biting into, because also like if you think about the mechanics, I'm not gonna get graphic, but if you think about the mechanics of how sex works and the fact that you're moving, it's pretty hard to do it without moving. Like, you trying to bite into solid wood as the wood is like moving and you are moving, like that bitch would be breaking teeth. Like, that is how you curb stomp somebody. Like, that is not something people would be doing for fun. That's not sexy. I'm worried about this lady's oral hygiene. Like, does she have any teeth left? Are they all cracked? How many crowns does she need? Like, and the fact they're implying that she's left like a bunch of these, that she's done this like a bunch of times, like this is a normal fucking thing to do. And like, that they're so deep, like, it's just honestly, frankly, fucking ridiculous, and it takes me out of the story. It takes me out of the story, because girl, do not, just do what Frida McFadden does. Do not write sex in your books if you've never had good sex and you don't know what sex is like. Stop writing about it then, because you're not good at it. And it's frankly, honestly, a little embarrassing. This feels like a 13-year-old who's never actually learned any real thing about sex would write. Because what are we talking about? Be so for real with me right now. And it will get mentioned so much. That is not the last time that's going to be mentioned. It's going to be mentioned. She also requests a lock for her door, and she really frames it, which, like, we'll get more into this later, which they only honestly, like, again, we'll get into this more later, but, like, they honestly never really explain this plot point a whole lot, because it gets introduced, and we're, like, kind of made to see, like, it's like this big problem, and it's gonna, like, lead somewhere, and then it never does. It doesn't go anywhere. There's no point to it. We don't really find out the reason it's been happening. We don't have any resolution to it. So don't get too interested in this plot point. It's not going anywhere. But she basically insinuates, like, I don't need the lock. Well, she doesn't say this out loud yet, but in her head, interiorly, she's thinking, like, I don't need the lock to, you know, keep them out. I'm, like, keeping myself in. Like, I don't want them to get hurt. And you're like, oh my god, like, why do you need to lock yourself in your room? Are you a fucking werewolf? Like, what could possibly be happening to you? If your guess was sleepwalking, that is the right answer, because short of her being a werewolf, literally, what else would it be? That's what it was gonna be. Sorry if that ruins anything for you, that it didn't come up organically. But literally, what else would it be? Also, so he's like, I'm gonna also introduce you to Verity's nurse, just in case, you know, you need anything, she's here, you guys are gonna interact, whatever. But he obviously knows that, like, she's not gonna be going by her real name when she writes the series. Like, she wanted to write it under a pen name. And so he's like, well, do you have the pen name? And she was like, oh, no, I never thought about that. Which, like, crazy. You said you wanted to write under a pen name. They said they want to announce this right away. Obviously, they're going to ask you for that, like, almost immediately. Like, you should have been thinking about that as soon as you left. But, like, okay. And then he literally does the like, oh yeah, like she says, isn't that how people figure out their porn star name? But he literally goes, what street did you grow up on? And she says, Laura Lane. What was the name of your first pet? Chase. He was a Yorkie. Laura Chase. I like it. And she goes, recognize it. I told my head, recognizing that pattern of questioning from Facebook quizzes. Isn't that how people figure out their porn star name? He laughs. Pen name, porn star name, works across the board. That's just stupid. That's just, be so for real with me. That's how you chose your super famous pen name that's gonna be all over internationally, Times, New York Times bestseller, a Facebook quiz? That, okay. Okay. So she goes to meet Verity, and Verity she's not like hooked up to like life support or anything like that. Like she doesn't necessarily have like any apparatuses like helping her breathe or anything like that. But essentially she's kind of like catatonic. She just kind of lays in bed, stares at nothing, or like has her eyes closed, but usually staring at nothing, doesn't interact with anything, doesn't react to anything, you know. She doesn't seem to have like many reflexes or like really like control of her body. She's kind of just like all the time. And, you know, she does, you know, blink and stuff, but she just like is not really aware of anything at all. And so, you know, they have a little back and forth. It's clear already that the nurse does not like her. And you know what? As we find out later, valid. The nurse was exactly right. So, but yeah, she just like, there's kind of a weird vibe with their first interaction. So they have a little back and forth with April. They have a little back and forth with Crew, you know, just getting in the shower, having this little happy little family moment. And then, you know, he explains, you know, this might take you more than 2 days. Like, I know you're only planning to be here for 2 days, but like if you need to stay longer, like it's okay. There's a lot of stuff to go through. Which he's like I said, like he's been insistent about this, like from the beginning. Like he really wants her to stay more than just like the 2 days, which just like feels weird. I'd be questioning that a little bit. Like I get it, there actually is a lot for her to go through, and like genuinely, like it would definitely take more than 2 days, like absolutely would. So like I don't think that he's like off base per se, but it's just weird how like insistent on it he is, and like from the very beginning, like it just, I don't know. Jeremy's vibe's weird. I don't love Jeremy's vibe. And this is also where he explains that he doesn't read her books, and he doesn't like being inside of her mind. Which, like, this is supposedly the woman you love more than anything that you want to be with for the rest of your life, and like you don't like being inside of her mind at all? Like you don't like the way she thinks and stuff? Like that feels like it feels weird. That feels a little off. After they, you know, have that lovely little conversation, they go their separate ways, and she goes into Verity's office and she starts like going through her notes, and she almost immediately finds a book called So Be It. Well, a manuscript called So Be It. And she's kind of flipping through because she like, at first she thinks like, maybe this has something to do with, you know, the story, because it's kind of like tucked in with everything else. And then she kind of realizes right away, like, oh no, this is like an autobiography. Like Verity wrote this about herself. Like it's about her life and about her and Jeremy. Why did I almost call him Jeremony? Where? Okay. Jeremy. And right away she's like, oh, fuck the book series. I don't care about the notes anymore. I've got to read this. And her excuse is that like, oh, well, I have to understand what's going on inside of Verity's head. Like, I need to know how her mind works to understand her as a writer. And then she later says, that's my excuse anyways. Like, girl, you immediately immediately forsake your job. Immediately we're like, okay, anyways, that's fine. Like, so the next little, you know, snippet, we get a snippet from Soviet, from Verity's autobiography. So the next section, we get a little snippet from Soviet. It starts out with an author's note that's talking about, like, you know, an autobiography that's trying to convince you to like the writer. It's like, that's not honest, and like, I'm gonna be honest, and this is gonna be hard to read, and you're gonna hurt. Which, we'll get into this later, but I do feel like that should have been a pretty obvious sign for what's gonna come up later in regards to the truth of all of these, like, events that are happening. Like, she writes about villains, and she started out with, like, a villain monologue saying how bad this is gonna be. But she essentially talks about when she first met Jeremy for her first, like, chapter of this autobiography. And she talks about, like, you know, she's so promiscuous, and she went to this, like, party, like, she snuck into this kind of, like, corporate-y type of party. And she's, you know, wearing this dress because she's gonna hook up with, like, a businessman, and she does this all the time, and she picks out her dresses just so she can, like, sleep with men in them, which, like, I feel like that's supposed to, it's, like, simultaneously supposed to paint Verity as a villain, but at the same time, I feel like we're supposed to get this, like, very cool girl image from her, and it's like, I'm sorry, any girl who's basing her whole self-worth and her self-image over men and sleeping with men is not interesting. You're not cool. That's not what a cool girl is. Like, it's not, you're not doing what you think you're doing here. And then she, you know, so she's at the bar. She had seen Jeremy across the room for a little bit. He comes up to her at the bar, and he tells the bartender to not serve her any more drinks. And she instantly gets, like, really mad about this because she's not really, like, super intoxicated. She's had 3 drinks, but only 3. And so she was trying to order another drink, and now the bartender won't serve her because he said that she needs to only drink water. And so he assumes, you know, she's over imbibed and doesn't want to serve her anymore, even though she's, like, fine. And so obviously she's understandably pissed about this. And eventually the bartender tells them to go away, go to a different bar. And so, you know, they go over to the other side of the conference hall, ballroom, whatever's going on, and go to the other bar. And before she can, like, order, he comes up to her real fast and he's like, well, you didn't ask me why I wanted you to only drink water. And it's like, well, yeah, no shit. Who the fuck would? You just walked up all presumptuous, like, implied that I've over consumed and I cannot handle myself in front of a stranger when you literally don't know me and I'm fine. Like, yeah, of course I'm not giving you the chance to explain. Fuck you. And he literally says, I've been watching you since the moment I walked through the door. You've had 3 drinks in 45 minutes, and if you keep going at that rate, I won't feel comfortable asking you to leave with me. I'd much rather you make that choice while you're sober. I feel like I'm supposed to be like, oh my god, like, he doesn't want to take her home without her consent, which, like, yeah. The bar is in hell. Yeah. Obviously, like, she should be making an informed decision. Yeah. It's weird that you're, like, watching this girl, monitoring everything that she's doing, specifically with the intent of, like, I just want to sleep with this person. So I'm literally like, it's just, it's giving weird. It's giving fucking weird. like, okay, so you've been stalking me for 45 minutes just because you want to hook up with me, and now I'm supposed to change everything I'm doing just because you want to hook up with me? Like, that's fucking, I don't know. I did not like the vibe. I think they thought this was all cute and suave, and he's so, you know, charming and handsome. No, it's weird. It's weird. Do not try this line on somebody. It's creepy. Like, and I am not saying that having someone be sober and make an informed decision is creepy. Obviously, that part of it is good. I am a fan of that part of it. It's just like the way he's like asserting all this control over her body and like into her life of this person he's literally never met, and just like assuming she's going to sleep with him, like like it's just it's off. It's weird. And then they go into a limo and they start hooking up a little bit, and then she finds out that's not his limo and they have to bail, and they get in his like tiny little car, and they end up going back to his apartment and they end up hooking up, you know, and she is like obsessed with him. He takes her to a Steak and Shake, and then he takes her back to his shitty little apartment that he lives in with roommates, I believe. Oh no, I lied. He has a studio, but still, tiny little apartment, Brooklyn, whatever. And then they stay together for 3 days, and all they do is like hook up and eat food, basically. And it's just like, she is literally obsessed with him at the end of this. Like, it is giving a little unstable, I will say. Like, I am concerned about her mental health a little bit. Literally, she said, like, we both called in sick to work that Monday, and by Tuesday I was obsessed. She's like obsessed. She lists like a bunch of things. I'm not reading the whole paragraph. And she said, and obsessed with a new and intense need to please him. I needed to please him. I needed to be what made him smile, breathe, wake up in the mornings. And for a while I was. He loved me more than he loved anything or anyone. I was his sole reason for living, until he discovered the one thing that meant more to him than I did. And I do feel like I'm supposed to like, I feel like reading this book, like I think the intention of a lot of these scenes is like the ones with like Verity and Jeremy are more the, you know, the dark romance, the like, oh, this person's so damaged and so flawed, but they're so kinky and crazy, and like, isn't it awesome? Like, it's really giving that. It's really giving book talk for hard. And then like we get this interspersed with like Lowen and Jeremy, which is very much supposed to be portrayed as this more like understanding and caring and like gentle thing, and like neither work. Like neither are written in a way that is like interesting, relevant, relatable. Like they don't work. It doesn't work. And I don't know how you write two different kinds of romance in your story and neither of them work, but I digress. Chapter 5 starts with her kind of having these conflicting feelings about the fact that she was literally going through Verity's personal things, which, like, you know, obviously she's there to go through Verity's personal things in the sense of the book. Nope, nobody told you to be reading this manuscript. This is not any part of what you need to be doing. But I do understand that, like, I mean, realistically, like, if we were put in that scenario, like, I would also be curious. I would be curious. I would be. So, like, I give her grace for that. But then we immediately go into this weird little moment that, like, I don't know, I honestly feel like says more about Colleen Hoover as a person, but maybe that's just putting a little bit too much on her. But so, like, obviously we know Verity's upstairs. She's got her hospital bed upstairs. And she like comes out of her room and she hears like a creaking noise in, you know, coming from upstairs, and it's kind of like a rhythmic creaking noise. And her first thought, remember this, because also we'll get way more into Jeremy later. But her very first thought is that someone is sleeping with Verity. The woman who's in a coma, essentially, sort of, a catatonic state of some sort, at least. Her first thought, her first instinct is that someone is sexually assaulting Verity. And she's literally like made freak out about this when Jeremy like comes from around the corner, and because obviously that's not what's happening. That's not what's going on. And he is just like, yeah, sorry, like that's her hospital bed moving because she has like bed sores. So she doesn't have bed sores, but it's like to prevent bed sores. So it like kind of constantly like moves her around every little bit or whatever, which must be very expensive. And then he says, which I was like, okay, weird that you're staying in the house with this man that you would like immediately assume is like sexually assaulting his wife. But I get it also, like, you don't know him, whatever. But then he immediately goes, I can turn it off if it bothers you. No, you can't? No, you can't. No, you should not. If this is like what's keeping her from getting bed sores, and if you don't know much about like caretaking someone, I haven't done it extensively, but I have been decently involved with it at several points in my life, and like that is something you need to be doing frequently. Bed sores can get really, really serious. They can cause like rot and decay all the way to the bone. They can kill people. They're very, very serious, and it's not very hard to get them. You can get them really quickly. So the insinuation, because she's going to be here for days, that he would turn off this machine that's literally partially keeping his wife alive feels crazier than her thinking that she was... I was like, oh my god, girl, like, why would you be, like, crazy that your mind went there? Just for it to immediately fall down, I was like, I don't know, maybe your mind should have gone there, because what do you mean you would just turn it off? That doesn't... What do you mean? What do you mean? Also, another red flag, big red flag for me when it comes to Lowen. He says, Jeremy, I'm heating up leftovers. You hungry? I was just on my way to the kitchen, actually. It's pizza. She goes, perfect. And then Princess, I hate pizza. How do you hate pizza? I feel like there's so much of Lowen, I feel like that's supposed to come across as it's like quirky, like I'm not like every other girl, like I'm not like the regular girls who are confident and care about their appearance and care about dating and care, like she's very much giving me and the Tumblr girl a little heavy. And don't get me wrong, like pizza is not my favorite food of all time. By far, I can't even really eat it anymore because I'm allergic to dairy. The oil kind of gets my stomach going. It's not my favorite thing in the world. It's still good. It's pizza. Also, you can put literally anything on pizza. So how could you not like it? Like, you can always make it to something that you like because you can put literally fucking any ingredients on pizza. I don't know why this made me so mad. But it's just like, okay, Tumblr girl, like, you hate pizza. Alright. And then, they have a little just, like, back and forth. A lot of their back and forth, I feel like, is supposed to be, like, oh, they're kind of getting to know each other. And, like, ooh. But it's just, like, not... lot of their conversation just kind of falls flat for me. Like, it's not like particularly engaging or interesting. He, she says things like, did she ever talk with you about the series she was writing? Like what she planned for the characters, the ending? And he says, which I know I was defending him a second ago, but like, he's not that defensible. Like, this man, if she did, I can't remember. Before her car wreck, it had been a while, car wreck, it had been a while since she'd written anything or even talked about writing. But it's just like, he has admitted several times that like he hasn't read any of her books. He obviously also doesn't discuss them with her. Like, they don't talk about her writing. Like, he is just so like disengaged from it completely. And it's like, this is your wife's like work, like her life's work. Like, every one of these books has hit New York Times bestsellers. Like, this is paying for your beautiful house. It's paying for you not to work and take care of the kids. And you like just don't even care enough to know if she even has like an ending planned. Like, even if you didn't know what it was, like, I don't expect every writer necessarily to like have meticulously informed their husband about every single thing they were like going to do. Like, because also that would kind of partially take away Lowen's job. So like, I don't necessarily expect that, but like, you don't even know if she had an ending planned. Like, she never once like expressed frustration about writing, or like, oh, I'm having trouble writing this character, I don't know what to do with this guy next and it's bothering me. Like, nothing. Just totally dry, totally nothing. That just feels weird. So they talk about, you know, Lowen's mom a little bit, and then she asks him, because she wants to know kind of like how true this story is that she's reading of Verity's. And so she asks him, you know, how did you and Verity meet? And he does tell her, you know, at a party, she was wearing this really pretty red dress, blah, blah, blah. You know, she was so pretty. We left together, blah, blah, blah. We were inseparable after that. And so it's like, okay, so we kind of know that, like, well, we don't know the truth of everything that Verity said. Like, we do know that, like, the story of them meeting was pretty accurate. And therefore kind of implied that, you know, there may be other things in this manuscript that are pretty accurate, if she's telling this true. And she finds out that, you know, Verity didn't start out writing. She was a grad student originally, and, you know, he was a real estate agent, and over time she ended up writing her first book, getting published. It kind of went from that. And Jeremy wasn't super excited about it, because he very much just like doesn't really like attention, doesn't really like being in the limelight. So he was not super vibing with the whole her getting famous thing. And you can tell that he's like a little resentful, possibly. I definitely am getting some resentment about it, which does make sense later with things that happen. But, you know, they kind of have a little bit of back and forth. He's missing his daughters again, which, reasonable. And they finally say goodnight. And he says, "Good night, Lo." Which, first of all, I mean, I guess I don't know what else you would nickname her, but when? No, that's not really good either. She doesn't really have a great name for, like nicknames, but I don't... And she just, like, when I hear him call me that, my good night gets stuck in my throat. You have been here for 24 hours. His wife is upstairs. She just had a tragic accident. His daughters just died. He's dealing with a 5-year-old who's learning how to process all of this, and you are crushing on this man, and you're losing it because he called you by the first syllable of your name, something that's very common to do. So she goes in to go to bed, And then she doesn't have a lock on the door, like she was mentioning earlier. So she literally takes a big wooden chest and pushes it in front of the door. And so it's like we still have this moment where, like, is she a werewolf? Like, why does she need all this protection at night? Like, because she's already established, like, it's not like protecting her from them, it's protecting them from her. And it just makes me mad how much this is like mentioned just for it to be such a nothing burger later. Like, we will get into that, but it's just, it doesn't really go anywhere. And it's like, do we need to mention it every chapter if we're not going anywhere with it? I digress. So next we get chapter 2 of Verity's manuscript. This chapter pissed me off because we are supposed to have this, I feel like, very idyllic view of Verity and Jeremy's relationship. Like, they are supposed to be goals. They are so in love, so over the top. Nobody's ever been such a soulmate before. And he is kind of a shit all the time. Like, I already told you how I felt about them meeting. This is like, okay, she literally is like obsessed with him, right? Like, she was addicted to him. I'm not sure how healthy, how codependent I was. Sometimes I felt as if I didn't have him, I couldn't function. And then she does this thing, which, toxic on both sides. It's not even just Jeremy, like, toxic on both sides, because so they're like spending almost every single day together, but like they still have separate apartments. And at one point she just like stops paying the bills at her apartment and like just gets rid of her apartment. Does not tell him. They do not have a conversation about it. She just does it. Living with him for months, and then he like suggests that she move in with him, and which is just like, hate this. He had suggested I move in with him one night during sex. He does that sometimes. Makes huge decisions about our lives together while he's fucking me. Which, first of all, you don't have any huge decisions you guys have made yet. So, don't even know what that means. You guys are literally just dating. Like, you haven't lived together, you haven't done anything together, you don't have a kid to get, like, I don't even know what you're talking about, but okay. And also, toxic. Weird time to bring up big life decisions. Weird to just make those decisions for her. Like, just inform her of what she's doing, basically, rather than having an actual conversation about it. Though, to be fair, I mean, she kind of did that on the other end with the apartment thing. And then he gets upset when she tells him, like, oh no, we already live together. Like, I stopped paying for my apartment, like, months ago. And he's, like, understandably pissed about this. Which, like, so would I. So, like, I'm not, like, I get why he was upset about this. And then she literally doesn't let him talk about it. They don't resolve anything. They don't have any discussion. She just literally forces herself onto him. And that's kind of a common theme. Like, anytime something is bad or weird or they start to argue, she literally just, like, forces him into having sex. Which, if it was the other way around, I think we know what we would call that. That's really fucking weird. Like, in this one, she literally, like, sits on his face so he cannot, like, say anything back to her. That's fucking weird and predatory and creepy. Don't like that. Do not force your partner into having sex. Do not use sex as a reason for your partner not to have a real conversation with you, especially about something they're genuinely upset about and should be upset about. And then, we get the stupid fucking biting the headboard shit. I hate that. We've already talked about that, but I hate that. It's stupid. And we've mentioned it again. And she becomes so obsessed with him. Like, we find out this is why she actually started writing. Or at least through this book, this is why she started writing. That she was so upset about him going to work. So upset about him going to work that she literally made up a fictional character based on him and would, like, write about the fictional character to, like, make herself feel better about it. And then, you know, writes enough, eventually gets a book. And then another thing happens in this idyllic relationship. So he finds the manuscript, right? This is before she's turned it in. Nobody's read it yet or anything like that. She's just purely been doing this as like a way to like cope for herself. And he finds it, and she says, I don't want you to read it. He gathered the rest of the manuscript and tucked it to his chest. He was going to read it, and all I could think about was stopping him. I didn't know if it was any good, and I was scared, terrified, that it would make him love me less if he thought I was a bad writer. Which also, crazy if that's how he informs his opinions about you and decides if he likes you or not, but okay. I dove across the bed to try to reach him faster, but he slipped into the bathroom and locked the door. I am so sorry. If you have a very personal piece of writing, which, like, I get that it's a fictional story she's writing about, but it's clearly personal to her. It's her first one. Nobody's ever read her writing before. Like, this is deeply personal to her. And for you to say, that's like having your diary. That's like having your diary and your partner takes it from you and you're like, hey, I don't feel comfortable with you reading that. That has a lot of my personal thoughts in it. And then they lock themselves in a bathroom in front of you so they can read it without your permission. Literally forces himself on her writing. Like, the fact that your spouse, like, well, he's not her spouse yet, but your partner could have so little regard for how you feel. Like, I understand that some people are a little too shy about, like, their writing, and they need to have a little more, like, confidence, and, like, she is a good writer, but also, she just finished it. She literally is still processing that, like, this is a thing that she's done, and, like, kind of deciding what steps she wants to, like, take next. It's reasonable for her not to be ready for her literal partner to, like, read it right away. And for him to go against his wishes and lock himself in the bathroom so he can do it anyways, as she's literally begging and pleading for him to stop, is fucking crazy. And if he's willing to do that, when is he also not gonna stop? Foreshadowing. Yeah, so he reads for like 15 minutes and he's like, oh my god, it's so good. It's so good, Verity. It's so good. And then he sleeps with her again. So him kind of doing the same thing she just did of like, I'm just gonna force you into sex so you can't be mad about the thing that I just did, which is crazy and rape. But go for it. And then he asks her to marry him. Well, actually, he doesn't ask her. He doesn't ask her. Let me, because like she said, he kind of just makes decisions for her. Like, she doesn't really get a lot of say. He literally just says, marry me. And she's like, what? And he's just like, yeah, do it. I'm your biggest fan. So again, no agency for her. No ability to make that choice for herself. Didn't ask her in any nice way, doesn't have a ring, didn't plan out a proposal. After he just stole her work, read it in front of her, she's begging and pleading for him not to do that. Like, and I'm supposed to like this man? Which turns out he had a hidden ring, which, like, fine, yeah, okay, like, I get that he was probably planning that, but, like, it's just crazy that you didn't actually do, like, an actual proposal or anything romantic, anything like that. We were just gonna tell her what to do during sex after we just, like, traumatized her a little bit? Okay, sure, that sounds healthy. That sounds like something I want to look up to. Absolutely. So, chapter 6, we are back to Lowen. And she's talking about how she's, you know, sitting in Verity's office, and Verity has, like, this really beautiful view of everything, you know, like their whole backyard and stuff. And so she can see that the nurse has taken Verity outside, you know, get her some sun and stuff. And she's really, like, there's a lot of time in this book that she spends just staring at Verity intensely. Because, like, the whole time she's like, is she really in there? How much is she, like, getting out of all the things around her? How injured is she? Which, like, I'll give her that. Like, that's pretty understandable. Like, that makes sense to me. I probably would do the same thing. And so, you know, she's talking about, you know, her hands are in her lap and her head is tilted to the side, as if her brain can't even send a signal to let her know that she needs to straighten up her posture before it causes her neck to ache. And then sometimes, though, she has takes that I'm like, girl. She literally says, I can't help but wonder how Jeremy is handling all this. He's a concrete pillar on the outside, but the inside has to be hollow. It's disappointing knowing this is his life now, caring for an eggshell with no yolk. Girl! First of all, that is a terrible, terrible way to describe someone who has been through something very traumatic that has gotten, like, a very serious injury from it. And, like, to insinuate that, like, which, don't get me wrong, is the situation ideal? Obviously not. Is it traumatic? Obviously. And would that be really hard for Jeremy? Obviously. I'm not saying any of that isn't true. But it's just, like, the way, like, she describes her, like, she's just, like, not even a person anymore. She's kind of just, like, a doll that just sits there. Like, that's taking so much away from their relationship and, like, away from Verity as a person that it's just, it's gross. It's not really... There is a part two, like, I didn't bring it up, but there's a part two, which honestly, maybe we haven't even got there. But, like, she's having a conversation with the nurse and she's, like, asking her about Verity, but she's, like, asking about Verity like Verity isn't even there. And the nurse literally stops her and is like, girl, stop talking about her like she isn't here. That's, one, extremely fucking rude. Well, she doesn't say fucking, but one, that's extremely rude. And two, we don't know how much she can hear or how much she is experiencing. Like, we have no way of knowing that. And, like, it's really, really, really disrespectful to just kind of be cutting her out like she doesn't even exist. Like, she's, like, a baby that you could just talk about in front of her. Which, like, yeah, exactly, girl. You took care of your mom as she was dying for, like, a long-ass time. Like, you don't fucking know this? You don't know this? Like, I have a hard time believing that. And then she looks up and she realizes that Verity is, like, staring straight at her through the window. And she, like, does this little, like, ooh, kind of like people will do in a mirror if they, like, saw, like, oh, is this my reflection? Is it doing the same thing? And she kind of, like, her eyes, like, follow her, and then she gets, like, kind of out of the office, and obviously Verity can't, like, see her anymore. And so she's, like, terrified. But she, like, at this moment where she's kind of, like, freaking out about this lady who can't do anything, she gets a call from the apartments that she had been trying to apply for, because obviously, like as we said earlier, she had gotten evicted from her other apartment, and they turned her down because she had a prior eviction, and so now she doesn't have a place to go. And Jeremy accidentally overhears all of this conversation. He's like, no, stay. Like, we want you to be here. We want you to stay. Like, you have more things to go through. Like, stay at least till you get your, like, advance in, like, 2 weeks. A week, 2 weeks. So, like, you know, he's very much like, yeah, like, you know, please stay. And then he literally does, they do the thing, the all right thing again, where he says, stop being considerate. Stop being embarrassed. Just say all right. And she goes, all right. Which I don't get the all right thing. I get having, like, a thing. All right just does not, it just doesn't feel like that. I don't know. I feel like we could have done more. So she's, like, you know, thinking back on the manuscript, thinking about her crush on Jeremy, and she's like, you know, I mean, if I'm gonna write, like, Verity, then, like, really, like, I need to have a crush on Jeremy, and, like, I need to see him through the same lens, because, like, he did inspire some of this. Which, like, girl, you're just trying to make excuses for, like, why you're a shitty person, but go off. If that's the excuse you think you need to make yourself, like, good, at least you know that you're a bad person. Like, it's just, And the nurse too, like, she clocks it immediately. Like, the nurse does not like her from the beginning. Like, anytime she's, like, oogling Jeremy, the nurse is, like, clearly disapproving, which, like, go April, because that's fucking weird. It's weird to try to home wreck inside someone's own house as you're already, like, taking their career. Like, I get that, like, you know, we don't think Verity, like, necessarily is going to, like, recover, but it's just a weird and shitty thing to do. It's very tasteless. And so Jeremy and crew are outside after the nurse leaves, and then she notices that crew is, because, you know, big windows, she can see everything. She notices that crew is staring directly at the Verity's bedroom window upstairs, and he's like, you know, he's like 5, like, he's looking like he's, you know, looking at somebody, and she instantly is like, oh my god, and, like, she sees just the edge of the curtain, like, move, and she's like, oh my god, was Verity at her window? Was that why Cruz was staring at her and, like, waving? Like, she was at the window? Like, he couldn't just be waving at his mom that he knows is in there, but, like, I get it. With the curtain moving, I also would have suspicions, so I can't blame her too much for that. And she's actually so freaked out about this, she goes all the way up to Verity's room, which also kind of feels like a little bit of a violation. Like, you don't really know her. Why are you just busting in her room like that? Like, especially trying to, like, catch her in the act or something. Like, I don't know, like, you'll see where this story goes, but it just feels kind of tasteless and kind of shitty to, like, move into this house and then, like, immediately, like, assume this woman is faking her disability after she got into, like, a very serious car accident where she almost died, is, like, clearly catatonic, and, like, from the beginning, like, Lo, like, does not trust this, and it's like, you don't really have any reason not to trust, like, later on, sure, yeah, we'll get there, but, like, at this point, like, you don't really have any reason not to trust this, and it's weird that you're, like, so skeptical about her injury this whole time. Like, there's been nothing up to this point that has actually given any, like, weird vibes, and it's weird that she's, like, so focused on it. But she busts into Verity's room, unannounced, trying to catch her in the act, trying to catch her awake and up, and Verity's laying on the blanket exactly the way she was before. But there's a fan going, which, what could be blowing a curtain a little bit? And then she goes, oh my god, it was literally the fan. Like, what am I doing? But she does notice that when the nurse had just left, the nurse had said that she had left the TV on for Verity, but the TV is no longer on. Ooh, TV's not on anymore. Now we get into the parts that definitely, like, nothing we've really talked about so far has been super triggering. It does get a little, like, the Verity parts do get a little more triggering from here. You know, trigger warnings are always in the description box, but I just wanted to give that little heads up. Like, things get a little more real when we get to this part, because we're on chapter 3 of Verity's manuscript, and things are going to get a little more real when we get to, like, Verity's parts from here on out. So Verity finds out that she's pregnant, and, like, the night that they got engaged ended up being the night that they conceived this baby, and she is not vibing with it. It's less, like, focused on, like, I don't want a child around. It is more focused on, at least initially, how it's going to affect her body. She is very vain, and I don't want to say that as, like, a bad thing, but, like, she cares a lot about her appearance. She cares a lot about how she looks and, like, how, you know, her body shape and all these things. She works out a lot. She barely eats. She does a lot to maintain it. So all she cares about is that this is going to affect her body. This is, like, her, you know, her body's going to be stolen from her and all this stuff, which she's written very much as like a villain in this point, but as someone who does not want children and who has never wanted children, but has experienced pregnancy, I get it. I get it. Honestly, like the girl with the list on TikTok, if you know, you know, I get it. There's a lot of things pregnancy can do to you that's fucking crazy, gross, ruins your body. Like, don't get me wrong, pregnancy is beautiful. Bringing children into the world is beautiful, but it destroys women's bodies. It does. And I don't think that Verity is wrong for being afraid of that, even though, like, she's very much painted as the villain here. She is very much painted as being wrong and being callous, but I don't think that, you know, this initial fear, at least, you know, of not wanting this, like, I don't think that's wrong. I feel like that's very valid. And also, like, women die during pregnancy all the time. So, like, this isn't just like, oh, it's gonna ruin my body. Like, she could die. Like, I don't think it's wrong to be afraid of that. But I will say, I do not condone what she does next. So Jeremy, like, becomes obsessed with her. Not, like, obsessed with her in that way, but, like, he's obsessed with her pregnancy. Like, he wants to go to all the appointments. He, like, is really keeping track of, like, how much she's eating and, like, really wants her to, you know, eat more for the baby. And, like, he's very involved. He's very excited. And there's even a point where she says, "Do you love them?" And he said, "I love them more than anything." And she says, "More than me?" And he says, "Different from you." And she says, "Different, yes, but more? Is your love for them more than intense than your love for me?" And then he says, "Yes." And she is so upset, so mad, not vibing with that. She does not like, remember when I said, oh, Jeremy, like, until he found the thing that he loves more than me? It's the kids. It's the kids. That's what she was talking about. And she is so upset by this. Like, she wants to be Jeremy's one and only, and like number one, like indescribable number one spot. But also, I feel like that's kind of appropriate. Like, I don't think he's responding in a bad way. Like, I think that's a good thing. Oh, and they found out, I just realized I said them and didn't explain. They do find out that they are having twins. That's where the, you know, twin girls, Chastity and Harper, came from. So this even freaks her out, obviously, even more, because not only is it way harder on the body, but now she's got two babies to raise afterwards. And obviously Jeremy is very attached to them, so she's got a lot going on. But, and this is the part where I was like, don't agree with this. During the 4th month of my pregnancy, I started hoping for a miscarriage. I prayed for blood when I went to the bathroom. I imagined how, after losing the twins, Jeremy would make me his priority again. He would dote on me, worship me, care for me, worry for me, and not because of what was growing inside me. I took sleeping pills when he wasn't looking. I drank wine when he wasn't around. I did anything I could to destroy the things that were going to push him away from me, but nothing worked. Obviously, don't condone that. It's not right to, especially when you've already made it past the point where you could, you know, properly terminate the pregnancy. You know, obviously not right to do things that you willingly are trying to, like, hurt your baby. Of course, we don't condone that. But it's just, I feel like it's just frustrating to me that, like, I feel like so much they are trying to paint Verity as this, like, horrific villain, which is, there's a reason for it. It's intentional. I get why it's happening. But just, like, Colleen Hoover has this thing, especially if you haven't read a lot of Colleen Hoover books. Colleen Hoover has this thing where she is really focused on pregnancy. Pregnancy is, like, a big thing. Like, having babies, big thing. Very trad wife energy, honestly. And then like any women who like fall anywhere outside of the convention of like trad wife, I just want to have babies and I want to serve my husband and I want to do everything that he wants me to do, are like demonized, like extremely villainized and like painted in this horrific way. And it's like, yeah, of course you paint the lady who like just doesn't want her body to be ruined with children and is like scared about how that's gonna affect her and how that's gonna like affect her relationships, and you're making her into this like monster, like she's just a baby killer, she just wants to do, like, it's just so far, and she does this a lot. It's like a repeated theme for her, and there's nothing I hate more in general than a pregnancy trope, like, and you know, that's a little bit of personal bias, like from someone who doesn't have kids, no interest in kids, I don't want to read about kids, doesn't interest me, at least not like kids in this type of context. But it's just like I said, like it's that focus of like the trad wife is the right way, and like we'll see this more as we get through the books, but like Lowen is very much that person. Like she has a lot of like very trad wife values where she just wants to serve Jeremy. She wants to do everything for Jeremy. She wants to be his sex toy. She wants to be his incubator. She wants to like wait on him hand and foot. And it's just like like having one lady who doesn't want that. Like she's just so demonized. And that's also a common thing in Colleen Hoover books, is like you're supposed to like the female MC even though like most of the time they're not very likable people, because like I said, they're very trad wifey a lot of times. And then every other woman in the book is like villainized. Like they rarely have good best friends. There's not like a supportive friend group. They don't usually have supportive mothers or like grandmothers. Like they're like her mom, piece of shit. She has no friends. The nurse, mean to her. Caddy, Verity, demonized. Like, and that's all the women in the book. You know what I mean? Like everybody, like except for the female main character, every other female in a Colleen Hoover book is written in an unflattering and sometimes frankly derogatory way, like Verity. And we're very much supposed to be painted, even till the last page of this book, that like Lowen is in the right and the trad wife values are like in the right. And I like, this is the epitome of bad straight fiction, in my opinion. Ugh. Anyways. And so after they have this conversation, she literally goes to the bathroom and tries to wire coat hanger abort these babies. Which, first of all, I mean, don't get me wrong, I haven't done any wire coat hanger abortions. I can imagine how that would work and why so many women die and are very grievously injured by attempting so or having them done to them. But it, like, again, it just feels like the tippy top of like the villainhood, like where you're just like, how do we just make this character who doesn't want kids the biggest villain in the world? Because like who is coat hanger abortioning at like 4 or 5 months? Like that's something people do like at the beginning when they're trying to like get rid of the baby. I've never heard of someone trying to like do that halfway through the fucking pregnancy. Like that's just not very realistic, in my opinion. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. And she ends up being fine. And the babies are fine. But now we are on to chapter 7. And Lowen is so irritating. But so she is scandalized by this. Absolutely. She is, oh my god, Verity is the worst person ever. I can't believe I even read this. Which, like, tell me you don't read horror at all. Like, I feel like this is kind of light work compared to some of the stuff I read. But she is scandalized. This is the worst thing she's ever read. And she literally says, "Suddenly, I know without a doubt that it's true. A mother wouldn't write that about herself, about her daughters, if it wasn't the truth." I don't get me wrong, like, I don't necessarily, like, disagree with her for thinking that it could be the truth, because, you know, this is very much painted as an autobiography, but at the same time, like, for me, reading that, I'm like, that doesn't really add up. Like we just talked about, like, that, like, I get some aspects of that, but some parts of that just don't really add up for me. But, like, Lowen has no doubt. She's like, yup, Verity's the worst person that's ever existed. I should definitely take her husband because, you know, she's just a demon. She is just the worst person ever. So, like, that means that I should steal her husband, and that's totally okay. I mean, she doesn't say that 100%. She's strongly implying that. She is very strongly implying that. And she goes, if she did that, if she actually tried to take their lives over a streak of maternal jealousy, what else was she capable of? What actually happened to those girls? Which, like, is kind of well established, at least in, like, Chasten, but, like, that was at a sleepover. She wasn't there. Jeremy wasn't there. At a totally different house with, like, some friends. Like, how the fuck could Verity have had anything to do with that? Like, weird assumption. And it's also, like, I literally wrote here, like, people can't change. And hello, hormones? Because it's like, if you've ever had or if you have never had the misfortune of being pregnant, or the blessing, it does a lot to you. It does a lot to you. And, like, even from the beginning, even, like, just several weeks in, it absolutely changes the way you think. It absolutely influences how you feel. It absolutely affects your emotions and your thought processes in a lot of ways. And the farther you are in pregnancy, the less rational those become. Like, there's a reason, you know, pregnant women will have an absolute meltdown when they, like, wanted a chocolate donut and someone gave them a glazed donut or something. Like, you are not in a very rational state of mind when this is happening. You're literally growing a baby inside of you. Like, there's a lot of shit going on. It's gonna affect your mental a little bit. And, like, that's right from the start. And, like, she is a good 4 or 5 months in at this point. And it's like the fact that Lowen she's the worst person that's ever existed. Like, we give her no grace. Like, this is a big change for her. She was not trying to get pregnant. She didn't want kids. She's terrified of pregnancy. And she is flooded with all these hormones, because also she's having twins. So it's even twice as bad as a normal person would be. And so it's like, they just give her no grace for anything. They're just like, yep, she's the worst person ever. Worst mother that's ever existed. Which, there's nothing you could be in a Colleen Hoover book that's worse than being a bad mother. She does not care if you're a rapist. She doesn't care if you're a murderer. Literally does not care if you're a domestic abuser. The worst thing you can be in a Colleen Hoover book, according to Colleen Hoover, is a bad mother. Which is funny because she writes all of her women as bad people. Except for, like, usually the female main characters. Which, even then, Lowen's not a good person. So even, I don't think she escapes being written as a bad person either. Like, I don't think I've ever read someone who clearly despises women more than Colleen Hoover. Like, I don't know how, as a woman, you have such a derogatory view of women. Like, everything she writes about women is, like, strongly giving incel. Like, really feels like you're 45-year-old man in your mom's basement, like, typing this up to villainize women. And all of her books feel like that. So it's clearly just the way that Colleen Hoover feels about women. And honestly, it's frankly pretty fucking gross, in my opinion. So, you know, she decides that, you know, she definitely, like, is probably going to destroy this manuscript. Like, she does not want Jeremy to read it because it's kind of clear that he probably hasn't read it, and she does not want him to read this, which, granted, like, that does make sense. So she comes out and she asks Jeremy for a drink, and he pours her a drink, and he's kind of asking her what happened, and she's like, no, yeah, her books, they were just so scary, freaked me out a little bit. And he's like, really? Like, a book? And she's like, yeah, it was so scary, oh my god. And then, you know, she asks, is there a chance that Verity could make a full recovery? And he explains, you know, the doctor doesn't think she'll ever walk or talk again since she hasn't, you know, already made that progress by this point. And she asks if she's paralyzed, and he says no, there wasn't any damage to her spinal cord, but her mind, it's similar to the mind of an infant now. She has basic reflexes, she can eat, drink, blink, move a little, but none of it is intentional. I'm hoping with continued therapy she'll improve a little, but... And then crew comes down and they have a little moment. They're cute together. And honestly, like, again, kids aren't super my thing. So, like, you know, take this as, like, coming from a place of bias. But every moment that, like, crew appears, basically, if he's not, like, existing to be, you know, kind of creepy, is, like, this moment where it's painting, like, oh, look, they're such a cute family. Lowen would be such a better mom. Like, look at this cute little family. And it's like, girl, this just happened. Like, Verity just got into this accident, like, several weeks to, like, maybe 2 or 3 months before this happened. So not only are you home wrecking this guy who just had a living, breathing, totally fine wife 2 or 3 months ago, but you're already trying to, like, steal away his family and kind of force yourself into this motherly role for this 5-year-old who just, like, kind of hasn't even really lost his mother, but, like, essentially lost his mother a handful of months ago, if that. And you want me to, like, support her? You want me to be on her side? She's a demon. Like, she is the bad person. Like, we were painting Verity as terrible. She is terrible. But she's a trad wife, so that makes her better. So they get out a bunch of photos, and they're looking at photos of the daughters, and she realizes that one of the girls has a scar on her face. And Jeremy says, you know, that was Chastin. She was born with it. The doctor said it was scarring from fibrous tissue. It's not uncommon, especially with twins, because they're cramped for room. So it's like, yeah, they easily could have scratched each other, or, you know, there's a lot of things that can happen in utero. Of course, Lowen immediately assumes has to be from Verity. Has to be from the, like, coat hanger thing. Which, don't get me wrong, like, I could see where that could happen, but I feel like, one, if it was just a cut, like, I feel like the baby would have healed from that in utero, especially because the baby was only halfway formed at that point. But, you know, maybe not. Like I said, not an expert in wire coat hanger abortions. But we found out later that this is not true. She literally just had the scarring from fibrous tissue. So again, another, we are villainizing Verity, and literally Verity did nothing wrong. So, and then she asks about the allergy, which, so Chastin, if you don't remember, had died from, she gets anaphylaxis from, like, peanuts and stuff, and she ate peanuts at the sleepover, you know, passed away from it. But they have never brought this up, so for her to, like, bring this up implies that she has been, like, creeping on them and, like, reading about their family and stuff behind the scenes. And he's, like, a little put off by it, but he's like, no, you know, it was just Chastin. And then they have this little moment where he's, like, looking at her hand, and he's like, oh my god, where did you get this scar? And it's, like, very flirty, very romantic, which also, that's another thing in this book. I am supposed to root for Lowen and Jeremy. It's very obvious. Like, that is who we're supposed to root for. this man has his wife upstairs, and he's flirting with this girl in their house. Like I said, this just happened 2 or 3 months ago. And you've been married to this woman for like 20 fucking years. You have 3 kids together. And you absolutely move on in 2 or 3 months. Like, we're already to a new little toy. It's gross. Jeremy is also gross. And then she goes to bed, and then she realizes, or she goes to go to bed and realizes, oh, he like put a lock on my door. Like, how exciting. Like, he listened to me. And so like now she feels like a little bit better because she's having another moment of like, oh my God, I sleepwalk. Which, like, again, nothing burger. Literally not important. The next day, Jeremy asks her if she needs anything from the store, and she decides to go with him because she needs tampons, and she feels weird asking this guy that she barely knows to buy her tampons, which, yes, Verity talks about, yeah, men should be fine buying tampons. I'm sure he would be if she had just asked him. But, like, I do get it. Like, you don't know this guy. Like, you literally just met him, like, maybe a week ago at this point. So, like, I do get being a little uncomfortable with that. So she asks to go. They go, you know, they drive to the store. And on the drive to the store, they, like, the press release comes in that's like, Verity is now working with this, you know, co-author, blah, blah, blah. And she reads, like, a couple of the first comments. They're obviously not positive because people are upset, you know, their favorite authors handing their book series off, and, you know, and they haven't been super public about, like, what happened with Verity, and, like, nobody in the public at all, like, knows the extent of her injuries or anything. So, like, people don't understand this because they haven't been informed. They literally think she's just, like, handing her shit off. And Jeremy says, never read the comments. Verity taught me that years ago. And we'll obviously get more into this next video when we talk about Woman Down, but I thought this was, like, an interesting moment to mention when in comparison to us, like, talking about Woman Down, because, like, the way that they handle criticism and mean comments and feedback and all of that stuff in Woman Down, I feel like it's a really clear reaction, like, not a clear reaction, like a clear demonstration of how Colleen Hoover's attitudes and feelings towards the publishing space, towards her audience, towards people on the internet has drastically changed. Like, the way that she writes about people in that compared to just, like, here, where she's just like, oh, you know, don't read the comments, that's silly, like, you don't even need to know what people are saying, people are always gonna be mean. And it's like, yeah, girl, we should have kept with this energy, because you are right. Like, people are kind of shitty. We don't need to read the comments. It's totally fine, especially, like, that big of an author. Like, this was I feel like her attitudes to writing were so much healthier in this book. At least, obviously, we'll get way more into that when we read Woman Down in, like, the next video. But I did think that was a really interesting part to note. So, you know, they have still more little moments where she's like, oh my God, I love being domestic with him. But they run into, and this is important, a woman named Patricia. And Patricia is somebody that, like, knows Verity, like, knows, you know, they're friends. She's friends with Verity. And obviously, as a good friend, Patricia is immediately suspicious. She's like, why are you here with this young, pretty girl? Like, who's this? What are we doing here? She's, like, instantly suspicious. And, you know, she's like, how does one work with a writer exactly? I assumed it'd be more of a solitary job. And Jeremy's like, that's usually what non-literary people would assume. Like, Jeremy's clearly just, like, not having it. And I don't feel like Patricia, like, she's very much painted as, like, catty, bitchy, like, she's just kind of painted as a piece of shit. And it's like, I don't think it's wrong. Like, I'm so sorry. if my bestie's husband just popped up out of nowhere after I knew something really bad had just happened to her with another woman 2 or 3 months later, acting all flirty and domestic with her, I absolutely would also be like, what the fuck is happening here? What are we doing? Who is this? Like, I don't understand why she's painted as a villain when, like, it's pretty reasonable why she would be concerned about this. But, which, to be fair, he does point out that she is, like, sleeping with another guy behind her husband's back, so it's, like, a little hypocritical of her to be suspicious. But then it's, like, you're literally admitting that, like, she should be suspicious. Like, it should, like, she would only be a hypocrite if, like, you were also, like, I just don't love that they painted her as, like, this catty bitch, when it's, like, she clearly just cares about her friend and is concerned that her friend's husband just popped up with this random-ass lady and is acting all domestic and flirty. I would also be concerned. Like, reasonable. She's sitting in her office and she's fantasizing about Jeremy and thinking about how Verity's the worst, and she goes to, like, take a Xanax, like, which, there's nothing wrong with taking Xanax. I used to be prescribed Xanax for a long time. There's nothing wrong with taking it. It's very much not really, because she doesn't, like, she's not having a panic attack or anything. She's just like, you know, once the adrenaline kicks in, I can't seem to reel it in. Like, there's always something wreaking havoc on my anxiety levels. And it's like, that's not really what it's for. Like, kind of sounds like you should be on, like, an anxiety preventative, like maybe like a hydroxyzine, or, you know, something like maybe an antidepressant, like something that's going to bring your overall levels down. Like, Xanax is not intended for you just having, like, some excitement in your life. Like, it's definitely useful and really only useful for, like, panic attacks. Like, it's not for managing anxiety. So, like, questionable. But she hears, like, this whole commotion. So she runs upstairs, like, runs out of her room, runs upstairs, you know, like where Verity's room and stuff is. And Crew is on the floor. He is, like, bleeding from the face. He's holding, like, there's a knife next to him on the floor. And, like, it's not, like, super deep, but, like, he obviously was, like, probably playing with it and then, like, fell and, like, cut himself a little bit. And, you know, he says, Mommy says I'm not supposed to touch her knife. And she's like, your mommy says that? And then he doesn't respond. And she asks him, you know, does your mommy talk to you? And he doesn't respond. And then he, like, shakes it. Well, he does respond, but he just shakes his head and doesn't, like, you know, say anything. And so obviously, like, Jeremy runs in and, you know, she's like, hey, like, sorry, like, he, you know, I heard him screaming. I came up here. I think he fell. He was in Verity's bedroom. There was a knife on the floor. And Jeremy's like, oh my God, what were you doing with a knife? And he's like, I didn't have a knife. Like, I just fell off the bed. And she was like, yeah, he wasn't holding it. I just saw it on the floor and assumed that's what happened. And so, you know, Jeremy's like, I'm going to take care of Crew. Like, you go check to see what happened. And she looks around and now there is no knife in Verity's bedroom. And on top of there being no knife, she, like, because she's, you know, like, looking around on the floor. And when she gets up off the floor, she notices that Verity is staring directly at her, like, making direct eye contact. And she freaks the fuck out. And, you know, she's like, oh my God, and, like, goes up against the wall and, like, ends up just sprinting out of the room. She is scared. And then, you know, she goes back to Jeremy. And then he's like, you know, did you find the knife? And she's like, I couldn't find it. And he's like, but you saw one? And she's like, I thought I did. Like, maybe I didn't. It wasn't there. And he's like, you know, I'll look around. And so they, you know, obviously have this weird, where Jeremy's like, okay, sure. And so, like, okay, why are we talking about literally going from, like, right here? We're talking about, you know, let's find the knife, like, let's figure out what's going on. Literally the next page, right here, I'm not sure how much longer I can try to convince myself that I don't have a serious crush on that man. You think Verity might be faking her illness and has a knife. This man's son just got, not like grievously injured or anything, but he just got injured. And all your thoughts is just, I have a crush on him. I have a crush on him. Especially when the next sentence is, I'm also not sure how much longer I can try to convince myself that Verity is a better person than she really is. You're the one who's trying to steal her husband 2 months after she got into a serious accident and is like crippled now. And you think Verity's the bad person? Like, you are literally just using that as an excuse so you could steal her husband and feel better about yourself. Like, you are a bad person, Lowen. You are the bad person. Not Verity. You are the bad person. And she literally keeps going a whole page about how Verity sucks. But even though she says, like, I'm beginning to think Verity writes from a villainous point of view because she's a villain. Being evil is all she knows. Like, we are heavy-handed as fuck with it this time, Colleen Hoover. Like, normally she doesn't make them this overtly villainous, like the other women in the book, but, like, are you actually so fucking serious? And it's like, let's be so real. You are here to write this series of books that are all told from the villain perspective. That's like the draw of them. Which, first of all, kind of obvious that she just did that as like, and it even says directly at some point that like her agent was the one who suggested it. And she was like, oh yeah, like that's an interesting idea. I should try that. So it's like not even her idea in the first place to write these books from a villain perspective. And then the first one just got really popular, so that obviously people wanted her to keep writing them. So, and she like had a contract and stuff, so she like had to keep writing them. And so like Verity has very little say in this whole writing as a villain thing, which Lowen is not only aware of, but like is also a writer working in the publishing space. You should know this. But on top of that, it's like, okay, so you know that Verity writes all of her books from a villain perspective. And that doesn't give you any sort of twinge of maybe there's a reason why the autobiography is written like she's a villain. Because I will say they do make, you know, Verity kind of villainous, obviously. But it's like, we can't make any connections on why the lady who writes villain books might also write a book about something else told from a villainous perspective. Which, like, we'll get more into that later, but it's just like, we don't even pause to think about that. That's not something we consider at, like, literally any point. Okay. We get chapter 4 of Verity's manuscript, and she talks about, you know, she has a C-section, she has the babies, you know, they have the conversation about the scar, which, like, again, they make her so villainous, where, like, at one point she's talking about, you know, she wants Jeremy to, like, bring the baby over, and she literally says, bring me the scarred one. Okay. But then she goes, Chasten, you can have the better name since your sister was so mean to you. And, you know, she obviously decides to name the other one Harper, which both of these are, like, names that Jeremy that had sent her. She doesn't even really like them. He just has mentioned each of these names several times. So she's like, okay, he must be really feeling these names. So, like, I guess they can have these names. And then they have this whole conversation about, like, you know, breastfeeding, where he's like, no, you should breastfeed. Like, it's better for them. Like, really, no, like, try it. And she's like, no, you're not ruining my body even more. No. But he kind of like forces her into it, and she does it, and it literally says, he goes, "Does it hurt?" And she goes, "Not really." He goes, "You look like you're in pain." And in parentheses he says, "Not in pain, just disgusted." It's like, why are you making her do it? Like, she's clearly so uncomfortable with it. But right after, like, she tries, they have this little conversation, like, she's like, "No, really, like, I can't do it. Like, I cannot do it." And he's like, "It's okay. Like, we can use formula." Like, he does, you know, concede. And then the nurse is like, "Are you sure? Like, seems like it was working just fine." And he's like, no, like, we can use formula. It's okay." And he starts crying. Not in like a weird way, but in like a overwhelmed with the emotion, and like, "I'm so in love with my family and these babies," and, you know, he's crying, and she's literally like disgusted by it. She goes, "Are you crying?" And he freaks out, and she goes, "Oh, that came out weird. I meant it in a good way. I love how much you love them." And it's just like, he says, "I've never loved anything this much. Did you think you were capable of loving someone so much?" I rolled my eyes and thought to myself, I have loved someone this much, Jeremy. You. For 4 years. Thanks for noticing. Which, like, again, they're painting Verity like the biggest villain in the world. But I also, like, I kind of get her. Like, I do get Jeremy as well. Like, the love for, like, a child versus, like, the love for a partner, very different. Like, different realms, different, like, I don't know. It's just a very different thing. And, like, I don't think that he's, like, in the wrong here or anything. But it's like, I mean, yeah, that is kind of jarring. Like, to feel like, okay, like, I've done all this stuff for my husband. Like, I've been obsessed with this person. Like, I have literally, like, done so much for the last 4 years to, like, make this person happy and to be with this person. And, like, all of that, just for them to be like, "Oh my God, I love this thing so much more than you." Because he does, you know, directly say that at one point. And, like, I get why they're trying to do this whole thing, but it's also like, I mean, yeah, I don't think, especially with all of the hormones that have been running through this woman for like 9 months, I do think it's a little reasonable to be a little hurt by that and be like, okay, yeah, like, I do love you that much, and I've put, like, everything into this relationship, and, like, clearly you didn't feel the same way because of how you're acting right now and what you're saying. Like, again, we're trying to make Verity a villain, and I'm like, okay, Verity's kind of got some points, though. Like, that would be a little hurtful. Like, I understand why she would feel that way. Chapter 10, we're back to Lowen, and she is very mad about what she just read. Even confused, like, even she says, like, "Why am I angry? This isn't my life or my family." And again, like I just pointed out, with Verity writing villain books and this conveniently being from a villain narrative, because she even points out, "I trolled Verity's reviews before coming here, and in 9 out of 10 of them, the reviewer referenced wanting to throw their Kindles or books across the room. I kind of wanted to do the same with her autobiography. I was hoping she'd have seen the light with The Birth of the Girls, but she didn't." It's almost like she writes villain books for a living. Crazy. But, you know, she has this whole, like, Verity pages. Verity is the worst mother ever, and I would be a good mother. She even says, "I'd be 32, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't worry the opportunity might never present itself, but if I ever do find myself in a relationship with a man I'd want to father my child, it would be someone like Jeremy. Rather than appreciate the wonderful father he seemed to be, Verity resented him." Yeah, Lowen, you're a trad wife. You would be so good at being a mother, and Verity's so bad at it. We fucking get it. Like, there's so much more of this book, and she talks about this like every other page. It's so tired. It's so tired. I am so tired of reading books where women are, that is one thing I will say about Frida McFadden, at least, like, well, you know what, now that I'm thinking about it, a lot of the women in her books are also, like, kind of villainized, but, like, it's, but, like, One by One wasn't like that. Like, don't get me wrong, like, the woman ended up being a villain, but, like, she wasn't portrayed as a villain through most of it. Like, she was just portrayed as a best friend. Like, this is, like, so derogatory towards women. Like, this is written by someone who fucking hates women. And, like, that's how every Colleen Hoover book reads. It's all written for the male gaze, which is crazy, because they're mostly books read by women, written for women. They're all written for the male gaze, and they're all written as women are, like, the worst thing that's ever existed. And then she, again, justifies her creeping through all of Verity's stuff because she pulls out a bunch of her family photos, which, weird, invasive, don't do that. And she's like, but if Verity's putting so much of herself in her series, like, I really do need to know her as well as possible. This isn't really snooping, it's research. There you go, justification complete. So you know you're doing the wrong thing. Like, you know this is weird and invasive and you shouldn't be doing this. So she drags out all these pictures and she's looking at them out, like, on the kitchen counter. And he comes in and is kind of like, what the fuck? And, you know, she's like, no, I need to get to know her better. It helps. And so she starts asking again, you know, questions about the kids. She asks, you know, why does Harper never smile? Which I feel like she's asking this question because she wants him to admit that Verity was, like, abusing Harper. But in reality, he says, you know, she was diagnosed with Asperger's when she was 3. She wasn't very expressive. And, you know, they're going through pictures, you know, looking through them. And he mentions, you know, Harper was special to me. Sometimes I'm not sure Verity understood her like I did, but it's almost as if I could sense her needs, you know? She had trouble expressing her emotions, but I knew what made her tick, what made her happy, what made her sad, even when she didn't know quite how to reveal that to the world. And then he mentions that Crew hasn't asked about any of them, not even once, hasn't even mentioned their names. And she's like, you know, does that worry you? And he's like, I don't know if I should be relieved or worried. And, you know, she admits probably both. And, you know, he talks about how Crew went to therapy for a few months, but then he was a little worried that, like, it might just re-traumatize him because he's, like, forcing him every week to just, like, you know, because obviously that's what the therapist wants to, like, talk about and stuff. So he's worried that he's kind of, like, re-traumatizing him, just, like, bringing it all up every single week. And so he ends up, like, pulling him out. And, you know, so of course she asks, well, like, you know, how are you doing? And he's like, well, you know, when I got the call, the only thing left in me was anger. And she's like, you know, towards who? Like, God? And he's like, no, I was angry at Verity. And instantly Lowen takes this as, like, she hit the tree on purpose. Like, Verity tried to kill herself, and, like, that's why he's mad at Verity. Which, again, would not, like, we're trying to paint Verity as a villain, but, like, Verity obviously had, like, a sort of complicated relationship with her children, and 2 of them just died back to back, which is, like, a really big thing. Like, it would not be unreasonable for someone in that situation to feel really desperate, to feel really depressed, or to commit suicide. That's not really outside of the realm of possibility. And, like, it's very reasonable, especially in Jeremy's shoes, to be upset about that. I have had people in my life commit suicide, and, you know, it's been years at this point, and I can't say that there isn't part of me that is still a little angry, you know, that isn't like, you could have tried more. Like, there was more to do. Like, we could have worked on this. We could have gotten through this. Like, you should have told someone you were feeling this way, and we could have gotten somewhere with this. So it's like, that, his anger is understandable, but it's like, again, like, we're painting Verity like this villain, and it's like, she's a mom that just lost 2 of her kids in very, like, kind of fucked up ways. And if she really did try to commit suicide, which, plot twist, she didn't. We find out what happens later. But it's like, if she had tried to commit suicide, like, that would be a kind of reasonable jump. compared to like what just happened. And I understand, you know, leaving crew behind, whatever. She just lost 2 of her daughters in a really fucked up way. Like, you're not always thinking rationally in that situation, especially when you're dealing with like, you know, such like possibly bad depression or like what, we don't really know about Verity's like mental state at that point, but like one would assume she's probably depressed, probably going through a lot, maybe even has PTSD. Like, it's crazy that we're villainizing someone who like could have tried to commit suicide instead of understanding the situations that may have put them in that position. Like, crazy that the jump is that Verity is a villain from that. And then she hugs Jeremy, and they have this moment where they hug for like a really long time, and then they almost kiss, but then crew breaks in the room, and crew freaks out. And he's not even freaking out about like his dad and Lowen. He's like really upset that the photos are out. Like, he like throws all the photos in the box, and he's like, I don't want to see them, like put them back, like I don't want these. And he's 5, like, you know what I mean? And they're all like, what was that? Well, a page ago, you said that he hasn't even felt comfortable mentioning his sister's names or the fact that they exist. And now we're confused why he doesn't want to see a bunch of pictures of them. Like, let's use 2 brain cells and connect these things. Why would he be upset? I wonder why. I'm not convinced Lowen has 2 brain cells though, so, you know, we'll give her some grace there. So now we're on to chapter 11. And chapter 11 pisses me off. I'm not even gonna lie. It pisses me off in so many ways. So we start with, you know, this part doesn't piss me off, but we start with her waking up in the middle of the night, and she thinks that she hears footsteps, which like they're lighter than Jeremy's, but like too heavy to be Cruz's. And it sounded like she thinks she hears like the stairs creaking, like someone was like going down them. So of course her first thought is like, Verity. But, you know, so she's already jumpy. She's already a little like unsettled. She even mentions that Jeremy, like the nurse like talks to Verity. She, like I said, like she very much, this is actually the scene where she has that whole conversation about like, don't be disrespectful. But you know, like the nurse treats her like she's kind of a normal person, while obviously like caring for her. And Lowen mentions like, does he still love her? Does he sit in her room and tell her how much he misses the sound of her voice? That seems like something he would do or would have done. But now he cares for her, helps feed her sometimes, but I've never actually seen him speak directly to her. And it's like, I literally wrote, oh, Verity must be pissed. Because if she has any consciousness, which most people in a state like that have at least, which hotly debated, of course. You know, there's no way to say for sure or not. But there are a lot of people who have gone through like a coma-like situation and then have come out of it later that were like, yeah, I could hear the whole time, or like, yeah, I could hear bits and pieces, or this or that. So it's like him just like obviously she cares a lot if he pays attention to her. Like, she really wants Jeremy's attention. So for him to like just kind of treat her like a robot, like Lowen was doing, like she must be pissed. And, you know, her and April have this conversation, and, you know, she's asking about questions about Verity, questions about Verity's accident. And April goes, I don't expect you to know this. She should. She took care of her mom for a long time. Especially if you've never been around someone in Verity's condition, but it's not respectful to discuss people like her as though they aren't right in front of you. And Lowen goes, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that's what I was doing. Bitch, yes the fuck you did. You were a grown fucking adult. You absolutely knew you were talking about this lady like she wasn't there. Like, you knew you were doing that. Literally do not fucking try to pretend like you didn't. I hate people like that. Like, what do you mean? Like, girl, you knew exactly what you were doing, and you were doing it on purpose. Like, don't pretend like you're some martyr. Like, be so fucking for real. And she's like, the nurse is like, you know, Verity's brain doesn't process like it used to, obviously, but we don't know how much it processes. Just watch how you word things in her presence. And so they're interrupted in this moment. Crew comes in, and he has a little turtle that they found outside because, you know, they live on the lake edge. And so Crew says, Daddy says I can't have another turtle because I killed my last turtle. And she literally thinks that he murdered the turtle. Her first thought is that he purposely murdered this turtle. Girl, he's 5. And it makes me mad because, well, it kind of started when she first got to the house and he like shuts the door on her and stuff, and she's like calling him creepy and all this stuff. But like, it continually gets worse in the second half of the book, where like she very much treats Crew like he is like a secret mass murderer. Like he's gonna like grow up to be a serial killer or something. And like, he's 5. And he's never done anything that wasn't perfectly normal for a 5-year-old to do. Like, she puts a lot of like maliciousness on a literal toddler. And it's crazy. Especially because she gets so mad. And it gets worse like as we go on. As like the kids grow up and we get more of Verity, like, you know, screenshots of them as the kids grow up, you know. But like, she gets so mad consistently at Verity through this book for like villainizing these children. She's like, they're children. Like, why would you be treating them like this? Why would you be acting like they're sinister? Like they're malicious? Like they're fucking kids? Like, why would you be treating them like that? You're literally doing the same thing, girl. You are literally the biggest fucking hypocrite in the world. You are doing the same thing. You are treating a 5-year-old like he's a murderer. And then he even admits, like, I lost the turtle in the house. Mommy found him under her couch and he was dead. And she's like, oh, okay. Like, my mind went way more sinister with that. Yeah, girl, he's 5. Like, how are you gonna shit on Verity this entire time, saying that she's way too mean to her kids, she treats them like they're malicious when they're really not, and you do the same thing at every single turn? Lowen is the biggest hypocrite. I am not rooting for any of the... You are all terrible. You are all terrible. And then they have this little moment where they go out with Crew. They go out to McDonald's, and, you know, they're just telling jokes back and forth. They're at the restaurant, and it's very, like, again, very, like, oh my God, look, Lowen would be such a good mom. They're such a cute little family. Oh my God. I'm not rooting for them. No. Also, Lowen's not funny. She tries to tell jokes. They're all fucking stupid. They're literally not funny. And then they have a moment at the end where they're like, oh my God, are we gonna hug? Are we gonna kiss? Like, this feels like a date, but like it wasn't one. Yeah, it's not a date. It's not a date. That man has a whole ass wife upstairs. It's been like 2 months. Like, be so fucking for real right now. Ugh. And then, so she goes back into Verity's office after all this, and she says, I flipped through the pages of Verity's manuscript, hoping to find an intimate scene with Jeremy. I'm not sure what kind of person this makes me in this moment, because reading this is so wrong on so many levels, but it isn't as wrong as crossing that line with him physically would be. I can't have him in real life, but I can learn what he's like in bed to aid in all my fantasies I'm probably going to have about him. That feels so rapey to me. That feels so gross. Like, this man has not consented to this. He does not even know that this manuscript exists. He does not know this is even like a possibility of something you could do. He has not consented to this. Like, he has not consented to you reading all of these very intimate details, like, about his sex life and stuff like that. Like, especially to then use that to try to like use that for your own fantasies and like your own manipulate, like that is so gross. It definitely borders far past the line of consent. Like it's icky. Lowen is so icky. Like ugh. Ugh. Get chapter 5 of Verity's manuscript, and she talks about how, so Jeremy was still working in real estate when the kids were born, because she had just gotten like the first advance for her book, but this was the first one. It was a lot smaller than like the future ones would be and stuff, you know, because it hasn't become a New York Times bestseller or anything like that yet. They just took it on, you know, it's her first project. And so she's stuck taking care of the twins when he goes away to work. And she talks about how he would leave at 7 in the morning. I would wake up with him so he could see me caring for the girls. But after he was gone, I would put them back in their cribs, unplug their monitors, and go back to bed. And she would just put earplugs in so she also couldn't hear them. And she would just ignore them all day until like a little bit before he was gonna get home, and then she would, you know, like feed him, change him, give him a bath, all that stuff. So like they'd be like, you know, totally normal like when Jeremy got back. Which, like, obviously horrendous. Not condoning that in any way, shape, or form. Can't, like, defend her on that one. That's awful. Terrible things could happen to those babies. Like, I get, you know, letting them cry it out once in a while, but, like, SIDS is real. Babies choke on things. A lot of bad things could have happened in that time period. So, like, obviously bad. And, you know, she talks about how her, her, like, sleep schedule has shifted. So, like, she was staying up most of the night because then she, you know, is sleeping most of the day while the girls are crying and Jeremy's at work. And so we pivot away from that almost immediately. We get like half a page about how she's like not taking care of these kids, which feels like a much bigger plot point. And then she immediately pivots to like, I want to have sex with Jeremy. Like, it's already been a month since I had like a baby, which is not nearly long enough. You just had major surgery. You had a C-section for twins. Like, it bothers me so much because they paint Verity as this vain person. She cares a lot about her body and like how it works, how it looks, like she takes care of herself. So then you also expect me to believe that she would go and like ruin her body over a man? Like, because you could have some very serious complications from having sex too soon after pregnancy. It's not good for you. It's really not. And so it's like, you expect me to believe this person who like really cares about their body, really cares about taking care of themselves, is then also going to turn around and like potentially ruin their body just so they can have sex. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't really like click with Verity's character. And she writes pages about how she wants to do this. And even Jeremy was like, he refused to have sex with me until a medical professional approved it. Reasonable. That's smart. So what does Verity do? She rapes him. Yeah. She just literally forces him into having sex with her against his will. And I'm supposed to think, what a love story, huh? What a love story. What a reaction. Yeah. So she assaults him and then kind of turns around and then he assaults her in the same chapter. Love it. Because when she finally gets him to like do it, then she says, he wasn't even gentle. He was pounding into me so hard, it actually did hurt. It lasted almost an hour and a half. Which, first of all, that's a really long time for penetration, just in general. Like, I'm not yucking your yum, but that's just kind of a lot for a normal body on a normal day. Not someone who just had a baby not even a month ago. And like, just the twist of like her assaulting him just to turn into him kind of assaulting her. It's weird. It's gross. We didn't need to put that in here, Colleen Hoover. I don't. Why? Like, what a love story, man. What a love story. Like, chapter 12, she waxes on more about how she has now transitioned from just Verity as a villain to she thinks Verity is a literal psychopath. She said, like, I put the manuscript away and used Verity's computer to refresh my memory of the exact definition for psychopath. I scrolled through every personality trait. Pathological liar, cunning and manipulative, lack of remorse or guilt, callousness and lack of empathy, shallow emotional response. She displays every characteristic. It's almost like she writes villains for a living. Crazy. And she's like, oh my God, Jeremy's married to a psychopath and he doesn't even know. And Jeremy comes and gets her and he is like, I decided to let Crew have the turtle. So he was like, I need you to help me go down into the basement and help me, you know, get the aquarium and stuff that we used to have. But there's like a thing about the basement door where like if you go down and it shuts and you can't open it again, which really doesn't make any sense because okay, he says, the door was installed backward. It's impossible to come up the stairs with your hands full or you can't open the door to get out, which doesn't make any sense because so if the door is installed backwards like normally, you know, well, every door is kind of different, but whether it be like left-handed side, right-handed side, it's obviously like, you know, flip-flopped from the opposite side, which again, doors come in like my bedroom door I'm looking at right now, left-handed. My basement door around the corner, right-handed. Doors come that way. That's pretty fucking normal for doors. It's not backwards. It's just a door. Also, yeah, you can't open a door handle with your hands full. Yeah, you can't open any door handle with your hands full. That's how it works. If you're using your hands, both of them, you can't use them to do something else. Like it's stupid. It's stupid. He literally could have said, hey, I just have my hands full. I'm gonna have my hands full. Can you help me with the door? Or I don't know, just leave the door open. Just don't shut the door. And then just go down and grab the thing and walk back up the door. They don't have animals or anything, and like Crew's not around, so. But sure, whatever. So, you know, they go down in the basement. She sees a bunch of boxes and stuff, which she does know that like this isn't like the basement's not really that important, but it is kind of important that like she just sees things set out a certain way. Doesn't really matter the way that they're set out. She just sees them set out a certain way. So like, that's going to be a little relevant later. But she just kind of notes, you know, this is what the basement looks like. And then, you know, they have a little conversation about how he was like running a realty firm and like had to stop to like take care of the kids. And so she, you know, they come back up after that. She goes to go to bed, grabs one of Jeremy's shirts to sleep in, which is really weird. You've known this man for like a week. You have literally been in his house for 5 days. And like you guys obviously don't have a relationship of any sort and you're just gonna wear his shirts without asking? Like, you're just gonna take his t-shirts and wear them with that? Like, that's weird. And then she has this extra weird, she gets extra fucking creepy and weird about it, and she's like looking at the headboard and like touching the bite marks, and then she like bites into the bite marks and like fantasizes about being with Jeremy. And it's like, we already know how I feel about the fucking bites in the headboard. Like, I'm not even gonna talk about that again because it's fucking stupid. But it's like, you think Verity is a psychopath? You are in this woman's house 2 months out from her having a horrendous accident, wearing her husband's shirt in her master bedroom, like jerking off to fucking fantasies of her husband out of a private document that you were not even supposed to access. Like, you're the fucking psychopath, Lauren. Sound like I call her Lauren. Lowen? Like, you are the psychopath. Like, you are the fucking creep, dude. Like, and she ends the chapter. I close my eyes, and all I can think about is that Verity probably deserves the darkness, the stillness, the quiet. Yet for a psychopath, she certainly has so many still wrapped around her immobile finger. Maybe, one, because those people actually knew her and knew that she wasn't a fucking psychopath. I don't know, maybe take it from the people who actually knew her. Two, I don't think she did deserve that. Especially because you think she tried to commit suicide after both of her children died. Which, you think that she hates her children so much, but then simultaneously, you believe that she was so upset over her children dying that she tried to commit suicide while still having a living child. And then you expect me to still believe that she didn't care about her children? Like, nobody who doesn't care about their children is committing suicide over them. Like, your own thoughts don't make any fucking sense. You were literally just coming up to whatever conclusion allows you to fuck this lady's husband that you want to be with. Like, you are a gross, disgusting, slimy fucking person. Like, Lowen is one of the grossest people in this book. And honestly, one of the grossest female main characters I think I've ever read. I despise her on a whole nother level. And genuinely, this book is coming out, like this video is coming out a little later than I originally planned, because I read this at least 2 weeks ago, probably. So as I go through most of my books, like chapter by chapter, I'll write little, these are from one by one, but I'll write little just synopsis so then I can just real quick be like, oh yeah, okay, that's what happened in chapter 13 or whatever, and kind of go from there. And then just pick out, you know, the quotes or whatever that I've highlighted that are like significant. I literally couldn't even do that for this book. I tried, I couldn't get a single one down because I despise her so much that I had no desire to talk about her again. I didn't want to write about her. I've had the hardest time filming this video. Literally in this video already, this has been multiple days. I have filmed multiple times because I don't like talking about her. I don't like talking about her. I don't particularly like talking about this book. I think everybody in it is awful, but not in like the fun way of awful, like the awful way of awful. But like I said, I do feel like this is going to be such an interesting contrast to the next video about Woman Down that I was like, I feel like we gotta do it. Because I do think it is a really interesting contrast. But goddamn is she so unlikable. It's excruciating. Chapter 13 starts out, this chapter is just kind of annoying. So she wakes up, she has sleptwalk, she wakes up in Verity's bed, but it's also very confusing because it doesn't say that she's in Verity's bed with Verity. It's like she's just in Verity's bed and she like rolls out of bed, falls to the floor, and then looks over and then like Verity's in the bed suddenly, but then she doesn't mention anybody was in the bed when she was in the bed. So I don't know how Verity suddenly then got in the bed if she wasn't in the bed to start with. But I digress. She wakes up in Verity's bedroom. She's obviously sleptwalked there. It's still dark outside. You know, she's freaked out. They even like reiterate a bunch of times, like from her therapist and therapist and stuff, that like sleepwalking is patternless, Lowen. It has no meaning. It is unrelated to intention. Yeah, that's literally it. Like, her sleepwalking doesn't matter. It doesn't go anywhere. Like, it's not relevant. Like, this is really, like, the only time she ever sleepwalks. But Jeremy, like, runs into her, and she freaks out and, like, runs away, and then he follows her, obviously, and he's like, dude, what happened? Why were you in Verity's bedroom? What is going on? And she's like, I don't know, like, sometimes I sleepwalk, and I haven't, but, like, normally, but, like, I guess I am again. And he was like, I just woke up in there, I was scared. And she, you know, explains that she used to do that more often, but she doesn't really, like, do it very much anymore. And so he's like, you know, this is why you wanted a lock on your door, like, you wanted to, you know, stop yourself from getting out. And he's like, oh my God, like, I thought it was because of me, like, that makes way more sense, like, why wouldn't you just say that? And he even says, like, it's okay, like, you're fine, like, sleepwalking is harmless. And she's like, no, Jeremy, it's not. I've woken up outside before. I've turned on stoves and ovens in my sleep. I even broke my hand in my sleep, and I didn't feel it until the next morning. Which, like, this part of it I get. Yeah, obviously, like, we don't want you hurting yourself. We don't want you turning on the stove and the oven in the middle of the night and, like, possibly burning the house down or something. Like, that part of worrying about sleepwalking, reasonable. But we find out why she's actually upset about the sleepwalking. And so she, you know, because she's freaking out. Because she's like, I should go. He's like, you're leaving? And she's like, I woke up in her room. Like, what if it happens again? What if I scare crew? And, you know, he pulls her to him and he goes, you sleepwalk, Lo. You sleepwalk. It's not that big of a deal. Which, like, yeah. But also weird that his first instinct is to, like, pull her into a hug and, like, kiss the top of her head. You have a wife. She's upstairs. It's been 2 months. Get it the fuck together. But yeah, like, and she goes, not that big of a deal. I wish my mother would have felt that way. And he goes, do you want to talk about it? Why your mother thought it was a big deal? And she's like, I don't want to talk about it. He's like, I don't mean us, like, why are you so scared of this? He's like, I don't think it's a big deal, but, like, seeing you this freaked out is kind of freaking me out. Like, why are we so freaked out by this? And so she explains that she, like, the day that she, like, broke her wrist or whatever, like, you know, she wakes up, wrist is broken, whatever. And they go and they watch, like, the security camera footage that they had. And so, like, they watch it, and she had gone, like, out onto the front porch. She, like, climbed up on the railing, and she was just, like, standing there, and then she fell. And that's, like, you know, when she hurt her wrist or whatever. And, like, don't get me wrong, like, obviously I understand, like, it would be scary to wake up with a broken wrist, and also, like, it'd be kind of scary to, like, see a video of you just kind of, like, standing there like a zombie for a while before you, like, fall off of something. And, like, obviously it freaked her mom out because her mom sent her away for a 2-week psych eval, but there was, like, it, basically her whole thing about the sleepwalking, it's not about the sleepwalking, it's not about her hurting herself. She's upset because her mom sent her away to make sure that she was okay, which I think was reasonable. Maybe 2 weeks is a little crazy, but at least, like, getting her into therapy or something was reasonable. But the real reason that she's upset is when she came back to the house afterwards, her mom had, like, added these locks to her bedroom door. Like, clearly her mom was a little afraid of her, or, like, what she might do in the middle of the night. And don't get me wrong, like, I understand why that would be upsetting, especially as a kid, to, like, know that your parent is kind of afraid of you, or, like, afraid that you might hurt them or something in their sleep, which is also crazy because she's never done anything that's, like, a sign that she would hurt somebody. Like, she stood on the porch and she fell down. Like, you can see that that was an overreaction on your mother's part, and, like, maybe your mom has her own issues dealing with this. Like, and this is as far as it goes. Like, she doesn't sleepwalk anymore. It does not become a plot point. She does not hurt anybody in her sleep. She doesn't do anything bad in her sleep. Like, this is essentially never brought up again after this. So it's like, we've been hinting at how, like, she's so scary and we've got to lock her in at night. Just because her mom got a little freaked out that she fell off the porch. That's it. That's literally it. And like I said, we don't talk about this again. This does not come back up. It is not a plot point. She does not sleepwalk anymore. Like, nothing else happens with this. None of this needed to be included. Like, it literally doesn't even make sense. And she, like, I think literally the only reason that they put this in is to give to give Lowen, like, it's something, you know, like something traumatic from, like, something that make her not a bad person, but like add a little edge to her, you know, like, oh my god, she could hurt somebody, you know, like crazy, kind of like they've been doing with Verity really, really heavily through this whole thing. And it's like, but she doesn't have any edge. Like, this is literally nothing. And like, she even establishes never hurt anybody, never did anything, fell off a porch. Like, we could have gone so much, like, if you wanted to do that, like, go so much harder into, like, her mom dying. And, like, her taking care of her mom as her mom, like, slowly passed away. Because also, clearly, her mom didn't hold on to that fucking fear. Because she literally took care of her mom, and her mom slept in the living room the whole fucking time. So, like, clearly her mom got over it and moved past it. And that was just, like, a freak out in the moment kind of a thing. So it's, like, we could have done so much more with, like, that relationship, because, like, when she does talk about her mom dying and stuff, like, she is pretty callous about it, and, which, like, I'm not blaming her for that or anything, but, like, I feel like if we were gonna give her that edge, like, we could have leaned into it so much more with, like, that relationship and, like, that callousness and, like, that interaction, rather than, like, bringing in the sleepwalking thing that literally does nothing, doesn't go anywhere, not a plot like, it's just, it's pointless, and I wasted my time with it. Like, I don't like it. And even Jeremy is just like, you're overreacting. Like, this is literally nothing. Like, that's what you've been freaking out about this whole time? Like, okay. And then he ends up, like, snuggling with her in bed and, like, kissing her, like, head and stuff before he leaves until she, like, falls asleep. Yeah, really cool thing to do with your wife 20 feet upstairs. Super cool. Jeremy's such a good guy. Chapter 14, Lowen, you know, she never ends up actually falling asleep. So eventually she ends up going and getting a cup of coffee. She runs into Jeremy again, and he's like, you know, if it makes you feel better, why don't we put a lock on the outside of your bedroom door, and then I can, you know, lock it at night when you go to sleep and unlock it in the morning because I get up early, you know, before anybody, like, notices or anything. She's like, yeah, like, I'd like that. And so that's literally the whole chapter. Then she just goes in Verity's office and opens the manuscript. So we get chapter 6 of Verity's manuscript, which is 6 months after the twins are born. And she still is not really vibing with them. But she has this nightmare. And she has a nightmare that Harper tries to kill Chasten. And it's obviously just a nightmare. Like, she's obviously got a lot going on in her head. And she's fantasizing. These babies are 6 months old. Nobody's murdering anybody. They're 6 months old. She wakes up, and her first reaction, sobbing in an emotional feel, because she's like, oh my god, wait, I would actually be sad if Chasten died. Like, that's so crazy. I've never give a fuck about these babies. Like, wow, I think I'd actually be sad if that happened. So she's, like, sobbing, crying, having this whole moment. Jeremy wakes up, asks her if she's okay. She sleeps with him again, because that's all they do together. And it literally, like, they have this whole conversation, because, like, she goes from being so worried that, like, her kid is gonna kill her other kid, and she's, like, actually having emotions about her kids the first time, and then we immediately go to, like, them sleeping together and her being like, how many people have you slept with? You guys have been together for almost 5 years now. You have multiple children together. What do you mean you've never asked him how many women he slept? Which, like, that's not something I do because, like, I don't give a fuck. Like, that's not really relevant. Like, as long as you're not bringing any, like, diseases or children into this that are relevant, like, I don't really give a fuck. So it's like, I get not asking, but, like, why would you ask now? 5 years into the relationship. During sex, of all things. Like, it's just a weird time to bring that up. And he's like, I don't know, I haven't counted. And she's like, yeah, I've only been with 2 people. You know, she's like, I'm not a whore like you. And he's like, but you're in love with a whore. And she said, a former whore. Like, yeah, he is a whore. No former. I don't like using that word. This man, he sucks. It's been 2 months. And he's already trying to sleep with the girl who's in your house. But okay. And so, again, they're sleeping together, blah, 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 boring. Because also, it's not interesting. It's literally not. It's very male gazy. It's like, I gave him a blowjob and I swallowed because I'm such a good girl, even though it's really gross and I don't like doing it. Like, okay. What the fuck am I supposed to get out of that? That's not hot. That's ew. Okay, so like, every time you describe having sex, like, it just feels a lot of consent and sexual assault just like sprinkled in there. And it's really gross. This is why I don't like reading about straight sex. I do actually kind of prefer that Frida just doesn't even really write about it. Like, because this is ew. And then, you know, she goes back to take care of the kids because they're yelling. And so she's like, I actually wanted to do it for once. So I went. And she goes, that excitement turned to irritation as soon as I saw that it was Harper who was crying. How disappointing. Their cribs were head to head, and I was surprised Chasten was sleeping through Harper's screams. I walked past Harper and looked down at Chasten. It hurt how much I felt for her in that moment. It hurt how much I wanted Harper to shut up. And she's talking about how she thinks Harper is gonna murder Chasten someday, and that it's like, she literally says, maybe that's why I felt nothing for Harper yet, because Chasten was the one whose life was gonna be cut short. She would die, and then Harper would be the only one left. I knew somewhere inside of me I must have been burying the love I had for Harper, saving it for after my time with Chasten. Girl, I think you have postpartum psychosis, because, like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, they're 6 months old. Girl, what? And she goes, you know, maybe I was misinterpreting my dream. Maybe it wasn't a premonition. Maybe it was a warning. If I didn't do something about Harper before it was too late, Chasten would die. And then she starts talking about SIDS, and she's talking about people choking on their sleep and their own vomit. And then she literally tries to, like, make Harper throw up so she can choke on it. Like, she literally shoves her fingers down Harper's throat, trying to get her to, like, throw up. But she wasn't, like, it's just not really working. She's, like, starting to freak out, starting to, like, Harper, the baby, is, like, obviously, because fingers down her fucking throat, and she, like, can't breathe. Like, she's starting to freak out. And that's when Jeremy comes in, and obviously she, like, rips her hand out real fast and, like, pretends like nothing was happening. And she's like, oh, I just don't know. And then, which, appropriate, Harper then throws up all over her, which deserved. Very deserved. And she realizes, too, that as she was going to, like clean all of this up, that the baby monitor was sitting right there. So, like, if Jeremy would have been paying attention to that instead of just, like, coming into the room to deal with it, he would have seen her doing that. And she's like, oh, fuck, like, I have to be way more careful, because, like, he would have immediately broke up with me, because, like, what am I doing? And, which is also crazy, too, that you're thinking about murdering your baby and your first thought is, like, oh, my husband might break up with me. Not, like, I don't know, he might send me to prison for the rest of my life. Like, weird jump, but okay. So, obviously Lowen, chapter 15 now, Lowen does not handle this well. She obviously is very torn up about this. And then, like, she keeps, like, reading, and the, like, as the book progresses, it's a lot about Jeremy, It's a lot about Chasten, but Harper is, like, barely even mentioned. Like, she almost never mentions her name. Like, to the point where, like, if you didn't know them, like, you would almost think, like, maybe Harper had, like, passed away or something, because it just, like, she's just never mentioned. And so Jeremy comes and gets her, and he's like, you know, there's supposed to be a meteor shower tonight. Let's go drink margaritas and have tacos. And she's like, yeah, okay. They talk a little bit about, you know, them moving to Vermont, and neither of them have family, so they kind of just, you know, her parents weren't really around. Introduce it as something interesting, and then we just never address it again. Because he says that they weren't around much before they cut Verity out of their lives. They cut her out? Why? It's hard to explain them. They're strange. Victor and Marjorie, insanely religious to their core. When they found out Verity was writing thriller and suspense novels, they acted like she was suddenly denouncing her religion to join a satanic cult. They told her if she didn't stop, they would never speak to her again. And then he says, I called them after Chasten passed, left them a voicemail. They never called back. And then when Verity had her wreck, her father answered the phone. When I told him what happened to the girls and to Verity, he grew quiet. Then said, God punishes the wicked, Jeremy. I hung up on him. Haven't heard from them since. And it's like, we set this up like it explains Verity's actions, or like we're gonna go someplace with this, or like maybe the parents are gonna come into it in some way, shape, or form. They don't. This is never mentioned again. Never mentioned as an explanation for any of her actions. Like literally, it's never touched on again. So I don't even know why we like brought that in at all, because there's literally no point. You know, he asks if she thinks that he should put Crew back into therapy, and she says yes. And, you know, she said that, you know, like, therapy helped me a lot, even though she said, like, it didn't really help me and my mom, but, like, it kind of helped me feel better. And, again, they talk about how he's never read any of Verity's books, and, like, literally says, she used to get so angry with me because I didn't read her manuscript. She needed the validation from me, even though she got it from everybody else. For some reason, my validation seemed to be the only validation she wanted. So then why wouldn't you read her fucking books, Jeremy? Then read her fucking books, dude. This is your wife doing the thing that she loves, that makes you a lot of money and gives you a very privileged life, and you can't even read her fucking book? After, when she didn't want you to read them, you locked yourself in a bathroom to read them against her consent, when she very clearly was like, I don't want this. Please do not do this. I do not want you to read this. But when she says, hey, I do actually want you to read this now, you don't give a fuck? It's very clear how Jeremy feels about consent. Then we go on this whole thing, which again, and I could be off base with this, but like every part that Colleen Hoover writes about writing, especially from Lowen's point of view, just very much feels like I'm just reading Colleen Hoover's diary. Like she says, because he goes, you know, where do you get your validation? And she goes, I don't really. My books aren't popular. When I do receive a positive review or get an email from a fan, I never feel like they're talking to me. Probably because I'm such a recluse and never do signings. I don't put my image out there, so even though the readers who love what I do, I still haven't had the experience of being told to my face that what I do matters to someone. That would feel good, I imagine, for someone to look me in the eye and say, your writing matters to me, Lowen. Obviously, Colleen Hoover does do... Well, I don't think she really does do book signings. Can't verify or deny that one. I haven't really seen much about her. I don't even know what the fuck she looks like, to be so real with you. I've never seen her at any press release or anything. Even I feel like all of the red carpets and stuff I saw for like not the housemaid, but It Ends With Us, you know, reminders of him and stuff. I don't think I've ever seen her at any of them. And it just very, like I said, like it very much feels like she's, you know, writing Like, that felt very earnest. Like, I want someone to look me in the eye and tell me your writing matters. Your writing would matter more if it wasn't trad wife slop, but I digress. But again, very interesting, because I feel like this is how Colleen Hoover used to feel. Because like I said, like, the way that she talks about writing and the process in Woman Down now, because Woman Down, you have to also think, was written after all of the It Ends With Us drama, and after, you know, like, she's had this big movie and all this stuff happened with Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni and all of that. And the takes that she has on writing and audience and how people interact with her writing and how she feels, so polarizingly different. And I think that really changed a lot of things for her personally, like in her personal life. And, you know, they have a little moment. He's talking about, because periodically throughout this, he's been like working on the dock. And then she's like, oh, when are you going to build a new one? And he's like, I was just tearing that one down. I don't want to look at it anymore. And then he's like, you know, I think it's late. I think I should lock you in your room now. They get there. And before he locks her in, he confesses to her. And he says, I lied to you. And she's like, what did you lie to me about? And he was like, Verity never read your book. Because remember at the original meeting, he said Verity read it, thought she was a good writer, thought they wrote kind of similarly. That's why she wanted her to be brought on. And she says, why would you say that if it wasn't true? And he said, I'm the one who read your book. And it was good. Phenomenal. That's why I suggested your name to the editor. Your writing matters to me, Lowen. Which is just like, okay. So you don't read any of your wife's books, but you'll read this random lady's book? Like, okay. All right. Also, the whole inclusion of, like, your writing matters to me, Lowen. Like, that feels so manipulative. Like, this woman just confessed heart to heart to you 10 minutes ago, if that. Like, I've always wanted someone to look at me and say that my writing matters and that it's important to them. Just for you to immediately 10 minutes later, like, use that literal line word for word. Like, that's so love bomby. That's so manipulative. Like, you absolutely did that on purpose to manipulate her feelings. And ew. We get chapter 9 of Verity's manuscript, and she talks about how they had just moved into their house, the new house, the big house in Vermont, a couple of weeks ago. And she could tell that Jeremy was, like, mad at her, but she couldn't really tell why. So she, like, makes this nice dinner for him. She's trying to, you know, surprise him and, like, be romantic and stuff. It's, like, his favorite meal. And he finally tells her why he's upset. And he's upset because she only cares about Chasten. She only talks about Chasten. She only ever, like, focuses on her. And he's like, you know, it's constant, Verity. You talk about her constantly. You never talk about Harper. You never tell me what Harper learned in school or how Harper's doing with potty training or all the cute things Harper said. It's Chasten all the time, every day. And she's like, that's not true. And he's like, it is true. And I've tried to keep my mouth shut, but they're getting older. Harper's going to notice that you treat them differently. It isn't fair to her. And, you know, she's like, oh, it's not that I like her more. Harper, she's just smarter. And he's like, Chasten is not smarter than Harper. They're different, but Harper is very intelligent. And it's just like, she's just a dick, honestly. Like, I do think Jeremy's in the right here. Like, yeah, you should be also paying attention to Harper. It's really weird that you're not. Especially just because, like, just because she has Asperger's and, like, can't communicate as well, like, does not make her stupid. Does not make her less worthy of love. Like, she is just talking a lot of bullshit. She literally even says, I was good at spewing bullshit. It's why I became a writer. Like, trying to get, you know, Jeremy not to be mad at her anymore. And, you know, she's like, I worry about Harper more than I should, I'm sure. I don't think treating them differently is the right thing to do going forward. Harper might notice the difference. And then she also brings up, like, this is like, they don't know that Harper has Asperger's yet. So she brings up that she thinks that she should get her tested, that some of the daycare workers like brought up that they were a little concerned about it. Jeremy's kind of freaked out about this, but you know, she's like, don't worry, like we'll bring her to a specialist. And he's like, I'm sorry, you know, it's been a shitty week. I lost a big client at work. And she's like, you know, you don't have to work. Like I make enough money, like you can spend it at home. And he's like, you know, I'd go insane if we didn't work. And this is where she tells him that she is pregnant again. Plot twist though, she is not pregnant. She just wants Jeremy to not be mad at her anymore. So she tells him that she's pregnant. He's very excited, and then she's like, I have to get pregnant now. Now I have to find a way to make this happen. It's like so manipulative too, because like she only brings up the pregnancy thing, like I said, to make him not be mad, and then like convincing him to sleep with her again, basically. Which also is a really fucking weird, like, no judgment. You do whatever you want. It's your life. Like, it's proven that like people can have sex while pregnant and it's not like inherently going to automatically hurt the baby or anything like that. But it's weird how much, it's just weird how much she like talks about sex in general, but it's weird how much she talks about it in the context of like having sex while pregnant. Like it's weird. Like it's talked about a lot. Like I'm really skimming over those parts. It's really talked about a lot. And it's just weird to me that she's like so focused about like, it's just weird. And then, you know, she also talks like, there was a small part of me that was concerned about faking the pregnancy, but I knew I had options if I didn't get pregnant that week. Miscarriages were just as easy to fake as pregnancies. Which is like, yeah, girl, like the last time you were pregnant, he went to every single appointment. He was like super, super involved. Like, you don't think he's gonna notice when you go in and like he's expecting you to be, because you have to be at least like a good 5-6 weeks pregnant to even realize that you are pregnant, or like miss a period and like find out that, and for it to like show up on tests and stuff. So it's like you don't think he's gonna notice when you go into appointments and they're like, oh, you're only this many weeks pregnant, and he's expecting you to be several more weeks pregnant, because like you would have already had to be 5 or 6 weeks to find out. So if you get pregnant now, you're gonna be like a month and a half behind where you should be. Like, you don't think he's gonna notice that? Like, this whole plot point doesn't even make sense. And it's that, like, it doesn't even matter. Like, he doesn't find out that she was faking it. Spoilers. Sorry. He doesn't find out that she was faking it at all. Like, he doesn't. So it's like, how... I don't believe that he was so meticulous with the first ones and so on top of everything, and then just somehow didn't notice that she's a month and a half behind where she should be in this pregnancy. Like, he's not gonna... I have a hard time believing that. Especially because he's just stopping working his job to work from home. Or not even to work from home, to, like, take care of the kids at home. So you sure as fuck think he would notice when she's months behind where she's supposed to be in the pregnancy. So, chapter 16, Lowen is starting to get bored with Verity's manuscript. Even she says, I'm bored, I'm finding it repetitive. Chapter after chapter of detailed sex with Jeremy. Very little to do with her children. Which is just like, yeah, that's how it's been the whole time. It's annoying. And she said, I don't like reading about Jeremy's sex life. I don't believe you. Seeing as you did the whole rapey thing just a couple of chapters ago where you're like, I'm gonna read about his sex life just so I can fantasize about him. And now you're like, I don't like reading about it. Okay, so you're a hypocritical liar. Like, shut the fuck up, Lowen. Like, actually. She, you know, sends in, she's been here for almost 2 weeks. She has sent in the beginner outline for, like, the next book. So she's kind of waiting to, like, hear back about that. And then, you know, she's like, oh, you know, talking to Jeremy. And she was like, I should probably leave in a couple of days, you know, and you know, thanks for letting me stay longer than I should have. And he's like, you know, longer than you should have. Like, I don't think it's been long enough. I hate this man. She literally says, sometimes especially right now. I feel how much he's drawn to me. But then other times, it seems like he works so hard to deny whatever attraction there might be between us. And I get that. I do. But is this how he's going to spend the rest of his life? Giving up huge parts of himself to care for a woman who's just a shell of the person he married? I understand he made vows, but at what cost? His entire life? People get married assuming that they'll live long, happy lives together. What happens when one of those is cut short, but the other is expected to live out those vows for the rest of their life? I stumbled on that sentence because halfway through that sentence I realized that that's not a real sentence. Like, that's a fragment of a sentence. Like, that sentence doesn't make sense. What happens when one of those is cut short, but the other is expected to live out those vows for the rest of their life? Question mark. That's not a good sentence. That's not grammatically correct, or even saying what you're trying to say. You should have said something like, but what happens when one of those is cut short? Is the other expected to just live out those vows for the rest of their life? Like, the but in there doesn't make any sense. That's a bad sentence. And also it's like, it's been 2 months. Like, I get that they're unsure if, like, Verity is gonna recover, but, like, she's not paralyzed. Like, she's physically fine. She doesn't even have, like, brain damage. Like, it's been 2 months. Like, there is a very, very likely possibility that she could recover from this and she could get better. Like, yes. Do I expect you to be married to a vegetable and never ever date anybody else, never ever move on from that, like, just be celibate and just do nothing but take care of this person for the rest of your life, 5 years down the line, even, like, multiple years down the line? Like, no, not necessarily. Like, people deserve to live, and, like, this really bad thing happened, but as long as that person is being taken care of, like, you are allowed to move on with your life. That being said, it's been 2 months. It's been 2 months. And we don't even know that she's not okay. Like, it's been 2 months. Like, no, that is too fast. Like, when you're giving up his whole life, it's been 2 months. And so, she tells him that it is actually her birthday tomorrow. And so he goes to make her a cake. So he literally, like, they make the cake together, and then, he comes out and he sings her happy birthday, and then they make out. Like, pretty heavy. And as they're, like, taking off clothes and stuff, they're, like, on the couch in the living room, she, like, looks over and she sees Verity, like, standing at the top of the stairs. And she is, like, obviously pissed, like, fist clenched, like, furious. And so obviously Lowen freaks out, stops, like, gets Jeremy off and was like, Verity was there, Verity was there, Verity was there. And he's like, what the fuck? No, she wasn't. And she's like, no, she was there. Like, I promise you she was there. And so they go up to check on Verity, and she's in bed, like nothing ever happened. And Lowen is like, no, like, I saw her, like, and Jeremy's like, no, like, it's my fault, like, you've been working so hard, you're exhausted, like, you're paranoid, like, we just both need some sleep. And she's like, no, like, please don't leave me. And so, he ends up, like, snuggling with her, like, trying to get her to go to sleep. And she asks him, she's like, Jeremy, is there a chance she could be faking her injuries? And he says, no, I don't think so. And she's like, but people get better. Injuries heal. And he said, I know, but Verity wouldn't fake something like this. Nobody would. It would be impossible. And Lowen says, but if there's one thing I know that Jeremy doesn't, it's that he doesn't know Verity at all. And it's like, well, yeah, I believe that, because he's very inattentive and he's not a great husband. So, like, yeah, I do believe that he doesn't know her. But it's like, I like that he's like, well, nobody could fake this. And it's like, fake what? Sitting there and staring? Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, like, that would take a lot of discipline and it would not be easy. But, like, I feel like that is completely possible. I feel like Jeremy, like, he wants her to be brain dead. Like, he's so clearly, like, he's so ready to move on. Like, he's so over this. Like, it's so fucking obvious. So it's like, I get, obviously, like, you know, your wife just went through this whole big thing. Like, you've seen her be essentially, like, catatonic this whole time. Like, I mean, I also wouldn't assume, like, automatically she was faking it. Like, that's a lot to fake. But it's like, it really does feel like he just wants her to be brain dead. Like, that he's so ready to move on from this. Like, he just does not want to even engage with it. Like, chapter 17, Lowen, she's, you know, when she goes to bed, she's very much like, I saw Verity. That's who I saw. That's what happened. When she wakes up, she's literally like, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Like, maybe I just imagined that. Like, I was really stressed out. And so Jeremy comes in later and he tells her that he is going to get a lock for Verity's door, which, one, it seems like a bad idea to lock in someone who has, like, medical issues that could need, like, rapid help at some point, and who you probably should be checking on throughout the night, but sure. Also, if we really think, like, if we are so concerned that Verity could be faking her injuries to the point that we're literally getting a lock for her door, why would we not be taking her to the doctor? Why would we not be getting repeat scans? Why would we not, like, be seeking out medical professionals for this? Like, why would it ever be that, oh, we'll just lock her in? Like, especially because it's like, okay, so you think your wife could be possibly faking her injuries, so you're just gonna lock her in so you can cheat on her with the lady who's, like, replacing her, essentially. Like, it's been 2 months. Go get her checked out. Why would that not be an immediate rush to the doctor? Like, even if I, like, this would never happen to me because I'm not a giant piece of shit, like Jeremy and them, but, like, say I'm Jeremy. Say this happens. Lowen thinks she sees Verity at the top of the stairs. And then I'm not even necessarily, like, assuming, like, oh, Verity's been faking this whole thing. Like, maybe she's just getting better and she, like, got up and moved around. Like, Lowen sleepwalks. Like, Verity could easily be sleepwalking. She could have moved around a little. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would you not be rushing this lady to get medical attention and, like, to get checked out? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But no, you just want to cheat on her. So you just want to lock her in. Awesome. So chapter 13 of Verity's manuscript. So she does get pregnant within, like, 2 weeks of her telling Jeremy that she's pregnant, which is even worse because now she is 2 months behind when she should be for being pregnant. And now he's a stay-at-home dad and you expect me, and he, like, is going to all the point, you don't expect him to notice that you're 2 months behind where you should be? And he doesn't. That's literally not even a plot point. He does not notice at all. And that's fucking crazy. How would you not notice your wife is 2 months behind where she is supposed to be in her pregnancy? But okay. And then, so we get this scene where Verity finds out, well, Verity and Jeremy at the same time find out that Chasten has passed away. You know, she was at a sleepover with Harper at a friend's house. They snuck some snacks in the middle of the night. She unintentionally ate something that had peanuts in it. For some reason, didn't get her EpiPen, like, you know, which she's 8. I don't blame her for that. She probably just doesn't know how to use it on her own. And obviously none of the other kids noticed, and she passed away. And which, again, also, we never talk about how traumatic that must have been for these little 8-year-olds. and also the mom, to wake up and there's a literal dead fucking child at her house. That's terrifying. But we don't address that at all. But so they have this little like narrative trick or whatever that, not narrative trick, but like, I don't know, like a writing, I don't even know what you want to call it. But Colleen Hoover does this thing where she like, one thing's happening, it talks about what Verity's doing. One thing's happening, talks about what Verity's doing. One thing's happening, talks about what Verity's doing. And it's kind of like this repetitive, like, this was happening, I was doing this. This was happening, I was doing this. And I will read it to you, so you'll understand more what I'm talking about. My issue with this is, what do you think that Verity is doing when she finds out about this? Okay, just think. She's cooking dinner. She's a white woman. She's a white woman cooking dinner. What do you think she's doing? If you guessed washing the fucking raw chicken, you'd be right. You'd be so disgustingly right. Like, there has been so many studies done on why it is so unsanitary and so unnecessary to wash raw chicken. All you're doing is spreading that salmonella literally everywhere. And it's very hard to clean up. You are not going to get it all. You are literally poisoning all the surfaces. That's fucking disgusting and so unsanitary and gross. Why am I not surprised that Colleen Hoover would think that people should be washing chicken? Ew. So gross. It literally took me so out of the scene, I couldn't even care the chest and was dying because all I could think about was her just washing this fucking chicken. Like, ew. But yeah, she has this whole, like, the phone rang. I was washing the chicken. Jeremy answered it. I was washing the chicken. He raised his voice. Still washing the fucking chicken. Don't get me wrong, like, sometimes repetitiveness in a narrative can be really powerful, and there's definitely ways you can use that are great, like, that are really impactful. This is not one of them. This it didn't pull it off for me. Not just because she was washing the chicken, but it wasn't good. Oh, and then she throws up on the chicken. Even better. Which I don't blame her for that, but still. Ugh. We find out, by the time they get to the hospital, she's already passed away. She was already passed away in the morning. And then immediately she blames Harper and thinks that it is Harper's fault. And this was another thing too, where it's like, they talk about Cruz going to therapy, and like Jeremy talked about possibly going to therapy, and like they took Harper to like a specialist and all this stuff. And it's like, I have a hard time believing that she is like this unstable and like this, like mentally unwell, and like nobody is noticing this, and like nobody thinks that she should go to therapy. Like nobody is picking up on this like at all. Because also like this has been an issue since Harper was literally born. Like to the point that like the only really big fight her and Jeremy have ever had is because she was treating Harper differently. And like we didn't think maybe she should see a therapist then. Like that was when they were really little. They're like 8 now. And like nobody has gotten this lady help or like noticed. Like I really feel like nobody gives a fuck about her. But then she has this horribly awful take about Jeremy. She says, I missed Chasten, obviously, and I was saddened by her death, but there was something unpleasant in how hard Jeremy took it. He was devastated, numb. After she'd been dead for 3 months, I was growing impatient. We'd only had sex twice since her death, and he hadn't even kissed me with tongue either time. Okay, that's important right now. It was like he was disconnected from me, using me to feel better, to feel something other than agony. I wanted more than that. I wanted the old Jeremy back. Yeah, girl. I wonder why he might not be feeling it right now. I wonder why. What could possibly be the reason? Like, what do you actually mean? Like, what? It's been 3 months. Girl, what the fuck are you talking about? And what do you think that she does next? What, if you could guess what Verity does next, what do you think that she does to Jeremy next? If you guess she sexually assaults him, you'd be right. You'd be right. Yeah, she like immediately tries to like force him into having sex with her. Ugh, gross. Hated it. And then she's like, well, I was fine. I've been planning for this for 8 years. I knew that Chasten was gonna die early, and I should have just murdered Harper before that happened. Like, she says, had I stopped Harper before she acted, we would still have Chasten. And then maybe Jeremy wouldn't be so fucking sad all the time. Girl, he's so for real right now. Come on. I don't even want to say this next chapter pissed me off, because so many of these chapters have pissed me off, but it's a fucking doozy, man. Alright, so Verity is not, like, sleepy or whatever this time, so her nurse puts her in the living room, and it's just, so Lowen, for her own birthday, is cooking spaghetti for everybody. Like, spaghetti is an impressive meal. And also, like, it's your birthday. Like, why are you cooking for everybody? That doesn't even make sense. But she's essentially left downstairs with Verity. And she starts fucking with Verity, trying to get Verity to react. Which, on both levels, is, like, kind of weird. Because, like, if she is faking it, then, like, what are you gonna do when she moves? Like, nobody's gonna believe you anyways. Like, if she does react, like, who's gonna believe you? Like, nobody's around, so, like, it's kind of pointless. And if she's not, then you are torturing a disabled woman. And that's pretty fucking weird. So, like, weird either way. She's, like, throwing stuff, not, like, at Verity, but, like, at Verity, so she, like, responds, like, near the floor near her and stuff. She doesn't respond. And then she goes, like, literally up, which also, too, it's like, you don't think she's gonna extra be on guard? Like, if she really is faking it, like, she knows you just saw her. Like, you don't think she's gonna extra be on her shit? But the TV turns off, and she's like, oh my god, I fucking knew it. So she literally says some of the most out-of-pocket shit to Verity, trying to get it to respond. Her first response about her just possibly muting the TV, which, like, reasonable, maybe she doesn't want to fucking watch Jeopardy. She can just mute the TV. It's not that big of a deal. She literally says, you're a fucking cunt, because she muted a TV. Okay. And then she continues to say, you don't even deserve the body you're trapped in. I hope you die with a throat full of your own vomit, the way you attempted to kill your infant daughter. And then she says, Jeremy is gonna fuck me in your bed tonight. Girl, you are torturing an invalid. Fucking stop it. What are you doing? Because also, this doesn't make you any better than her. Like, I get it. Obviously, if, you know, that was true and she had tried to do that to her daughter, that's really fucked up and awful. And yeah, she should probably be in prison for it. She's already, like, catatonic and, like, in a coma, basically. So, like, I don't know. Now you're just kind of a shitty person. Like, what are you accomplishing here? You're not really doing anything. And then Verity pisses herself. Jeremy, like, has to take care of her, obviously, because the nurse left. So Jeremy completely misses this, like, spaghetti dinner that she makes. It's cold and done, and spaghetti's gross when it's cold. Like, it's done. By the time he finally comes down, Crew ignores it the whole time. He's just on his iPad. He doesn't give a fuck about this spaghetti or her, because, like, why would he? She's just a random lady. I just caught this little note I forgot I had written. So, you know, before she starts complaining about the dinner and how nobody ate it and stuff, she said, you know, even though she flinched at nothing I said, the fact that I seemed to scare her has me convinced she's in there somewhere, and now she knows I'm not afraid of her. And I literally said, why would you think that? She is not afraid of you. If anything, you're literally on a hit list. Like, she thought her own daughter was gonna murder her other daughter. She wasn't afraid of her daughter. She was pissed. She wanted to murder her. You really think you're gonna say this crazy ass shit to her? You know she literally has a knife in her room. A knife that you can't find. You don't think that she's not gonna fucking murder you, dude? Like, she is not afraid of you. You just put yourself on a literal hit list. Like, what are you talking about? So yeah, then like I said, they complain about the dinner, and then Jeremy finally does come down, and she spends pages convincing this man to put Verity in a facility. And it's so clearly, like, it's not about Verity. She does not give a fuck about Verity. It's literally all just like, you need to live your life, and you need to get back out there, and, like, you can't do that when she's around. Like, you need to let her go. It's been 2 months. It's been 2 months. And she's showing signs of getting better, so we don't think we should take her to a doctor or anything. We just should shove her in a facility. Yeah, okay, Lowen, you are a terrible person, and you literally just want to steal this lady's husband. Like, don't even pretend you give a fuck about any of this. And then they sleep together. Yeah. And I will say that, like I said, long before this, at the very beginning of this book, Colleen Hoover has never had good sex. She never has. No one who's had good sex writes like this. I promise you. Nobody could write more boring, more puritanical, less fucking interesting sex if they fucking tried. So I'm not gonna bore you with any of that. But she treats this like this is like the second coming of fucking Jesus. She acts like this is the best thing that ever happened. He literally, like, they kiss barely at all. Like seconds. And then he literally is just like, take off your clothes. He doesn't have a gun, but essentially. And literally she says, it's a command. Like, not sexy, doesn't undress her, doesn't try to have any foreplay. He literally is just like, take off your fucking clothes. Which, like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm sure there are some situations where that could be hot. Not the first time you've ever slept with this person. Like, no foreplay, they don't care about your pleasure, like, at all. And they literally, he's like, I don't have a condom. And she's like, I'm not on the pill. And he goes, I'll pull out. It's been 2 months. Your wife is fucking upstairs. You really think the chance of having a child right now, because also it's a Colleen Hoover book. You know she's going to get fucking pregnant right away. It's a Colleen Hoover book. It happens in every single Colleen Hoover book. It's disgusting. Yeah. So you really think having a child right now is going to be the correct decision? When you're legally married, your wife is 20 feet fucking away. Your son just got traumatized because his mom is comatose. 2 of his sisters just both passed away in very traumatic incidences. One he was literally there for. We haven't got into that, but he was literally there for Harper dying. And your proper response is, yeah, we should risk having a baby right now. I loathe everyone in this book. Yeah, and it's literally him just being like, he loses, like, I'm just gonna take you in every position I've imagined. Like, he's literally just moving her around. Like, no regards to, like, what's pleasurable for her. He's not, like, there's not really a lot of like, he's not trying to do anything that's, like, attractive to her or appealing to her. He's literally just like, I'm just gonna do whatever I've fantasized about and you're not gonna say anything about it. And I'm supposed to think that's hot? I'm supposed to think that's hot? I don't. So they get up into the whole thing where she's like by the headboard, and are we surprised? She bites the fucking headboard. I want this bitch to break all of her teeth, actually. Chapter 19, they sleep together again. And then, you know, after they're finally done with all of that, they're kind of just talking a little bit. And she's like, what was your relationship like with Verity? And he said, I loved her. She was my wife. But sometimes I wasn't sure we really knew each other. We lived together, but it's as if our worlds weren't connected. I was insanely attracted to her, which I'm sure you don't want to hear, but it's true. Our sex life was great, but the rest of it, I don't know. It felt like there was something missing in the beginning. But I stayed and I married her and we started our family because I always believed that deeper connection was within reach. I thought I'd wake up one day and look her in the eyes and then it would click, like that mythical puzzle piece had finally snapped in place. Did you eventually find that connection? No, not like I hoped, but I felt something close to it. A fleeting intensity that proved a deeper connection can exist. When was that? Several weeks ago in a random coffee shop bathroom with a woman who wasn't my wife. Which, like, to be fair, like, I kind of get that vibe. Like, as you're reading, like, Verity's manuscript, like, you're kind of like, okay, like, I feel like she's way more into this guy than this guy is into her. And it does very much, like, so I wasn't really surprised to, like, hear him say this. And, like, I also get the concept of, you know, when you're with someone, especially if you're with someone for a long time and you've kind of, like, stopped feeling that way about them and you, like, kind of have mentally checked out of the relationship before the actual, like, breakup. Though there's not a breakup! They're still married. She lives in the house. You know, before that initial breakup, like, it's a little easier to process that and to, like, move on because, you know, you've kind of already had a lot of time to process that already. And I also understand that, like, no, I lied. I don't understand. I have never understood, actually, people who, it's like the people who have babies thinking that it'll fix everything, and it literally never does. Like, getting married never fixes anything. If you are not happy in your relationship, making that relationship a legal commitment that the government has to get involved with is not going to fix your problems. It is never going to fix your problems. And having a child, also never going to fix your problems. We need to stop doing these two things and just leave relationships that are not working for us. It has never fixed anything for anyone ever. Stop doing it. It's fucking stupid. So yeah, I do think Jeremy's kind of a fucking idiot. But I do like, because also it's like, why are you getting married and having kids with a girl if you don't even, like, you just like sleeping with her? Like, you don't have, like, an actual connection to her. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's diabolical. Like, you are a bad person. Like, what are we doing? And then they try to leave, because, like, it's late and, you know, he's got to get back because, like, Cruz sleeps upstairs and, you know, all this stuff. And they're locked inside of the room. Someone has locked the door from the outside. Remember that lock he installed for the sleepwalking thing? I honestly feel like the sleepwalking thing was literally just so they could get locked in this room. Not that it really matters. He literally just climbs out the window like 5 seconds later. But I feel like that was literally the only reason all of that sleepwalking stuff happened. Because this is the only other time it's relevant. It's just that they got locked in. But like I said, he immediately, like, goes out the window anyways. Because he's saying, like, because she's like, I know you think it isn't plausible, but did you lock Verity's door last night? Because, like, I mean, obviously, Cruz not only doesn't know the lock is there, but, like, he can't reach it. He's 5. And And he says, I can't remember. And she's like, if by some bizarre chance it was Verity who locked us in here, Crew probably isn't here anymore. Which also, we're in crisis mode. You're locked in this room. You think it's this guy's wife who's supposed to be in a coma or whatever. It's like locked you in here. And your first helpful thing to say is, oh, if she locked us in here, she probably stole your son. Like, you're not helping, Lowen. You're not helping at all. Why would you say that? Even if that could be true, why would you say that? That's a... What? Yeah, so he literally breaks off the window, which is also crazy because, like, I feel like there was maybe a better solution to this, but sure. He breaks through the window, comes out, and looks, and both of them are asleep. Like, when it comes to Crew being asleep, like, yeah, I believe you do that, but also, like, Verity, I feel like she could fake being asleep so easily, but sure. They're both asleep. The nurse comes in, and it's, like, a little awkward, but we move on. We go to chapter 14 of Verity's manuscript. So, this is the day that Harper dies. So we're finally finding out what happened to Harper, because we've only gotten the hint. Like, at the very beginning, he said that he, like, had pulled his daughter out of the lake, but that's the only thing we've heard about so far, like, what happened to Harper. So Chasten had passed away 6 months to the day when this happened. And so Schiller says, which meant I had spent 182 and a half days building resentment for the child responsible. Literally not the child responsible, but okay. So Jeremy, like, we find out that actually Jeremy started sleeping upstairs with Cruz before all of this happened, because Crew was having, I think I call him Cruz again. Crew has been having trouble sleeping, obviously, since Chasten passed away. So, like, Jeremy's already been sleeping up there with him for, like, 2 months. Again, she talks about how many times they've slept together since Chasten passed away. It's 4. And she talks about how he, like, can't get it up anymore, and how, like, she wants him to take Viagra, but he won't do it. Girl, his daughter just passed away. It has been 6 months. Like, give this man a fucking break. Like, stop trying to sexually assault this man all the time. Like, because, a little bit of a spoiler, but we'll find out the level of truth behind all of these things that happened is not quite there. Like, there's cores of truth to the big events that happen, but there's a lot of things that aren't quite that way. But there has to be some, like, I mean, obviously Jeremy talks about, like, their sex life being great, but, like, there has to be some, like, truth to in the fact that, like, Verity is very, like, sex focused. Like, with how much she writes about it and how it's, like, something that's just continuously, like, over and over again. Like, even Lowen's like, it got fucking boring, like, because it's all she talks about. Like, she has to be like that in real life. Like, maybe not to that extent, but, like, it obviously is something super important to her that just keeps getting brought up. And it is gross. Like, Verity, I think, gets a bad rap, and they do villainize her in a lot of ways. But it's weird that they don't villainize her for literally being, like, a rapist. And that's what she is through, like, this entire fucking book. And it's, like, it's weird that we're villainizing her for all of the things that she didn't do or that are perfectly explainable. But then the handful of things that she does that are very much not okay and not explainable, we don't villainize her for those. Weird choice, Colleen Hoover. Weird choice. And then she's, you know, mad that Harper hasn't cried about Chasten, which, first of all, I doubt she feels comfortable around you. You obviously don't even fucking like her. So why would she cry around you? Doesn't mean she's not crying privately. Also, you literally know she has autism and does not express emotion in the same way that other people can and do. That's probably not something that she's, like, really capable of. to the same extent, because she literally has like a fundamental developmental disorder. And like outside of her being a little infant and crying, like we never hear about her crying. Like they talk about her as being very stoic, like she doesn't really laugh much, she doesn't smile, she doesn't laugh, she doesn't smile, she doesn't really like express emotion. So why would we be expecting her to like be a sobbing mess about her sister? Also, she literally saw her sister's dead body. She literally woke up to her sister being dead, either beside her or in the same room as her. I'm sure that was incredibly traumatic. And a lot of people, when they go through really severe trauma, cannot cry about it. At least not for a long time. And I say that as someone who is absolutely gone. I remember I went through a period so bad. I had 11 people in my life pass away in the span of 3 months. And I could not cry. Physically impossible. Literally couldn't happen. I would try to force myself to. Literally couldn't do it. Like, it was so bad. I would show up to work every day and my best friend would be like, have you cried yet? Have you cried yet? Have you cried? Like, and it wasn't because I didn't care about those people or didn't want to cry. Like, it just, I was so profoundly traumatized that it was like past the point where that was even something my body could like express. And you don't think she might feel the same fucking way about her sister dying directly next to her? Or that she may feel in some way responsible for this? Like, because they went and got snacks together? Like, oh, it bothers me. She starts intensely, like, questioning Harper. She's like, are you even upset that Chasten is dead? And of course Harper's like, yes. And she's like, you haven't even cried, not once. Your twin sister died and you act like you don't even care. And Harper is like, literally about to cry. She is tearing up. And she said, I do care. I miss her. And she goes, now she cries. Girl, what? Jeremy comes in and Verity lies. And she says, you know, Harper's mad because I wouldn't let her go play by the lake. And Jeremy's like, well, it's a nice day out. Like, you should take her to play by the lake. Like, you should do that. You should get out with them. And she was like, fuck, why did I say that? Because now he actually wants me to go out and play with them, and I don't want to do that. And Cruz, of course, like, I want to go to the lake. And so Jeremy's like, okay, well, I'm going to go do groceries. Like, you guys go play. You guys go to the lake. He's like, you know, I'm worried about you. You know, you haven't written in 6 months. You don't go outside. You don't interact with the kids. Like, I'm getting worried about you. Like, you should go out. Like, have some fun. Which, like, reasonable. He goes to, like, take them to the lake. And this is, I think that's why I keep calling him Cruz, is because my brain is literally trying to, like, block this out. Because she literally goes, Crew doesn't know it. And maybe he'll find out one day. Why would you tell him? Never tell him this. What the fuck? Never tell your kid how they were conceived. That's disgusting. What the fuck? Incestual. Disgusting. Ew. Crew doesn't know it, and maybe he'll find out one day, but he was conceived in that canoe. The week I lied and told Jeremy I was pregnant was the most prolific week of sex we'd had to date, but I'm pretty sure it was the canoe that did the trick. That's why I wanted to name him Crew. I wanted a nautical-themed name. There are layers to why I hate this. One, so many nautical themed names. So many nautical themed names. Why would we pick Crew? Because also, Crew it doesn't really make me think of anything nautical. I mean, I guess, like, there's a crew on a ship, but, like, there's a crew of construction workers. There's a crew of guys on a football, like, I don't know, my brain doesn't immediately go, like, nautical for that, and, like, there's just so many better nautical themed names. I feel like I even would have liked Skipper more than Crew. Like, I feel like there are so many things that could be better than Crew. And also the concept of naming your child after the place that you conceived them is so gross to me. Like, I am not dissing families who are like open about like discussing sex, because I do think that, you know, there is some importance in that, and being able to communicate openly like with your children about sex and sexual safety and, you know, STDs and protection and all of those things. Like, that's really important. I do think that is good. That being said, I feel like it is very weird, creepy, and incestual to be giving your child details of your sex life. Your child does not need to know how often you have sex, where you have sex, the methods in which you have sex. Like, there is nothing your child needs to know about that. Like, especially not in this scenario. Like, your kid does not need to know that you, like, conceived him in this canoe that he has probably played in. Because, like, also, ew. Like, it's fine that you did that. Like, I don't care that you had sex there. That's whatever. Like, that's fine. But, like, just don't tell him about it. That's fucking weird. And sure as fuck don't name your kid. That's like if you named your kid bed, couch. Like, are we JD Vance? Like, why are we talking about fucking on the couch? Like, why would you name your kid couch after that? You know what I, like, it's weird. It's weird and gross. And I don't like it. And honestly, after leaving this book, that was one of the things that stuck with me the most, weirdly enough, was just like how fucking weird and gross and creepy that was. Like, that has really stuck with me, and I don't like it. But she... Oh my god. So she is like having this thought, right? Okay, we've got this old canoe. We've got this kind of like rusty dock. Maybe I can like make an accident happen. And she literally says, if the canoe were to capsize with the children in it, if Harper were to drown, Jeremy might not have room for more grief. Maybe he was at full capacity. When you've already lost one child, you might as well have lost them all. Girl, what are you talking about? That is so untrue. You could ask any fucking parent who has lost a child, whether it was a miscarriage, a stillborn, they lost them after the fact, after they had already grown up at any point. Not a single one of those parents would be like, yeah, you could just kill the rest of them and be exactly the same. What? What are you... That's like asking a parent who's like had multiple miscarriages if it would be the same if their only living child was also dead. No, it's not better to lose them all. Literally, what the fuck are you talking about? That was the only moment that I was like, that is a psychotic fucking thing to write, actually. Because, like, what are you saying, actually? So she takes them out into the middle of the lake. She tells Crew to hold his breath, and she flips them over. And it's like a lot more jarring than she like expects it to be. And like she almost drowns, like trying to like save Crew and like be able to carry him while also like paddling, because this was not that long ago. So like Crew's like 5. He's not that small. Like, and paddling them back is obviously he's like struggling, and like they almost drown, like getting back to shore, and like she can't find Harper. Harper has not surfaced. And she goes back and like swims back to the canoe and looks underneath it because she's afraid that Harper has like popped up underneath it and it's like using the air and like holding herself up, but Harper isn't there. And Harper like was screaming as they're like swimming away, but she doesn't look back. She doesn't stop. Obviously the screaming stops, and she checks, and, you know, yeah, she's not in the canoe. So she tells crew, like, to go call Jeremy. So he calls Jeremy. The police, you know, are called, and, like, the police get there before Jeremy actually gets there, and, like, we kind of already know that, like, Harper didn't make it by the time that, like, Jeremy gets there. She, like, you know, is screaming for Harper, and Jeremy just kind of comes barreling past her. He dives in the water. He ends up, like, bringing Harper's body to the surface and to the dock. And what had happened was when the boat tipped over and she was like, you know, she can't swim, she's like starting to drown, her foot got caught in a net that was buried underneath the water that they didn't know about. And so that, like, trapped her under, so she really couldn't get away. She says, but I wanted to smile at how appropriately hysterical I was, but I didn't, because part of me knew I had messed up. I could see it in Jeremy's face. This one would be even harder for him to recover from than Chasten. I didn't anticipate that. You literally know he likes Harper more. Well, I wouldn't say more, necessarily, but, like, you know that he's, like, really special with Harper, and, like, they have, like, this special connection, and he, like, understands her more. Like, you don't think he would be more upset about the child who he has a deep connection to passing away? Like, you didn't make that connection? We didn't have two brain cells to rub together to think this through? Okay. And then she says, this dumbass fucking shit, I wondered if that moment would haunt him, having to catch his dead daughter's body as she fell on top of him in the water. I wonder if that would traumatize someone. What kind of fucking question is that? Yeah, I think anybody, whether or not it was their dead daughter or some random ass person, would be traumatized if a dead body just fell on top of them. Especially when it's their dead daughter. Like, girl, what are you talking about? Like, he just gets in the ambulance with Harper. Like, I mean, she's obviously passed away, but, like, they still have to take her to the hospital and, you know, do all that stuff. So, like, he just gets in the ambulance. He just leaves. And he just doesn't even acknowledge Verity or crew. Like, he's gone. Which, like, I don't blame him. I don't really blame him at that point. I mean, maybe not saying anything to crew, maybe, but, like, I don't blame him for just being like, I have to deal with this. I'm dipping. If all of this book up to this point has not cemented my hatred for Jeremy and for Lowen, chapter 20 does, and probably not for the reasons you'd think, but so Lowen's obviously rattled. You know, she's like, this was murder. Like, she murdered that child. So, like, she drinks, pops a Xanax, and goes to sleep. And, you know, Jeremy comes and, like, he literally sneaks in through the window instead of just going in through the door like a normal ass fucking person. But he, like, sneaks into bed and starts trying to sleep with her. And he says, I like it when you wear my shirts. And she says, I like it when they smell like you. What do I smell like? Petrichor. Okay, you Tumblr ass bitch. Shut the fuck up, dude. That is like... Do I like actual petrichor? Yes. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love the smell of rain? Of course I like petrichor. The word petrichor, though, yeah, when I was 12 on Tumblr, I might have thought it was cool. At this point, it's so overused. It's like the only big word I feel like half of fucking people on Tumblr and Pinterest know. Like, people act like it's such, like, a personality trait. Like, oh, my favorite scent is petrichor. Like, you're just trying to sound pretentious. You're not doing what you think you're doing. And also, You're telling me this man smells like must and like rain, like actual petrichor outside, which if you don't know what petrichor means, it's just the smell of like, it's like the smell of the ground and everything, like after it's rained, like that really intense scent that you get after like a good rain. I would not want someone to smell like that. Like outside, yes, awesome, love it. Why would I want someone to smell damp and kind of musty? Like they were just really wet and dirty. Like in an outdoor context, yeah, awesome, great. That's super cool. I don't want to be dating a dude whose shirt smelled like worms. Like, saying, you know, like, we're gonna have to break up soon. Like, he's like, I'm falling for you. And she's like, yeah, but I have to, like, go back to Manhattan soon. And, like, you're married. And he's like, well, I called the facility. We're shoving Verity in a facility most of the time. Okay, like, you know, I think Jeremy just needs better security, a monitor in Verity's room, connected to a motion sensor, you know. If she's really faking her injuries, he'll find out. And if he does find out, he'll never let her around crew again. And now that she's going to a facility, she'll be monitored even more closely. So she decides to, like, not tell him about the manuscript or anything like that. Mostly because she got her way. And Verity's getting sent away, so now she's just free to steal her husband. And so Jeremy is trying to get her to stay. And, you know, she says, okay. And he literally stops her. I still don't get this. I literally wrote that. I still don't get this. He literally stops her and he's like, you mean all right? And she's like, yeah, all right. That's not like a special little thing you guys share. Like, it's the word all right, which also is like kind of weird in a lot of the contexts you're using it. Like, to me, like, when I say all right, like, it kind of denotes like there's some like hesitation there, or there's some sense of like, I don't know that I really want to do that, but like, all right, like, yeah, that's all right. Like, it's okay. It's not maybe what I wanted, but like, it's all right. Like, someone's like, hey, do you want to go do this? And I'm like, all right. Like, if I wanted to do it, I'd be like, oh yeah, hell yeah, let's go. Or sure, yeah, let's do it. I want to be like, all right. So it's like, it's supposed to be like this special little moment, this special little word that they share. And I'm like, you're not even using that word really in like the correct context. Like, why would your word be something that's like, okay, all right. That's like literally if your word was okay. Like if you and your partner's special word was okay. Like what? Tell me Colleen Hoover has never been in a meaningful relationship in her life. It's not romantic. It doesn't even make sense. Then they sleep together again. And he doesn't pull out. It's literally been a week. They have literally been together for a week. And he's already trying to get her pregnant. Like, there are so many layers to why that's fucked up that I don't even want to break it down. Like, your wife is here. It's been 2 months. You're married. Like, Despicable human beings. And Loan is, like, in love with that. In love with that. She literally, when he leaves, because he sleeps with her and then just leaves. And she literally, like, props herself up to try to, like, in those, like, conceiving positions that they give women that have, like, infertility and stuff that are, like, trying to conceive. Like, she literally props herself up like that. Specifically trying to get pregnant. These people are diabolical. They are some of the worst human beings I've ever met. I liked all of the people in One by One by Frida McFadden so much more. And half of them were literally serial killers. Like, how did you make serial killers more likable than this? And better people? Like, And she ends with like the pinnacle of like, you are the worst person ever. She says, everything she revealed about him has given me insight into the kind of person he is, and he deserves better than what she gave him. I want to give him what she never did. He deserves to be with someone who will put her love for his children before anything else. I am so tired of this trad wife propaganda. No. No. You should not put your entire life on pause for a man to do nothing but then to cater for his children. That's... No. No. That is not what we should be teaching people. That is not what we should be preaching. That's absolutely... There has been thousands of years of history to prove why that is not the way we should be doing things. It's almost like there's thousands of years of women's oppression that tells us why that's not a great thing to do. I literally pray to God, and I don't even believe in God, that there are a very limited amount of women who are harmed by this book, because this carries so many harmful ideals. Like, you are really like groomed into like supposing to be believing that Lowen is like a good person in this scenario, and that like this should be something that you aspire to, and like that is so harmful and damaging. It's damaging to young girls who might read this. It's damaging to housewives that might be in abusive relationships that see something like this and they're like, well, no, that's how I'm supposed to be, like that's what's right. Like, this is so harmful. Like, Colleen Hoover is just, she's sinister to me. Like, when it comes to Frida McFadden, like, is she a great writer? No. But her characters are not inherently harmful. Like, they are not, like, for instance, in like Dear Debbie, like when Debbie finds out that like her daughter is kind of like being taken advantage of, like she shuts that shit down immediately. She is not like, oh, you should be serving this man if that's what he wants. Anytime he wants to have sex, you should just let it happen and you should do everything to serve it. Absolutely not. She shut that shit the fuck down. She shut that shit the fuck down. And like, amen. That's how it should be. And or like in One by One, when Lindsay, they're like at the restaurant and Wagner is like trying to get her to like not eat a burger and like eat a side salad and stuff, like they call that shit out immediately. It's not like, oh, Wagner's looking out for her health. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. No, they're like, that's fucking wrong. That's weird. Should not be like that. That's a no. And it's like, yeah, that's what we should be teaching women. This is dangerous. This is harmful, and all of her books are like this. I think Colleen Hoover is a deeply sinister person, and I think she is doing actual harm to real people. I probably should have said that to the end of the book, but I strongly feel this way. And that's one of the reasons it has been so hard for me to get through this. On chapter 21, and now we get to the part that I ranted about ever so briefly earlier. So, she falls asleep, right? And she has this dream about Crew. And this is when he's like 16. Very similar to the dream that Verity had about like when the twins were babies and she had dreams about them being 8 and then like, well, 8-ish. And, you know, them dying, Harvard, like smothering Chasten or whatever. She has this dream about Crew and Julia says, nothing significant happened in my dream, or at least if it did, I can't remember it. I only remember the feeling I had when I looked into his eyes, like he was evil. It was as if everything Verity had put him through and everything he'd seen was embedded into his soul, and he had carried that with him through childhood. We spent so long, pages, criticizing Verity for having this dream, for thinking that, like, for her whole life, thinking that Harper could hurt Chasten just because she had this one-off fucking dream. And, like, at least in Verity's dream, Harper actually killed Chasten in the dream. Like, actively smothered her to death. So, like, there was at least a reason for her to think that Harper could cause harm, even though, like, obviously it doesn't, like, make sense. But, like, there at least was a connection there. Crew doesn't even do anything in this dream. She just looks at him and is like, well, he must be evil. He's gotta be evil, because I had this dream, and because Verity did bad things to him, so therefore he must be evil. And she just treats Crew as if he's going to be evil for the rest of the book. Literally for the rest of the book. She treats Crew fully like he is evil. Just because he's gone through some trauma. And it's like, you literally spent so many pages criticizing Verity for doing this, just for you to immediately go and do the same fucking thing. But even worse, because you don't have any reason to believe that at all. At least she had a reason. She had, like, postpartum psychosis and a dream about murder. Like, you got nothing. And you just treat Crew like he is an evil child for the rest of it. Especially because he's literally 5. Get him into therapy. He'll be fine. Like, so she has this, and she goes, he saw his sister drown. He saw his mother do very little to help her. And while he's very young, there's a possibility that memory will stay with him, that he'll always know she told him to hold his breath before she tipped the canoe over on purpose. And so she literally goes and finds Crew and starts interrogating him about the day that his sister died. Because that's a fucking appropriate thing to do to a 5-year-old you don't even fucking know. Like, you're gross, Lowen. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed I can't even say her name right. You are gross, Lowen. You're gross. You're disgusting. So she literally starts, she's like, Crew, can I ask you a question? And she goes, do you remember being in the canoe with your mother and Harper? And he literally doesn't even answer. Because he's, like, clearly kind of traumatized by this. And she keeps, like, pushing it. Like, she literally puts a hand on his knee. Which, ew. Get your fucking hand off that child. That's not your child. Don't be touching children that aren't yours. Especially when you're trying to force them into telling you secrets. That is literally like grooming. That is literally what we warn children about with sexual predators. Don't do that. And also, as a grown woman, especially for a child you don't know, you should never be, like, gripping their knee in any context. Unless they literally have, like, a knee injury that you're, like, figuring out. Like, don't do that. That is, like, very much a romantic thing that you do with, like, your partner or something. That is not something we do with children, especially children that do not belong to us. Especially not when we're trying to force them to talk about traumatic things and secrets that they don't want to talk about. That's gross. That's disgusting. You are disgusting. And so she goes, Crew, why did the boat tip over? He says, Mommy said I shouldn't talk to you if you ask me questions about her. Which, like, yeah, amen, Crew. Fuck this lady. Don't say shit to her. And she goes, your mother talks to you? Crew doesn't answer. And she said, Crew, does your mommy pretend she can't talk? And then she has traumatized this kid. So while this is happening, he's, like, eating peanut butter out of a jar with, like, a butter knife. And he's literally so traumatized and freaked out by her asking these questions that he accidentally bites down on the butter knife and cuts himself. Because, he doesn't have that many teeth. He's got gaps, And literally cuts himself. Like, not, like, terribly badly, but, like, kind of badly. And it's like, girl, how in any world? And she's so painted like she's not, like, wrong for doing this. Like, you traumatize this kid. Not only are you touching him inappropriately, you traumatize him to the point that he literally bit down on a butter knife to get the fuck away from you. Like, you don't see a problem with this? Like, and he needs stitches. Like, which also, I'm a little confused on, like, the logistics of that. Or also even just, like, the logistics that a butter knife would be sharp enough to cut him. Especially to the point that he needs, like, stitches. But I guess. That part seemed also weird to me, but I was like, I guess. And so he's like, well, we can't leave Verity alone. Like, you need to stay. I'm going to take him to get stitches because the nurse isn't there right now. And so she goes back up inside and she's like, oh, I need to make sure Verity's door is locked. It's not. It's wide open. She's like in bed, but she's like kind of hanging off of it. Like, her legs kind of hanging off of it. And she like thinks about just leaving her here. And then she ends up like throwing her leg back up real quick and then locking the door. And then she goes down into the basement because I don't know what that was. Okay. It goes down to the basement because she remembers that she saw like a baby monitor down there while she was, you know, down there before with Jeremy. So she decides to like grab that and set it up so she can like watch over Verity. Just sets up the monitor and locks the door. And then also she notices when she does this that Verity hasn't moved. Like, at all. Like, she hasn't moved. Okay. Possessed light. I'm literally turning it off. Turns right back on. I swear to God, this video is cursed. Oh? Okay. Let's not give people epilepsy. Yeah. I think this video is cursed. I hate this book. This recording, like I said, this is like day 3. I have been sitting on this book for like weeks. Like, everything just seems to get in the way of filming it. I like tried to film yesterday, was super sick. Earlier in the filming, my phone just died in the middle and I lost a bunch that I had to repeat. Now my light's possessed. We're persevering. We're gonna persevere because at this point, I will not let the spirit of Colleen Hoover hold me down. She is not gonna stop me from getting this video out there and talking about how much I dislike her and her writing and this stupid book. But goddamn, it is cursed. You know what? It might not be the best lighting, but we are just gonna persevere with the one light because I just burned my hand. Apparently this overheated the other light, which is weird because they're the exact same light, so I don't know why one would overheat and not the other. Knock on wood for that one. Burned the heck out of my hand touching that. It's fine. So yeah, we're gonna persevere with the one light, and I will figure out lighting for the future. That's a later me's problem. We are finishing this fucking book. We are getting through it. We are so close. So we get chapter 15, which is the last chapter of Verity's manuscript. And she talks a little bit about, you know, how the police keep asking her a bunch of questions. You know, why were your children on a life vest? Where was your husband? You know, what happened, etc., etc. And so she is laying in bed with Crew and Jeremy because Jeremy like doesn't want to let Crew out of his sight, which understandable given everything that's happened. And Jeremy asks, why did you take them in the canoe? They wanted to go. Why weren't they in life jackets? I thought we were close to the shore. What was the last thing she said? I can't remember. Was she still above water when you made it to the shore with Crew? No, I don't think so. Did you know the canoe was about to tip over? No, it all happened so fast. He says, it just doesn't make sense. She says, what doesn't make sense? And he says, "Why did you tell Crew to hold his breath, Verity?" She said, "I tried though. I tried to convince him." And he said, "I said that as we were tipping, not before." And he just rolls away from her and like wraps Crew up in his arms. And like it's clear he knows that no. Crew told him it happened before they tipped it over. Crew told him that she said that and then she purposely tipped the boat over. He knows that she did that. It is not a secret. Lowen thinks she has been protecting him this whole time. He knew. He already knew. And she says, "When I got to my office, I opened my manuscript and began to type. It feels as if there's nothing left to say. No future to write about, no past to redeem. Am I at the end of my story? I don't know what happens next. Unlike my prediction of Chasten's murder, I don't know how my life will end. Will it be at the hands of Jeremy, or will it be at my own hand? Or maybe it won't end at all. Maybe Jeremy will wake up tomorrow and see me sleeping next to him. Maybe he'll remember all the good times, all the blowjobs, all the swallowing. And he'll realize that how much more time we have to do those things now that we only have one child." It's so male gaze and male-centered, it literally makes me nauseous. Colleen Hoover is the most male-centered person I think I've ever encountered in my life. Like, it's gross. And then she says, "Or maybe he'll wake up convinced that Harper's death was not an accident. Maybe he'll report me to the police. Maybe he'll want to see me suffer for what I did to her. If that's the case, so be it. I'll just drive my car into a tree." Which, we hinted at the beginning, she drove her car into a tree. Oh my goodness. Which, like, I mean, shit, if all that happened to me, I probably would drive my car into a tree too. But you literally made all of this happen. So, like, also, I guess maybe extra reason to drive your car into a tree, really, because it is kind of all your fault on top of that. But that's the end of Verity's manuscript. That's it. That's all we hear from Verity for the moment. Chapter 22. So, you know, of course she's having this bombshell moment of like, oh my god, like he knew, he suspected her, like, oh my god, this is such a big bombshell of information. And this is like when Jeremy comes home and finds out Crew needed 6 stitches. He puts Crew to bed and she notices. So he's like, I have to go shower. She starts watching the baby monitor and she sees that Verity is on her hands and knees on the floor, which, like, we'll come back to that later, but she's on her hands and knees on the floor. And so instantly Lowen is like, I fucking knew it. I knew it. And so she starts screaming for Jeremy. And, you know, obviously Verity hears this and, like, climbs into bed real quick and, like, pretends to be asleep. And so she runs into Verity's room and she's like, get up, Verity. Like, I saw you. You aren't getting away with this. Obviously, Jeremy comes running in and is like, girl, what are you doing? What are you happening? Like, eventually he's like, I want you to leave. Like, you need to get out of here. And she's like, you know, God damn it, Jeremy. Like, she's crazy. She's been lying to you since the day you met her. And he's like, dude, like, she's not faking it, Lowen. Like, what are you? That woman is helpless, like, practically brain dead. Like, you literally have been seeing things since you got here. And she's like, no, like, she killed Harper and you know it. Like, you suspected it. I can prove it. And so he grabs the manuscript and she like shoves it at him. She's like, read this. And I notice he doesn't ask, what is this? What is, like, you know, like, what are you giving me? He says, where did you find this? Which is interesting. Where did you find this? Doesn't ask what it is. She's like, you know, it's hers. It's all there from, like, the day you met up until a car wreck. Like, read it, especially the last 2 chapters. I don't care. Just read it. And so he leaves to go read this privately. So chapter 23, she hears after a while, like, it's really quiet for a while, assuming, you know, he's reading. And then she starts hearing, like, a crash. and she starts hearing like crying. And so she starts hearing like a lot of movement. So she goes running up there, and he is like in the doorway of Verity's room, and he's like, you know, Verity, if you don't answer me, I'm calling the police. He's like, you know, when I walk out of this room, I'm taking your manuscript straight to the police. They'll put you away and you'll never see me or crew again if you don't open your eyes and tell me what's going on in this house. So he's like, you know, Verity, if you don't answer me, I'm calling the police. And he says, when I walk out of this room, I'm taking your manuscript straight to the police. They'll put you away and you'll never see me or crew again if you don't open your eyes and tell me what's going on in this house. And she, like, there's a pause, and then she opens her eyes. And he immediately backs away, and he's like, what the fuck, Verity? Like, what the fuck? And she's like, I had to, Jeremy. And, you know, like, she's already like, she's clearly defensive. Like, she's scared. And she's like, I had to. He's like, this entire time, like, you've been. And she's scared. Like, she's flinching. She's like, no, please don't hurt me. Like, I'll explain everything. And he said, don't hurt you. You killed her, Verity. And he, like, dives after her and starts literally strangling her to death right in front of Lowen. And he's strangling her, and, like, obviously he's much bigger than her, and she's trying to fight him off, but she can't do it. And so she literally says, Jeremy. I rush to him and try to pull him off her. All I can think of is Crew and Jeremy's future and how his anger is not worth a life. His life. Yeah, fuck her life, I guess. Like, I get, even if you really thought that she did all these things, and you really thought she was, like, this terrible person, like, you were just so okay with watching her get murdered in front of you. Like, your only thought is, like, oh, well, I don't want Jeremy to go to jail. He's murdering someone. He's a murderer. And even if the person he was murdering is also a murderer, like, that doesn't make it okay. That's not really how that works. Like, that's your thought process? Oh my God. And she's like, you have to stop. You're crushing her windpipe. They'll know you killed her. Your only thought is he's gonna get caught for this? Like... And she's like, you know, your son's not going to have a father if you do this. And so she literally said, there's a plea in his eyes, but not a plea for me to call for help. It's a plea for me to help him figure out a better way to end her. And what do you think she does? Yeah. What do you think she does? Lowen, the great wife, great person, great mother. Yeah. I don't even argue with him. There's not a single cell in her body that deserves to live after all she's done. I step back and try to think. And then she says, you have to make it look like an accident. Make her vomit. Cover her nose and mouth until she stops breathing. It'll look like she aspirated in her sleep. And then he does that. And Verity passes away. Yeah. And then Lowen gets mad that when they finally leave the room that he doesn't want to snuggle with her. That is her first response. You just killed a woman directly. Is your idea. And your first thought is, oh, he doesn't want to snuggle with me? Bro, if anybody should drive their car into a tree, it's Lowen. Like, immediately. Like, do that right now, actually, because you are the worst person that exists. Like, diabolically bad. And then, you know, he's like, I've got to straighten things up. I've got to hide some stuff. You know, they kind of go over, like, the story they're going to tell. You know, we found her in the morning. We went to bed like normal. You know, she died in her sleep. They have their little all right moment again. And, you know, he goes and cleans everything up. And now she gets her snuggles. Now he's back in bed with me, holding me. He holds me tighter now than he ever has before. Yeah, good for you, bitch. Good for you, I guess. Do you want me to clap? Should we call Bella Hadid? Like, chapter 24, we get a bit of a time skip, and it's 7 months later. So Verity died in her sleep 7 months ago. Crew took it hard. So did Jeremy publicly. I left the morning she died and went back to Manhattan. Jeremy had a lot to deal with that week, and I'm sure it would have been even more suspicious had I stayed in his home following the death of his wife. And then her outline gets approved, and she says, my outline was approved as well as the 2 subsequent outlines. I turned in the first draft of the first novel 2 weeks ago. I've requested an extension on the deadline for the next 2 novels. It's going to be hard working on them with a newborn. I hate the pregnancy trope. I hate all of the... I won't even rant about it again, but I hate this so deeply. She stays away for 2 weeks, and then they get back together immediately. They said, we both knew we were rushing things, but it was hard being apart. I think my presence brought him comfort, so we didn't worry about the timing or if our relationship was too much too soon. And as soon as they find out they're pregnant, like, they decide to sell the house. They end up moving to North Carolina, and they're just like, we're a family now. We aren't made up of all the members of the family Crew was born into, but I know Jeremy is appreciative that Crew has me in his life, and he'll be a big brother soon. Yeah, because you're such a trad wife. You're such a good mom. You only tortured an invalid and accused a 5-year-old of being evil and let him cut himself open on a knife and traumatized him at every turn. You're such a good mom, Lowen. You're so good. I'm sure he's so happy to have you in his life. They're cleaning up the rest of, like, the house before it's, like, completely done. And Crew's like, hold on, I have to go get my stuff out of Mom's floor. And they're like, she's like, Mom's floor? What are we talking about? Remember Verity on her hands and knees on the floor? Yeah. Turns out there was stuff hidden underneath a floorboard in her room. And so it's like pictures that Crew used to draw for her. So obviously she cared about Crew. Like, she kept them secret so she wouldn't lose them, because obviously they weren't putting them up and they would have just, like, thrown them away or something and she wouldn't have been able to see them. So she pulls it out. There was, the pictures that he drew, and then there was pictures of the girls, like photographs of the girls, so she could look at them and remember them, because obviously she doesn't have access to all the other ones. And the knife. And then she finds an envelope. And it's a handwritten letter to Jeremy that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 pages long. Holy shit. And so originally, like, we find out actually her plan was what Lowen said. She was planning to, like, lock them in there and, like, run away with Crew. She said, our lives were perfect until we somehow flipped into an alternate dimension the day Chasten died. This is where she talks about, like, what I said earlier, where she was talking with her agent, and her agent is like, you should try the villain perspective. Like, and also she was like, you're having a hard time getting through these things. Like, maybe it would help to write about them through the perspective of, like, the way that you've been writing all of these books. Like, that's clearly a comfortable perspective for you, and it, like, has really allowed you to look at, your story and things through, like, a different lens than, like, most people would. Like, maybe it would be helpful for you if you, like, processed this trauma through that lens. She literally tells, and mind you, Jeremy is at this meeting. Jeremy is at this dinner. He is sitting a foot away from her. He heard all of this and just ignored it, or was not paying attention, because her editor specifically tells her, or agent, one of the two, specifically tells her that she should try reprocessing this trauma by rewriting it like she does her stories. And what perspective does she write her stories through? The villain perspective. It's almost like there was a reason that she was cartoonishly villainous throughout the whole thing, to the point where, like, some of the things she was making up just, like, didn't even make sense. It's almost like, because they were fiction, they weren't real, and Jeremy knew that. He knew that. He was at this meeting. She said, I needed to get into the mind of an evil character by writing journal entries from my own life. things that really happened, but to make my inner dialogue in the journal entry be the opposite from what I was actually thinking at the time. So we have spent this whole book painting Verity as a villain, when she's not a villain at all. She was specifically writing everything that she experienced from the opposite perspective to help her process her trauma, because she loved her kids a lot and there's a lot happening and it was really hard for her. It's almost like that was super predictable, and it was, as a writer, kind of feels like you should have been able to fucking figure that out, that maybe something like that was happening. But okay. So she gives some examples. She talks about how easy it is for a writer to pretend to be somebody they aren't. And, she's like, I do regret, like, writing after Harper's death, just, like, so soon after it happened. Like, I probably should have waited longer, but also, like, these exercises really helped me. I thought that it would help me process. And, she says, I know this letter is hard for you to read, but it can't be any harder than the manuscript was to read the night you found it. So he's already, not only did he already, like, suspect that she had done this, which she didn't. Obviously, she was writing the opposite of what happened. But he's literally read this manuscript before. So, like, when Loan gave him that big dramatic thing, like, oh my God, read this manuscript, and he goes off and reads it, he's already read it. She even notes that he was not gone for very long, and, like, all this quiet part, like, it was very short. Like, she even says, like, he just must have skimmed it a little bit. So he's read it all before. He already knows all of this happened. So he just choked her out and did that whole little show for fun. That was just for funsies. None of that was real. He just literally did that for fun. Yeah. He just found a convenient way to murder his wife, and he took it. Talks about, like, going to the water, and, that she actually had ran upstairs crying because she did tell Harper that they couldn't go to the water, and, like, she's like, no, I should take care of, like, I should get out with the kids. Like, I've been having a hard time. Like, I still have 2 kids. Like, I should take care of them. Reiterates more about, yes, it was an accident. Yes, I did tell Crew to hold his breath, but the canoe was tipping over. Like, I told him not to try to save his life. Like, and then, obviously, like, he's a 5-year-old. He doesn't know how to swim. Like, they were going to drown if she didn't, like, pull him out of the water. Like, she kind of had to leave Harper behind. And she literally says, I searched for her with everything in me, Jeremy. You have to believe me. Every part of me drowned in that lake with her. Him having that whole, like, suspecting and stuff, like, seems like that was real. But it wasn't so much, like, in the way that she had described it. Like, he literally had found her manuscript and read it and then thought that she did this on purpose. Like, again, not truthful about what had happened. She talks about, like, obviously, like, I know that was probably really traumatic for you. Like, I know you don't really understand because you're not a writer, and, like, you probably can't understand, like, why that would be helpful. But, it is helpful for me. And she says, that's all it was. I needed for the imaginary version of my world to be darker than my real world. Otherwise, I would have wanted to leave them both. Talks about him finding the manuscript. Next thing I knew, you were dragging me by my throat to the bedroom. I was no match for your strength as you held down my arms with your knees and squeezed my throat even tighter. If you'd given me 5 seconds, just 5 seconds to explain, I could have saved us. I tried so hard to say, just let me explain, but I couldn't breathe. I'm not sure what the sequence of events was after that. I know I passed out. Maybe you panicked because you realized you'd almost killed me. If I had died on that bed, you would have been arrested for my murder. Crew wouldn't have a father. So he just does this. This choking thing, this is a thing that he does. Because also Lowen, like, when's it gonna be you? Because a man who strangles women, he's not stopping. A man who gets angry and strangles women, he's not stopping. You're next. You are next. And then I woke up in the passenger seat of my Range Rover and you were behind the wheel. There was tape on my mouth and my hands and feet were bound together. You were going to kill me and make my death look like an accident. I had unknowingly written my own death in the last 2 sentences of my manuscript. So be it. Maybe I'll just drive my car into the tree. And so he does that. He literally, like, sets her up, obviously, like, unties her at, like, the last second and, like, forces her to drive her car into a tree. So he was the one who orchestrated all of that. The only reason that she drove her car into the tree is because he physically made her do so and tries to kill her. She said, "For 3 days, I pretended to still be in a coma when anyone would enter my room. Doctors, nurses, you, crew. But I was careless one day, and you caught me with my eyes open as you walked into the hospital room. You stared at me. I stared back. I saw your fists clench, as if you were pissed that I had woken up, as if you wanted to walk over and wrap your fingers around my throat again." And then that's obviously when she decides to just pretend like she's catatonic and she's not actually, like, registering anything and that she's brain dead, which, like, yeah, understandable. She literally had to do that to save her own life. He probably would have just strangled her again, and literally did. He did. So she was very right to think that, because that's exactly what he did the second he had an opportunity to. So she thought, you know, like, obviously if she pretends to be brain dead, there was a chance you wouldn't try to end my life again. A chance you wouldn't go to the police and tell them I had recovered. You know, she says, "Don't think it wasn't hard. It was humiliating at times. I wanted to give up, kill myself, kill you. I was so angry at where our lives had ended up. And after all those years of marriage, you could even for a second believe any of that manuscript to be true. I mean, seriously, Jeremy, do men really believe women are that obsessed with sex? It was fiction. Of course I loved making love to you, but most of the time it was to please you, because that's what couples do for each other." So after making me read all of that excruciating stuff about Verity and then having sex and her just being so male-centered, we find out that she was just doing it because he was kind of forcing her into it. She just did it to please him, not because she actually even wanted to, like, do it a lot of the time. Which also, like, you expect me to have, like, you guys have this loving relationship and your husband is, like, coercing you into sex constantly and you feel like you have to do it because that's the only thing that'll, like, keep him, you know, placated. What? She says, "We can't get past 2 murder attempts, Jeremy. And if I know you're finding, and I know if you find out I'm faking this before I'm able to leave, your 3rd attempt at killing me will be successful." It was. She was right. And, you know, she's going through this. She said, you know, everything I'm doing is for crew. All I can think about is him. I just want to get him out of here. I just want to get him safe. He's the only one who knows that I'm still in here. You know, he's the reason I searched so hard for that manuscript. And she tried to delete it from the laptop, but he had already deleted it. And then he had hidden the paper copy and she couldn't find it. And so, of course, that's why he asked when she pulled it out, "Where did you find this?" Not, "What is this?" Anything like that. "Where did you find this?" And then, you know, obviously, like, she also just, like, doesn't have money because she's supposed to be in a coma. So, like, it was kind of hard for her to just, like, up and leave right away. Like, she's, you know, strategically trying to, like, plan this. And then she's talking about, like, oh, the new co-author, like, she somehow got her hands on it and I've been searching for it. And now it's 2 against 1. And, you know, it's my fault that she's growing suspicious, but you also can't blame me. Like, you literally are fucking her, like, in our bedroom. Like, and she was the one who locked the bedroom, by the way. She does admit to that. And, you know, she is talking about, you know, getting out of there with crew, living a new life. And then she ends it with, "I don't blame you for what you've done to me. You were a wonderful husband until you couldn't be. And you were the best father in the world, hands down. I love you even still. Verity." He was not a wonderful husband. I feel like we have covered a whole bunch of things that make him very much not a wonderful husband. At basically every point in their relationship, but sure, girl, if that's what we're gonna go with. But it's just like, I feel like this was kind of obvious to see that this was coming. Like I said, like everything that she wrote was so cartoonishly villainous, like so over the top, like evil, that like there was no way all of it could be true. And like I pointed out, like there were several times where like details don't really make sense. Like this is not really adding up. But Lowen, of course, is shocked by this. She is so bombarded by this. She is not expecting any of this. She said, oh my God, what if it's true? This woman lost her daughters and then her husband tried to kill her and then we did kill her. Yeah, girl, it's all true. Why the fuck would she have written that letter and lied about it? Like, she already had been attempted murder twice. Like, what reason does she have to lie about it now? Like, of course she's not lying about it. Why would she be lying about it? That literally doesn't even make sense. She's obviously having a moment. She's, it's too much to take in. I can't process everything she said and everything that's happened. I stare at the letter for so long, I forget where I am. And so she shoves the knife and the pitcher back into the floor and like covers it. And then she literally shreds the letter and flushes it down the toilet. Yeah. Yeah. Proof that her little boy toy is a murderer. Which you don't think that might be helpful to you at some point? You aren't worried about your own safety at some point? We're just gonna shred it. Okay. She's like, Jeremy would never forgive himself. Never. If he found out the manuscript wasn't real and Verity never harmed Harper, he wouldn't be able to survive with that. The truth that he murdered his innocent wife. That we murdered his innocent wife. Girl, what? The leap of logic here is so dumbfounding to me. Because, like, what are we actually talking about? You think it's... It gets worse. It gets worse. So, obviously he comes and finds her. He asks her if she's okay. She's like, I'm all right. And he's like, let's leave. And she says, he will never know what I know. I'll make certain of that. I will take this secret to my grave so Jeremy doesn't have to. So yeah, let's just keep having kids with a murderer. Sure, that seems like a great plan. Can't think of a single flaw that could happen with that. Couldn't think of anything bad that could come of that. She says, I have no idea what to believe, so why put him through more anguish? Verity could have written that letter as a way to try to cover her tracks. Why? She's literally been faking being in a coma for months. She's had to piss all over herself all the time. And have people, like, spoon feed her every day. Like, at this point, like, what reason does she have to lie? Like, I don't... Okay. And she said, and even if Jeremy really was the reason for his wreck, or for her wreck, I can't blame him. Yeah, you can. He could have easily just called the police. He could have just taken that manuscript and given it to the police. He didn't have to try to murder her multiple times in multiple different ways. Girl, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, actually. Like, this is why I say this book is fucking dangerous. She is romanticizing, and continues to, spoiler alert, for the end of the book, continues to romanticize this relationship. And Lowen stays with this man. She is committed to this man. She is like, we're going to have a great future together. Even though she knows that he's a murderer, she even expresses doubt about her safety and the fact that he could murder her in the future. And no, I'm still so just like romanticize this relationship and like they're the best couple and she's such a good wife and he's the best husband ever. Like, he's a murderer. Like, attempted multiple times and then committed once. Like, no, girl, I'm not on your side. I'm not. Like, this is the most toxic shit I've ever fucking read in my life. Like, and that is the end. However, this is a special copy. It's got a bonus epilogue, right? So the original book ends there. Her deciding, nope, I'm gonna be with Jeremy. I'm not gonna tell him the truth. It's gonna be fine. He murdered people. It's cool. This is totally gonna work out for us. And then she comes back and she writes this epilogue and somehow manages to make the worst book I've ever read worse. Somehow, we were already here with how done I was with this book. Somehow we have skyrocketed it because it gets so much worse. And this is also how I can tell that Colleen Hoover has gotten worse with time, because all of this, terrible. I talked many times about how this is promoting very dangerous behavior. I literally called this epilogue, should be called promotion of dangerous behavior, because if you thought this was bad and this was dangerous, what she is promoting and the things that she is trying to treat as acceptable and okay in a relationship in this epilogue are like, she should be locked up for this. Like, this is a fucking crime against humanity. So the epilogue is 6 months in the future, and she's talking about being a parent. Their baby has been born. They named it Nova. Nova. I hate that for multiple reasons, but if you're super chronically online, like, you probably know at least one of those reasons. But also, it's just a bad name. That's stupid. I don't like it. She said, until Nova, I had convinced myself that Verity's manuscript must be the truth. But now that I have Nova, I can't fathom how a mother could write such awful things about her own children if they were untrue. There isn't enough desperation in this career for me to think writing anything negative about my daughter would be in any way be helpful for my imagination. Now I don't know what to believe. Was Verity a monster who actually did those things to her children, or was she a monster who was sick enough to make it all up for the sake of a writing exercise? I've concluded that whether the manuscript or letter was the truth, Verity had to be sick in the head to put any of it down on paper at all. No sane, protective mother would be able to write such horrendous fictional things about a child's passing within a days of their actual death. Whether Verity was responsible for that death, and whether Jeremy had the right to end Verity's life, are no longer questions that haunt me, because the birth of Nova came with a true sense of what it means to be a mother. Verity was a dangerous mother either way. I'm convinced of that. Verity deserved her ending, no matter how much it still haunts me. So, I write horror. It's something I've liked doing for a very long time. I love horror in general. Horror books are most of what I consume. I love horror movies. And don't get me wrong, once in a great while, there is something where it's like, that's fucking questionable. I'm concerned about you. But across the board, like, horror is a way to escape from, you know, the darkest reality of life. Like, it's being able to take these very traumatic things that could or do happen and put them in a way that's controlled, where you have the power over it, where you control how these things scare you, if these things scare you. It's about taking the uncertainty of life and being able to put a sense of power over that. Because so many things in life are so horrific and we don't get a say in them. You know? Like, we don't have any power to stop them from happening. And whether or not you agree with her exercise, like, I mean, as a writer, like, I personally don't think that exercise would really be helpful for me. Like, I don't think you know, twisting the narrative and writing it from a villain perspective and stuff would like really make me feel better about anything. But that being said, like, her whole shtick, the whole reason that Lowen's even here and writing and all this stuff is because she writes her books from the villain perspective. Like, that is her whole thing. So it's like, yeah, for someone whose whole career hinges around them being able to write in this perspective, yeah, it does make sense that a writing exercise like that would be helpful for them. It doesn't automatically make them like, she wasn't a psychopath for writing the villain books in the first place. And I'm sure bad things happen in the villain books. Like, I'm sure things just as bad happened in the villain books. You just were not mad about it because it was a fictional character. But when she made herself into a fictional character and like, now we care? Like, she could have wrote this exact same story, like her manuscript part of it, or just taken her name out of it and like her kids' names out of it and made it just like set in a fictional world, and you would have not had a single problem with it. Like, you're only mad about it because she put her name on it. And you're telling me that's why she deserved to die? She deserved to... Writing horror stories, or villain stories, because I never really say it's like horror per se. Writing villain stories does not mean you deserve to die. It doesn't mean that you are a dangerous mother. I can sit down on my little computer and write some of the most horrendous stuff and then get up and snuggle my cat and give him a little treat. Or go play with my nephew. Like, writing dark material does not... like, just because you write dark material does not automatically make you a bad person or a bad mother or dangerous. Like Stephen King is the king of horror. Nobody looked at him and was like, oh, well, he can't be a good dad. He couldn't have been a good dad to Joe because he writes horror. That couldn't make him a good dad. Like, I hate it. It's such a double standard. It's a bad take. It's a really bad take. And, yeah. So she's obviously incredibly jealous of Verity, and she is constantly holding herself, like, in comparison to Verity. She, like, is in comparison with her writing. Does Jeremy like sleeping with me as much? Am I as good of a mother? You're not. Am I, you know, like, everything she does, she is just comparing herself to Verity at every single opportunity. And it is, like, tearing her up inside. And, like, she's even mad about the fact that, like, her and Jeremy obviously sleep together, but, like, it's not as aggressive or as passionate as it seems to be, you know, with Verity. Which also, it's, like, a weird comparison to hold yourself to, because, I mean, not only is it just, like, weird to compare your sex life with someone else's, but, like, all of the context you have for that is from her manuscript that she wrote, that we know the majority of which was not true. So why would we be holding ourselves to that standard when we know probably the majority of that was not true and was exaggerated greatly? So their sex life probably wasn't like that. Like, she even says in the letter, like, you know, no woman is obsessed with sex like this. Like, yeah, I just mostly slept with you to, like, please you. Like, so it kind of implies it probably wasn't even like that. So you're, like, holding yourself to a standard that doesn't even exist. And so they sleep together. And it has not been, like, a super long time since they had their baby. It's literally been, like, 3 months. And they sleep together, and he doesn't pull out, and literally is like, would you be mad if we had another baby? Would you be upset if we had a baby? And she's like, I don't know that I'd be happy. Like, we just had a baby 3 months ago. Why would I want that? And he's like, I'd have 100 babies with you. Get this trad wife nonsense out of my fucking face. This is dangerous. Dangerous. No man should be sitting here using you as a fucking incubator. Zero regard for your health. Zero regard for if it's safe. Like, it is not safe for you to get pregnant again 3 months after you just had a fucking baby. That is unsafe. That is like Mormon level shit. That is, they are treating you like an incubator. They do not see you as fucking human. And they sure as hell don't care about you as a partner. You could die. It's not a joke. This is not like, oh, we had sex too. No, like, you could die from this. This could permanently maim your body for the rest of your life. This is so dangerous to portray as okay and acceptable. It's not. It's not in any way, shape, or form. Like, this is fucked. Colleen Hoover should never be allowed to publish another book ever again. So they, like I said, you know, they had moved to North Carolina. And so they have to hide their entire relationship. Like, they have been together for 7 months. The public doesn't know. Their families don't know. Their friends don't know. Their publishers don't know. Like, nobody knows about this. Like, and also, you're trying to convince me that any relationship you have to literally hide from the entire world. When you literally have a baby together, you expect me to believe that's healthy? That that's something to be looked up to? That that's something we should want for her? Like, that's horrific. Like, that's so isolating. Like, that feels like the recipe for her to get abused, first of all. That's so isolating. And also, like, what? So you're just gonna hide it forever? Because people can do math. People are gonna be able to find out how old your kid is and do that back math. So even if you wait till they're 3 or 4, like, they can do that math. Like, so what, you're just gonna hide forever? Like, that's fucking, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why? Why? So, Jeremy's got really into running. Promise that's relevant. He's gotten super into running since Verity died. And so, they go to this beach, right? Secret. They're hiding. They go when nobody's there. And they have, like, a little secret place that they go. And if people are there, they just don't even go. Super healthy relationship. And so he goes off to go for a run. It's like her and Crew, baby, on the beach, blanket, you know. Crew's like kind of being a dick to her a little bit because he doesn't like her. She's not his mom. His mom literally got murdered. And he watched his sisters die and shit. And this lady take over his life 2 weeks, 2 months after all this happened. Like, Of course he doesn't like her. Understandable. She's still treating him like he's evil. He's just a fucking kid who's traumatized. But that's not even the point. So they're all sitting on this blanket, and this woman comes up to her, and she looks vaguely familiar, but like, they're in North Carolina, this like a random lady, and like, this lady's like, talking to her, like she knows her, like, you know what, actually, before we get into that, pause. Like I said, when she was talking about Cruz, listen to some of the crazy fucking shit she has to say about this child. So, she says, we have our moments where it seems like we could be a team, or then he'll say or do something to throw me off. It's the little things he does that disturb me, but nothing concerning enough that I could even go to Jeremy. I went to him once with a major concern I had regarding Crew, and Jeremy brushed it off like I was overreacting. It was about 2 weeks before Nova's birth. We were trying to settle on a name for her. Crew was sitting at the kitchen table eating a bowl of cereal. I was attempting to make small talk with him as I poured myself a cup of coffee. I said, Crew, what should we name your baby sister? He shrugged and said, I don't care. She's just gonna die. And so she goes and like reports this to Jeremy, insinuating that Crew is gonna like murder the baby. Also, mind you, he's 6. She's like insinuating that Crew is going to murder the baby. And Jeremy's like, well, both of his sisters died. It's kind of natural he would assume the worst outcome would come out of a new sibling. Which, like, the only sense Jeremy has spoken like this entire time, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. All he's known is his siblings dying. Like, tragically. Of course, he might assume that that is going to happen to the new baby. Especially because the new baby is also a girl. Like, he's 6. He literally doesn't have complicated processing. Like, he physically is incapable of that. His brain has not developed enough to be able to do that. Give me a fucking break. And it gets worse. Because then she says, perhaps I should burn that memory so I can release my distrust of Crew. But Jeremy wasn't there. He wasn't in the room when Crew said his baby sister was just gonna die. Also, didn't say he was gonna kill her. Didn't say, she's gonna die. He said, well, she's just gonna die anyways. Like, and so I feel it's my responsibility to be extra cautious of Crew's potential behaviors. I love him, but I don't know if I can ever fully trust him, which is disappointing because he's just a little boy. Yeah, he's 6. He's 6 and he's making more logical conclusions than you are. You're 33. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, what do you mean you don't trust him? He didn't say he was gonna murder the baby. He's just like, oh, yeah, she's gonna die anyways. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I would also think that if I was 6 and all I'd ever known was my siblings who were girls who were dying. Like, and also the fact that she villainized Verity for so long for being distrustful of Harper, though we know that, like, that wasn't even true. But, like, of being distrustful of Harper, and just because she had one dream that Harper would do something bad when she was 6 months old, and then she held that against her for the rest of her life. Like, you are doing the same thing. Just get the boy into therapy, dog. Like, he'll be fine. Like, what do you mean? And also, like, you don't love him. I'm sorry, if you do not fully trust someone, like, you don't love them. Like, not like that. Like, also, you don't fucking know this. You've known this little boy for less than a year, and you literally think he's gonna, like, murder a baby. Like, you don't love him. You don't. You're not the great mother you think you are, Lowen. Like, you're bad at this, and you have bad opinions, and you don't understand children, and go to therapy. Because what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, but anyways, so, girl walks up, looks vaguely familiar, but, you know, and she's going on, like, we can't tell anybody, like, I'm not supposed to talk to anybody, isolating, abusive, and she said, we haven't made an effort to make friends, because the fewer people who know us, the less likely anyone will be to grow suspicious or tie our intimate relationship to Verity's death in any way. So healthy. Totally a future for this relationship. This is so going somewhere. Like, so yeah, you're never gonna be able to come out of hiding. Ever. Because, you know, people aren't fucking stupid. We can do math. So, you're just gonna be in hiding forever and you think you're gonna have a future out of that? You're a fucking dumbass, dude. So, they now also go by Lowen's last name, Ashley, rather than going by Crawford. They, like, dropped that right away. And so, you know, this lady, she is like, oh, you don't remember me? Like, I recognize Crew. And then, like, imagine my surprise when I saw you. And she's like, oh, you know, do we know each other? And she's like, well, not really. And she's like, oh, is this your daughter? And she's like, yeah, you know, how old? She was born 3 months ago. And she goes, so that would make Jeremy the father? And she's like, I'm sorry, do I know you? Yeah, it's Patricia. She says, we met before at the grocery store back in Vermont. You had just moved in with Verity and Jeremy. And now you have a baby with him. Girl, that is what I'm saying. Everybody can do the fucking math. Like, what did you think was going to happen? Like, so Jeremy comes up and sees Patricia, and, you know, they're like, oh, she's like, I'm just visiting on vacation, blah, blah, blah. You didn't mention at the funeral that you were going to be a dad, you know. And he is like, he tells her, you take Crew to the car. Just take Crew to the car right now. And then he follows off after Patricia and murders her on the beach. He strangles her to death. Well, actually, I think he like strangles her under the water. But either way, he murders her. Yeah, he drowns her under the water. Yeah. Murders another woman. Full-on serial killer. We have essentially kind of 4 murders, because the first 2, he tried really fucking hard to murder her and just got kind of unlucky that he didn't. And now he's full-on murdered 2 other people, both women, both in a form of strangulation of some sort. Like, if Lowen lasted 6 months after this fucking story, I would be shocked. If you got 6 months before this motherfucker murdered you, 3 years at the max, like, especially with all the stress of, like, having to hide and having to murder people to get away with being with you, there is no future there. And he comes back, yeah, like, all wet, like, all very obvious he just fucking murdered someone. And even Crew's like, why are you all wet? Did you go swimming? And he goes, no, Nova's crying even louder now, and my husband just killed a woman, and I didn't do a goddamn thing to stop him, and I can't take it. And then he whispers at her, we had to. I nod, because maybe we did, but I wish he wouldn't have said we. We didn't just drown someone. He did. Also, you didn't. You did not. You did not have to murder that lady. There's literally no reason for you to do that. You did not have to do that. That was not a thing that you needed to do. And she literally says, that's 2 women dead at his hands now. Am I really going to wait around until he decides to make me number 3? He wouldn't do that. Get that out of your head, Lowen. He was protecting me. Us. Like I said, if she survived the next 2 years after this book, shocking. She was absolutely on his list of people he murdered. There's no fucking way that she isn't. Like, no man that's going around strangling all of these women is then not going to do anything to you. Like, you are going to be a victim at some point. And it's, like, this, especially in the end, like, I feel like we're straight up just promoting domestic violence. Like, we are promoting a message that you can watch a man literally kill women in front of you, but you should just stick with him, because that's what a good wife does. And a good wife takes care of the kids, and she sticks by her husband. No, the fuck we don't, when her husband is a serial murderer and abuser of women. Like, no. No, we don't. That is not the message we should be portraying. It's fucking 2026. How are we still telling women it's okay to stay with domestic abusers? And he's even worse because he's a full-on actual murderer. And we are saying it's okay to stay with him. And it's good. And that's what a good wife does, is that she stays by her husband and she stays with her kids. This is so dangerous and so fucking sinister. And, like, I genuinely feel like Colleen Hoover should be barred from ever writing a book. I think every single version of this book should be, oh, I don't want to say banned, because I don't believe in banning books. But it's dangerous. And I don't like it. And I think it should come with a big-ass caveat at the beginning of, this is exactly the opposite of what you should do. You should never listen to Lowen. You should never be like Lowen. This is the worst message of any book I've ever read. And it was already bad. And then the epilogue has just made it 1,000 times worse. 1,000 times worse. And, they get home, she's sobbing, and he's like, but she drowned. She drowned, Lowen. It's fine. She drowned. Verity died in her sleep. Patricia drowned. Because you murdered them. You murdered them. That's why. Like, she literally says, I don't like this pattern, but I'm part of this pattern. I helped him weave it. I've never been more scared of him than I am in this moment. I've never felt more protected by him than I do in this moment. My emotions are warring against each other, but deep down, I know he did this for me, for us, for Nova, for crew, for our family. I literally wrote, you dumb bitch. You dumb dead bitch. Because you are next. Colleen Hoover should not have a career. She literally, like, reassures him. And it's like, well, he needs his reassurance. Like, I can see the way he's looking at me and I don't want to lose him. Like, I can't. She says, thank you. I know you did it for us, Jeremy. What are we actually talking about? And then she sleeps with him. She literally sleeps with him and starts like going down on him right after this. Literally right after she says, Jeremy and I will live happily ever after if he doesn't grow bored of me, if he doesn't find the next author he reads intriguing enough to hire and bring into our home, if he doesn't see me as a liability and makes me his third casualty. And then not even a page later, she sleeps with him. Literally even says, I slowly lowers myself to my knees in front of him, completely submitting to him. This is literally horrific. She even says, if I'm no longer an accomplice, all that's left of me is a liability. And as if it wasn't physically possible to make this book any more horrific. This is literally worse than any horror book I've ever read. Literally worse. This isn't even a horror book. This is worse than any horror book I've ever read. As if it couldn't get any worse. As she's literally admitting, I have to do anything this man says for the rest of my life because he will just murder me. And I know that he will. He then sexually assaults her. And you may say, how does he sexually assault her when she willingly submitted herself to him? Well, first of all, take that willingly out of there because she is established many, many times that this was strongly coerced and she literally has to do this if she wants to survive. So already consent out the window. That being aside, I'm going to try to explain this without getting too graphic. She is going down on him and he like grabs the back of her head and forces her to the point that she cannot breathe and she is like choking and she is not okay and not enjoying this or accepting this. Like he literally does all this and then sexually assaults her right on top of it. But yes, Colleen Hoover, tell me how this is the ideal fucking relationship. Please. Please tell me how this epilogue added anything to this absolute shitstorm of a story besides just making it the most horrific thing I've ever fucking read. It's so bad. She is struggling so hard that she physically draws blood from him, trying to get away from him, trying to pull away so she can physically fucking breathe. Like I said, if this girl lasted 2 years after this, I would be shocked. Literally, she even says, once he's done with that, he, pushes her around and is, being very forceful with her. So much she said, I might even be whimpering in pain because he isn't touching me with the tenderness I'm used to. His hand is working against me with such force, I'll feel the bruises for the next few days. I'm so sorry. He is, angering her. And if anybody is doing that ever in any situation with enough force that it is going to leave bruises, they are tearing you up inside. That is not healthy. That is not safe. Kink's a thing. Kink is this is not kink. There is no consent here. There's no discussion here. And even then, like, even in kink, like, I don't know of any kink like that. Like, that is not, like, a safe activity. Or, like, there would be at least a lot of, like, special grooming and stuff before that happened. Because that's dangerous. That's going to hurt her really bad. Like, outside of just the bruises. Like, she is probably torn to fucking shreds on the inside. Like, and literally why all this is happening, she's literally still thinking about Verity. She's sobbing while all this is happening, and she's still thinking about Verity. Well, like, does he enjoy this more than Verity? He is literally raping you, dude. So badly you are drawing blood trying to get the fuck away from him. He is, like, mutilating your body. And your first thought is like, oh, I wonder if he's enjoying this more than he did with Verity. This is the most poisonous, toxic slop I have ever fucking had the misfortune to encounter in my life. I need her to be checked into a fucking psych ward immediately. Lowen too, but Colleen Hoover herself. Because what the fuck is wrong with you? Tried to make me believe that someone getting choked during sex made them, like, the most perverse, terrible person. You literally spent chapters trying to convince me of that just to have her okay with this man who has choked multiple women to death. You literally tried to convince me that light choking during sex, and in that situation, she, like, wasn't the one being choked. She was the one doing the choking. You expect me to believe this is better? The man who physically choked to death multiple women. And then literally at the end of this whole encounter, he literally, where did I go? He, like, chokes her at one point. Like, she literally says, it feels like Jeremy is still choking me. So he's already done it to you. It hasn't even been a year. He's already choking you. How long until that's the end? How long? Because it's not long. And then she leaves the bedroom after she is graphically raped, and it's pretending like this is somehow romantic in some way, shape, or form, to find out that the baby is gone. And that crew put her outside because the baby was crying and he was trying to watch a show and he didn't want to hear it. So he just kind of, like, laid her in the grass outside and just kind of, like, left her there. And obviously, like, she freaks out, and Jeremy also freaks out, to be fair. And, like, he's, like, yelling at crew and he's punishing crew. She takes the baby. She, like, runs, you know, inside. And, which also, this is an aside, but a crazy sentence. I rush Nova to my bedroom and slam the door and curl up with her on my bed, checking her for injuries or, God forbid, ant bites. Why would ant bites be worse than injuries? What do ants have to do with anything? Why would ant bites be worse than injuries? That literally doesn't even make sense. Girl, what are we talking about? How many times can I say that in this fucking video? There's a voice in my head saying, go, leave him. But I don't know if the voice is even mine. And I don't know if it's telling me to leave Jeremy or to leave crew or to leave both of them. I'm being crazy. You're being sane. He's a kid. He's damaged. He's a kid. He's dangerous. They're literally, like, one's in italics afterwards. And it's like, don't get me wrong. That's concerning behavior. That's absolutely something that should be punished. That is concerning behavior. However, that's the only concerning thing crew has done in this entire book. Like, why are we treating him like he's a serial killer too? That's his daddy. That's not him. Like, I'm not on board for this constant villainization of this 6-year-old child who deeply just needs to be in therapy and get help and I don't know, not be around a dad who's a serial killer and a lady who's a fucking homewrecker that also is a murderer. Like, and then, you know, Jeremy comes in, he apologizes. She goes, I don't know what he's apologizing for. Is he sorry Crew just ruined any trust I had left in him? Is he sorry he murdered a woman tonight? Is he sorry he killed Verity last year? Is he sorry he ever brought me into his fucked up home and his fucked up family to begin with? The television is now playing late night news and Jeremy's attention is focused on the screen, and I don't think I trust a single person under this roof, not even myself. And then they see on the news that, you know, they found a body and she's drowned, and they're like, oh, he's like, oh, it's fine. They think it's an accident. It's fine. And she says, nothing in my world is fine. I sleep next to a man who has killed 2 women he has deemed as threats. I sleep down the hall from a disturbed child who has seen more trauma in one lifetime than most entire families combined. And then there's me, still keeping score with a dead woman and somehow still losing. Losing the game, losing my mind, nothing in my world is fine. We can try to run from the Crawford name, but in the end, another tragedy will always be patiently waiting for us. We're nothing but a family of chronics. Which I wrote, good. You deserve it. Which is just like, first of all, the fact that we ended on the note of not like, I'm with a bunch of murderers, and instead our thought was, because also she's not taking any credit for that either, is then there's me, still keeping score with a dead woman and somehow losing. Literally, that's the last note you want to end on? That's the note, is you're still comparing, like, your sex life to Verity? Like, that was the important part of this book to take away, not the fact that your husband murdered 2 people and this child deeply needs therapy. It's that you are still competing with this dead woman about her sex life. Like, oh my God, could you be more male-centered and insufferable? And then to immediately at the last second, because like you could try to argue for a second that this last paragraph is like, oh, well, she's acknowledging this is bad, this isn't a good situation. Yeah, except she immediately ruins it by, 1, downplaying her own role in this, and then immediately following that by, we can try to run from the Crawford name, but in the end, another tragedy will always be patiently waiting for us. You caused all of this. This is not random tragedies happening to you. Like, what I was talking about earlier with, like, the crying thing and, like, having, like, 11 people pass away over the course of 3 months, that's tragedy. That's tragedy happening to you. That's just tragedy. Like, I would say, because they use this phrase a lot, and I never brought it up because it's kind of fucking stupid, but they use this phrase of like, oh, we're chronics. And it basically just means like someone that chronic tragedy happens to. I would consider myself a chronic. I've had a very traumatic life. I've had a lot of insanely fucked up things happen to me, and most of them far beyond my control. And I think that's why it bothers me so much, because how are you are the fault of all of this. You and Jeremy, like, collectively are the fault of all of this. And then you're going to try to blame it on Verity's last name? That's the reason? We can try to run from the Crawford name, but there's always another tragedy waiting for it. It's not a tragedy when you murder someone. Is it a tragedy for the family of the person who got murdered? Absolutely. It's not your tragedy. You willingly did that shit. You fully complicitly did that shit. That is not a tragedy. That is absolutely a tragedy is something that happens to you that you could not control. You are not a chronic. You are a murderer. You are a bad person. You are a domestic violence victim. At this point, you are a sexual assault victim that somehow is just explaining that all away. You are the most toxic picture of a woman that has ever fucking existed. I don't even have anything else to say. This, hands down, is one of the worst books I have ever read. And I wouldn't even necessarily say that in writing style, because compared to, say, like, I don't know, Frida McFadden or something, the actual technical writing is better. Like, I feel like Freida McFadden, a lot of the, like, complaints I had or stuff were, like, literal, like, grammatical stuff, like, way words are phrased, incomplete sentences, stuff like that. Colleen's Hoover's problem is not not that her writing is particularly good or particularly gripping or anything to write home about. Like, she just very matter-of-factly just writes whatever is happening. Like, there's no poetry, there's no finesse, there's no anything interesting to it. I wouldn't say she's like a good writer, but she's a passable writer. Like, you have wrote a story that is readable. That's it. Nobody should ever read it. It is the most dangerous, horrible, worst promotion of the most toxic, shitty behavior. You endorse rape and murder and everything under the sun that could be awful and terrible, domestic violence, like literally everything. You promote every single part of it. Trad wife values, forced pregnancy, anything that could be bad, you have put into this book. Like, this is worse than most of the splatterpunk that I have read that are purposely written to be, like, edgy and to push boundaries. This is worse. This book is dangerous to women. No one should read this book. This should never be promoted. And the fact that this has become a bestseller is terrifying to me, because I don't even want to know the untold damage that this has done to young women's psyches or young men, because it's equally dangerous for a man to think a woman has ever thought like this, ever, or that any of this is okay. Like, the thought of having a young man read a scene where a woman is literally getting raped and she is excusing it away as it happened and acting like it's totally normal and totally okay, and like that is like the promotion of the book. Horrific. I literally could never say anything worse about this book. -5 out of 5. Literally doesn't even deserve a 0. Horrifically bad. So toxic. And yeah, I'm so glad that's over. This has been such a cursed recording because this is such a cursed book. It's so cursed, and no one should ever read it. And I hope to God we make some good comparisons with Woman Down, because this was excruciating. Yeah. So, if you had fun on that absolute roller coaster we just went on for a very long time, I'm sure. Yeah, drop a subscribe, leave a comment, like this video. All of those things are super helpful. Yeah, I won't say I enjoyed this, but I hope you enjoyed watching me lose my sanity. And I hope that somewhere in all this ranting and raving, some good messages came across, because I really do think this is problematic, and I worry about the young girls and the young boys. I worry about impressionable people who are reading these things, and I think this is one of the reasons we need to have media literacy, because you could just read through this very surface level, especially without the epilogue, because the epilogue takes it way farther, and not see as much problematic stuff in it. But like, once you really sit down and you're like, what is actually happening in this scene? Right away you realize that this is not it. This is not it. So yeah, I will catch you in the next one, which will hopefully, I don't think will be nearly as irritating or nearly as ranty. Because it's definitely a lot more about Colleen Hoover as a person, and it is not nearly as horrific so far as this one. So I will catch you in that video, and thank you so much for spending your time with me. I won't say I had a great time, but I hope that you did. Thanks again. I think I'm gonna go throw this book in the trash now. I don't even want to donate it. I don't want to promote anybody else reading it.